unless he has some major help.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Normal American Show. Your host, robnoerr. What's up, McLinebacker? Coming in with a sub right out of the gate. That's how to do it. Send me your money. Greedy capitalist here. Oh boy. No, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Got a good show lined up for you today. Still at work. Always. Still working. So, but off the clock finally, so great to see you. Got about an hour tonight, and then I gotta do more work stuff. So we'll see how that goes. But it's great to be here. It's great to see so many awesome people. Ten Goat Galil, McLinebacker, Aircraft Sparky. What's up, everyone? And all of you lurking. Now, I want to test something as we get going here. Allegedly, Kick's chat should be showing up in my restream. But it's not. What up with that? So, I don't know. That's something that's supposedly in the works. Unfortunately, to my Kick followers, Mind of Oz, thank you so much. It's not working yet, and I don't know why. So, we'll work on that. It should be working. Not playing the Kick game yourself? What do I give a shit at this point? I restream to a bunch of platforms, so yeah, we could talk about the Brianna Twitter little spat. That's fine. We could talk about that. You know, sometimes, like, I think we'll talk about this. There are people on the left that I think that are competent debaters, even if I think they're shills or hacks. Beats Go's a competent debater. Destiny's a competent debater. Then there are people that are on certain topics decent, and certain topics Dylan's okay, and he, but then there are other people that just I don't know what they're really offering, and there's little hints you could look for. For example, let's say you see someone doesn't look that good, or they're just what's the word I'm looking for? They're just bland, just sort of in the background, agreeing with other panelists or something like that. That doesn't mean that they're a terrible debater or that thanks, Khalil. I appreciate it. What's up, YOLO? But what I find funny is when people aren't good at a specific topic, but then they up the ante by losing. I don't even know. They can't even win the battle of sarcasm. So I'll show you some of Brianna's tweets. We'll talk about that. Of course they won't debate Rakita. They won't debate me one-on-one on it. And Rakita is going to know more about the actual law. But we'll talk about sort of my, this is day 3 talking about the Trump indictment. This will be the last day unless I get a debate. I think it's funny that there's this big, I happened to watch was bored today while I was doing paperwork, and I saw Destiny Stream was up, and I always like to see on Destiny Stream when I debate them how they edit me at the beginning. That's always fun. What's my favorite kink? Monogamy? Being in a happy marriage? Does that count? Anyways. So I had it running, the debate, for Min's channel, and it was funny because periodically I noticed Pisco was in the chat. Say this, Destiny, say this. Pisco, you're always welcome on the show to get wrecked. It's not like I'm running from you. Just like last time I debated Pisco on shit surrounding these corruption. It's Pisco with Destiny as the moderator. Who's basically just a second debater. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Fine by me. Are we getting the orange Joker in jail? Yeah, I think that... I don't know that he... I actually have a theory. I think that this will drag out until after the election. Clearly, if... let's talk about that for a second. That's something that's worth talking about, right? Thanks, Ron Martin. I appreciate it. So, Colas, I don't know, not a Trump fan, just saying. But it doesn't matter. That's fine. You don't have to be a Trump fan. Half the time, I'm not a Trump fan. No problem. I criticize him all the time. Is Trump going to jail? So, let's look at the possible scenarios. If the trial happens before the election, there's a chance he could go to jail. I think he'll be found guilty. If the trial happens before the election, he'll definitely be found guilty. The question is, will the sentence be jail time, or will they be happy with just imposing a fine and probation and things like that? I would say probably more likely to be the latter. However, I think that the chances of this trial happening before the election are slim to none, for various reasons, one of which is Trump's going to run on the fact that he's being persecuted, which he is. Doesn't mean he didn't do dumb shit, but he is being persecuted, so he's going to want to run on that. He'll see that at least as a chance to help him in the primary. And then obviously, if he wins the election, and that's scenario 2, that the trial happens after the election, if he or a Republican like DeSantis wins, they'll pardon Trump. So that's scenario 2. Trial after the election, Republican wins, he'll be pardoned. However, I think, and I haven't heard anyone say this, I think scenario 3 is, I think after the election, that if a Democrat wins, if Biden wins, I think he'll pardon Trump. That's what I think will happen. And they'll try to play this high ground, and establishment Republicans will go along with it. They'll be like, okay, those games are done, and it's time to heal as a country. Because what they really want is just to keep him out of power. They don't really give a shit if he goes to jail. And so if they could charge him and mire him in lawfare and 4 separate trials before the election and put gag orders on him and shit like that, they'll get what they want, and that'll cost him going into the election. That's all they really give a shit about. And if they pardon and take the high road, why not take the high ground before the election? That's a possibility, but I don't see them doing that. If they did, it would be right before the election, but no. Yeah, well, there you go. Robert Barnes has a similar... Okay. I didn't see him say that, but I thought of that. I thought, like, I wonder if that's a possibility. See, this is what people don't understand about me, and we'll get to talking about the debate last night and just in general, sort of the left-wingers that are cheering on the indictment of Trump. This is what they don't get about me. There are certainly many, many, many Trump sycophants out there. I don't consider myself one of them. Yeah, I mean, that could, Quirk, who knows? That could be true as well. But that's just what I think is the 3 most likely scenarios. I don't know, though the base would go wild. The charges that are here now, it would have to be a more serious charge. If like DeSantis wins and's like, you know what, I'm going to leave Trump go to jail. Ooh. Well, hear me out, Zygmunt, right? So here's what I'll say. So there are certainly Trump sycophants. My friend Aircraft Sparky, I don't know if he's still watching. I don't think he considers himself a Trump sycophant. Trump does shit that annoys the crap out of me. I think Trump is amazing in many ways. He did something that I'll never be able to do. He, despite being an outsider, was able to win the presidency of the United States. I'll never come close to that. And sure, some of it has to do with luck in his lot in life. He happened to be born to someone who was rich and inherit money and things like that. But don't kid yourself. A lot of it had to do with his innate talent, his persuasiveness, and he came at the right time when millions of people felt that this system of government's letting them behind. And they're right. And Trump was sort of the avatar of all those feelings. I've talked about this before. You know, my parents, to my knowledge, never voted in their life. They'd have crawled over broken glass to vote for Trump. By the way, not so enthusiastic about him anymore. Aircraft, I don't think that's as big of a deal as you did. I didn't take it as him literally saying suspend the Constitution. I took it as him saying there are processes that are outlined in the Constitution, but if we literally have these agencies of the executive that are stealing elections, that we don't just wait for the process to say, oh, well, there'll be an election 4 years from now, so if they steal the election and throw him in prison and, change voting machines and shit like that, that's okay. We have to wait 4 years to correct it. That's what I took him as his saying. I didn't think he literally meant martial law. I didn't take that. But regardless, that's just a disagreement we have. Trump should have abandoned our Kurdish brothers way sooner. One way of putting it is abandoned our Kurdish brothers. Another way of putting it is tried to escalate to World War III by leaving troops in Syria against their national sovereignty under the auspices of attacking ISIS, but really working with Islamic terror groups like al-Nusra and al-Qaeda in order to attack Assad and put pressure on Russia. But I understand the neocons are like, no, we have to stay in forever war. The neocons that say NATO's important, and we have to stay in Syria because if we leave Syria, our NATO ally Turkey that we station nuclear weapons in will commit genocide against our ally, the Kurds. Respond to Sansel about what? They say something about me?
All sorts of stuff.
Is this going to get me in trouble? I hope it's not against TOS. I'm taking a chance here. I'll believe you. I believe you, YOLO. Don't screw me, YOLO.
Pages long. Look. Let's see here. It wins my case. Except it is like highly confidential. Yeah. Laughter. Secret. This is secret information. Look. Look at this. This is secret information. Look at this. You couldn't have an easier fucking case. And then
Yeah, well, it's basically the same argument everyone's making yesterday. So, my foreign policy stance is I'm basically against our. I wouldn't call myself a complete pacifist, but I'm against our military-industrial complex and our intel agencies that have lied us into wars ever since Vietnam. I believe that the United States needs to deal with its problems back home, which there are many, before it is out trying to press military power as our military strength wanes. Because of the attempts at power projection, including invading places like Afghanistan, Vietnam, other places like that, the United States is losing its status as the global hegemon, not just militaristically, but also culturally and economically. That's how I feel about it. But anyways, what was I talking about before that? We were talking about, sort of my feelings. This is what people don't get. So I'm not just some Trump sycophant. And so that's the argument that people are going to make. They're going to be like, oh, you just love Trump. You're just defending Trump. I don't give a shit about Trump at all. Like, I don't care. The truth of the matter is, if I'm honest with you right now, and I'm talking about what would be the best case scenario for the best possible outcome of my view of what I want the country to be in 2024 for the election, I'm not going to get my dream candidate because I'm not running for president, though maybe I should. Ron Paul's not going to run again. Rand Paul probably won't run, or if they do, they wouldn't have any chance, realistically. So of the people right now that seem to have a chance, I like Vivek, but he probably doesn't have much of a chance, so it looks like it's going to be Trump or DeSantis. There are downsides to both of them. The downside to DeSantis is I think that he's trusting his advisors too much, and sort of the corporatist, old-school establishment Republicans, your Romney factions, your McConnells, etc. I think the people that back them are now in DeSantis' ear. And so the question is, will he do anything meaningful to end this corruption if he gets into office, or will he talk a big game and then get there and not really do anything? Probably the latter. That's probably, if I'm honest, I'd put that at over 50% that's what happens with DeSantis. So you'd say, well, then why not cheer for Trump? Well, the downside of Trump is we've already seen what Trump did. We already saw. Did he do anything about the corruption? No. And you could see Trump still doing the same stupid shit. He's still giving exclusive interviews to Maggie Haberman. He's still apparently talking to writers. It's like, oh, look at this secret document. He's still running his gums like he doesn't understand the depths of the swamp. He thinks I could just talk to people in the room about this, a writer, a lawyer. How does he not know that they... Listen, if you're listening, Trump, which I know you're not, but on the off shot that Trump's listening, let me be clear. Trump, the rest of your life, everyone that you know will be under a microscope in an attempt to get them on any charge to flip on you. The rest of your life. Your family, your Secret Service agents, your friends, your lawyers, all of them. Trump did not try, and if he tried, he failed. Look, I'm sympathetic to the swamp is so big. Even if he did everything right, could he have drained it? Probably not. Not completely, at least. Certainly not. But he made errors that were obvious. I'm draining the swamp by appointing John Bolton. And I argued with people like the QAnon people about how terrible Bill Barr was. I was like, this dude's there to cover up the coup that occurred against Trump. That's what his job is. The Q people said, trust the plan. Why don't you love Trump? Okay. How's that working? Where are they at today? Bill Barr's out there saying Trump should go down for this. Where are they at? What's up, Grim? Yeah, I mean, I think that Trump's biggest weakness is what he claimed was his strength, that he appoints the best people. I don't think he does. I think Trump appoints people that flatter him. And so if you want to get in Trump's orbit to sabotage him, all you got to do is talk him up like John Bolton. Oh, he's great, the man. Then you get in there and you sabotage. So I think then it's a horse apiece between, if they get into office, who would do better at draining the swamp, which is, I'm a single issue voter, corruption. So it's a horse apiece for that. So then my question is, who has a better chance to win? And I think the best chance to win is if Trump would drop out and endorse DeSantis. Because I think there's already an uphill battle with ballot harvesting, with the control of information in all of these institutions, such as the mainstream media and the intel agencies that'll be weaponized again to go after anyone that might be a threat to them. So it's already a stacked game against any meaningful populist or Republican. And I just think there's almost no chance, if there are large amounts of people that are Trump supporters that are like, we don't like DeSantis, we won't vote for him, or if there's a large amount of never Trump Republicans that are like, we just won't vote for Trump. So the best possible thing was, some of those never Trumps, many of them would vote for DeSantis. And if Trump says, I'm giving my blessing to DeSantis, I think most of his supporters would vote for DeSantis. So when they asked me last night, and you could see, like, in this debate last night, they just have no clue. They have no clue. It's cookie cutter debate. Oh, you're a Trump supporter. Trump could do no wrong. Trump could murder someone in the street and you would defend him. That's not what's occurring at all. That could be true too, Quark. That's not a bad point. So, I just think that it's not that, like, maybe for me the best case scenario would be Trump drop out. So I don't think that the idea that, I have to defend Trump through thick and thin, that's not what's going on. Now, first, as we get into this debate last night, I can't show any clips because I'm streaming on Twitch. Apologize to the Twitch audience. I totally forgot, as I was starting the stream last night, that I'm not able to stream to Twitch if there is a person on the panel who is banned from Twitch, which Destiny is, which means that I couldn't stream to Twitch. So I forgot about it until someone mentioned it, and then I ended the stream because, it's absurd that that's the sort of hoops you have to, you can't talk about the pandemic if you're on YouTube, and you couldn't talk about the election if you're on YouTube, and you can't talk to anyone who's banned on Twitch if you're on Twitch, and like the little games you have to play, it's absurd. It must be nice to just be like, some lefty establishment goon that can say whatever you want, That'd be nice, but nope. I have to deal with shadow bans and community strikes and temporary bans and demonetization, and they claim they overturned the election roll, but then I was getting, right before they did that, there were things that I was vaguely talking about the election that they were removing my videos, and instead of election denial or whatever the hell they were banning me for, they said it was for incitement to violence. Promulgating conspiracies that led to an incitement to violence. So I'm not going to test it really, because I'm assuming they could still just find a way to get around it if they really chose to. So the debate last night went exactly as I predicted, which is basically the left is going to be like, here's things that look bad on paper for Trump. That's all we want to talk about. And they expect me to go, this doesn't look bad on paper for Trump. It does look bad on paper for Trump. Now, it's not as dire as they're suggesting. For example, the Presidential Records Act may mean that he was legitimately had these records. But the more damning stuff is the obstruction stuff. Now, know this. The DOJ, the FBI hate Trump. They are corrupt. And I have no reason to believe, just because they put out an indictment, that the things contained in that indictment actually happened. They could have, but I have no reason to believe it right now. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 5,000 times. So, I don't care. But on paper, if this was, let's be honest, if this was Hillary Clinton, and there was a document saying that they subpoenaed records for her, and she was talking to someone, was like, this is secret. I could have declassified it, but I didn't. Here, I'm showing you. And there were allegations that she was telling her lawyers to move boxes so that they couldn't be found. we would be saying, that sounds like a pretty fucking big deal. Of course it is possible that the audio recording's AI generated, but I haven't heard, obviously, I wouldn't even entertain that possibility unless the Trump team tries to say something like that. I think that would be something that we would hear quite soon from the Trump team, like, dude, this is bullshit. That recording never happened. You know, Mark Meadows was in the room, or his writer. They'll all tell you, like, that didn't happen. This is horseshit. Like, something's up with that. So, if they don't say that, I don't know who Chad Smith is. Tom Green. I know who Tom Green is, but... I don't know that he's confirmed the facts of indictment, but... yeah, it's definitely something that if I hated Trump, I would say, so that's the level that they'll take. What you have to understand about me is, I always assumed Trump was a lawbreaker. Some sort of law. Doesn't mean I thought he was like a fucking rapist or anything. But I assumed he probably broke financial laws. He's a billionaire. Or campaign finance. Or mishandling of classified. Those types of laws I assumed that he probably broke. But I assumed the same of 95% of national level politicians and billionaires. I assume that about almost all of them. And I mentioned this last night, but no one listens, right? It's not about defending Trump. It's not about saying, if Hillary mishandled classified documents, Trump's now allowed to mishandle classified documents. That's not what I'm saying. Not at all. What I'm saying is, I'm less concerned with presidents or presidential candidates mishandling classified evidence and potentially obstructing justice in that attempt. That is down here on my list of concerns, whether that person be Joe Biden or Mike Pence or Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. Way down here. I'm very concerned about a politicized FBI. All of the people that gnashed their teeth and screamed, oh my God, Russia's interfering in the elections. If you took Russia and China and North Korea and Iran and even some countries that our enemies are, Saudi Arabia and Germany and Japan and the UK and Australia and Canada and Mexico, and you took them all together and had them all attempt to interfere in our elections, they couldn't do 5% of the damage that a weaponized FBI would do. Because they don't have the tools that the FBI has. For example, they can't get surveillance on candidates. They can't arrest candidates. They can't subpoena candidates. All they could do is put smears out that then the public could see. Or, I mean, I guess if you took it to... Thank you so much, Court. If you took it to a ridiculous extent, theoretically they could use violent means, which I won't get into. But so could the FBI, hypothetically. But we're just talking about misinformation and election influencing, not, physical violence. If the FBI is putting their thumb on the scale, that is a crisis of our system far more severe than anything that's been suggested about mishandling classified information by an individual. Or Russia and the Internet Research Agency having 15 trolls spending $50,000 on Pokemon Go ads. That pales in comparison. It's not even close. It's not close at all. It's way more influential in our system than problematic than disinformation online that we're told so serious that we need the FBI to be telling Twitter, maybe you should pull this down, you should do this. We need a disinformation czar because we have to protect our elections. Way more serious by an orders of magnitude. On a scale of 1 to 10, where does mishandling classified documents? Well, Sparky's sort of right. It depends on what you do with it. For example, if you take nuclear secrets home because you forgot that you put the thumb drive in your pocket, right? That's technically mishandling. If the next day you're like, oh shit, and you take it back in, technically you broke the law probably. Arguably not, but technically. But that's mishandling classified information, not a big deal. If you take those secrets with the intent and then you sell them to our adversaries, that's clearly a bigger deal. But we're talking about what Trump allegedly did and what Hillary allegedly did, 3 or 4 on a scale of 1 to 10 of severity. We're talking about the FBI being like 10 plus. If the FBI is engaged in a double standard to get people elected that they want and to stymie politicians that they don't. And that's exactly what we have. So when Destiny and Brianna and Dylan are like, and Sanso are like, look how bad Trump is. I always knew something like this would come. I'm surprised it took this long. Because if you say, here's a national level politician who happens to be a billionaire, and I assume, okay, 95% of them have committed some sort of crimes, and the most powerful investigative agency in the history of the world says, we're going to tear that person's life apart until we find something. I assume they'll find it. They'll find something. Does that mean whatever they find isn't something worth criticism? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, the problem is the selective application of the law in targeting Donald Trump and people surrounding him in every single instance since 2015, since he announced his candidacy for president. Every investigation has started off exactly what Chuck Schumer said, that the FBI was pissed, that Trump criticized them, and they were going to find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at him. Everything shows that. Yeah, I agree, Bleezers. It was fun. Mr. Banana Slice, it depends. Like, for example, even in that hypothetical situation, let's say you accidentally gave nuclear secrets because you were negligent. Like, you didn't realize that your, secretary that had these paperwork set up for you, put that file folder in there and you didn't realize it. And so then you got carjacked. And you technically mishandled that classified information. You shouldn't have had it. And the people that carjack you take those secrets and then get nuclear secrets and kill 1 billion people. Should you get the death penalty for that? I don't know. We have no idea what the documents Trump had, but neither does Trump's team. I don't know that we know that's about power plant. I will say that I don't believe the spin on this for a second that this was nuclear secrets of Trump. My God, it was so dangerous. The way that they overclassify things, I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. Maybe we'll see the documents at some point, maybe not. But until I see them, I'm not buying their spin. I just don't give a shit. Now, given that, when I'm debating these lefties, I understand Orange Man bad. They'll sacrifice anything to take down Orange Man. They will. They don't give a shit. Corrupt FBI, great. Oh, okay, yeah, take Hunter Biden, arrest him. Yeah, we don't give a shit. Hillary, sure, arrest her. And they think that, so if we're debating someone that says it's okay for Trump to do it because Hillary did it, or it's okay for Trump to do it because Biden did it, then we'll just say, fine, whatever. Get Hillary, get Biden. We don't care. Orange Man bad, fine. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm making the argument that more severe than any of that is an FBI engaged in double standards and corruption. And so, when inevitably, think about this. If my argument's right, that the FBI was like, we don't like Trump, we're going to take him down. We're going to investigate him nonstop until we find something that sticks. Investigation 1, Russiagate. All built on bullshit. It was actually Hillary and the FBI doing exactly what they accused Trump of. Complete and total bullshit. Went on for 3.5 years, was the biggest story in the country. All we heard about was Trump possibly being a stooge of Vladimir Putin, pushed by our media, pushed by our academia, pushed by people in the entertainment industry, pushed by Democratic politicians, pushed by some Republicans like John McCain, Jeff Flake, pushed by our intel agencies, our mainstream media, the people running social media. Complete, utter bullshit. The biggest political scandal in the history of this country. Watergate is the benchmark for which we say, this is corruption in an institutional level. And that's because two bumbling fools allegedly were going through papers of Nixon's opponent in a hotel. Imagine instead of two bumbling fools, it was the most powerful investigative agency in the history of the world. And instead of going through boxes of papers at a hotel, they were able to go through every document in that presidential candidate's life. That's what happened. It's Watergate times 1,000,000. That's what happened. But they don't care. They literally don't give a shit. If there was 100 investigations into Trump and 99 of them were found to be complete and utter bullshit and totally corrupt, but the 100th was like, yeah, we found you mishandled classified, they'd be like, see, that's all we want to talk about. We don't want to talk about those other 99. We don't want to talk about how what Trump did and we're saying is bad that other people have done like Hillary Clinton. We don't want to talk about any of that. That's all whataboutism. That's whataboutism. We just want to talk about what Trump did. That's it. That's all we want to talk about. And they don't understand, and they can't defend. No one will debate me on this, but they can't defend. If we accept that Trump did exactly what they're alleging, that he obstructed justice in various ways to cover up his crime, and he committed the crime of mishandling classified information, they can't argue that that hypothetically, if all of that's true, is worse than a hypothetical FBI that is spying on presidents that they don't like and lying about shit and covering up for the president candidate that they like. That's far more severe. Everyone knows it. It's not even debatable. And so they understand when the institution's on their side that they could just go, Here's a hypothetical, or an analogy. Sometimes analogies confuse things up, but let's say that I think the jaywalking laws are important. I think that they're important because if people are crossing the street in areas that they're not supposed to, it could lead to pedestrians being hit by vehicles or lead to vehicles having to, spike the brakes, which hurt people, or turn and crash into other things. So jaywalking laws are important. Not the biggest deal in the world if you jaywalk, but sure, the law should be on the book. And then you were to say to me, okay, if we only applied jaywalking laws to black people, so if you're black, we'll charge you if you jaywalk. But any white person that jaywalks will say, nope, we're not going to charge them. Am I still in favor of that? Should I say, well, it's still, the law's important. It's important. So I guess I don't want it to stop. I'll say it should apply to white people too, but I'll still advocate for right now arresting all those black people. I would say no. I would say the two-tiered system is a bigger threat. So no, Trump shouldn't be charged. Not because I have definitive proof he didn't break the law. He may not have. But because the witch hunt in investigating, because they said, there's the man, now show me the crime. And the truth is, most of these lefties don't give a shit. They don't like Trump. The institution is currently on their side. And so, they're like, that's all that matters. That's the sacred cow. That's why you could get them to be like, well, yeah, okay, go after Hunter Biden. Sure. Okay, Hillary Clinton, whatever. She should have been charged. And my question's always, okay, well, why aren't you outraged that they weren't? You don't see the problem. Now you're admitting. And that's how they try to get out of the debate, because they think, well, that's it. You say it's okay for Hillary or Trump to do it because Hillary did. So if I say, well, it wasn't okay for Hillary and she should have been charged, then that's it. No, that's not it. Because my criticism's not Hillary. My criticism is the investigators, the FBI, that let her off the hook. Thanks, John. I appreciate it. If vice versa, no doubt there would be a lot of right-wingers doing the same thing. And let's say hypothetically that's true. So don't come at me with this bullshit, both sides do it. It's so fucking stupid. Well, hypothetically, if every institution in this country was populist conservative, and they were targeting establishment lefties, the people that are establishment lefties, and they were doing so in illegal ways, hypothetically, those populist conservatives may, in fact, do the same thing these lefties. Sure, I guess. Great. And? We're nowhere near that. Also, I've spoken up against when left-wing people have been targeted by corrupt FBI, like Jill Stein, or Bernie Sanders, or Tulsi Gabbard. I don't want the FBI spying on presidential candidates. Not even those I don't like. Would there be people that would be like, sure, as long as it benefits my side? I guess. But I love that we're always talking about, we're deflecting from the corruption we see today, talking about, hypothetically, if everything was changed, then things could be different. Sure. Yeah, great. Well, yeah, that's the only way that it'll end, in the direction we're going. That's what they deserve. They deserve to be censored on social media. They deserve to be shadow banned and demonetized. They deserve to be locked up if they were at a protest that was nonviolent for years in solitary confinement. They deserve to have their names being smeared by every institution. They deserve to not be able to express their beliefs in academics. They deserve to have their candidates spied on based on opposition research paid for by conservatives. That's what they deserve. Then, oh my God, the wailing, Trump's a fascist, he's an authority. You saw James Comey say it the other day. What I'm worried about is if Trump wins, it'll be 4 years of retaliation. No shit. Remember that Ari Melber clip? The guy from MSNBC, and he was like, oh my God, if Trump buys Twitter, think of how much power he has. He could shadow ban leftist political thought on Twitter and we wouldn't even know. He could even ban politicians that are Democrats. He could do that. That would be terrible. Oh my God, God forbid they do to us what we cheered for doing to them. That would be terrible, they say. But I digress. So, that's my perspective going into the debate. In a different era, it would be, I'm arguing against the police force that is racist and only applying laws to black people, and they're saying, but didn't that black guy break the law? Why is Rob talking about the racist police? This black guy broke the law. That's whataboutism. Whataboutism, by the way, let me explain this for those that don't know. This is a tool that's used to justify their double standards and their hypocrisy. That's all it is. When they complain about whataboutism, what they're saying is, I shouldn't be held up to the standards that I want to enforce on others. That's all. That's all it is. That's it. And it doesn't work anyways, because whataboutism depends on the subject of the criticism. Right? So if I'm talking to Aircraft Sparky and I say, Sparky, you shouldn't drink more than 8 bottles of beer a day. Put down the Bud Light, Sparky. And Sparky says, well, I could do that because Mr. Banana Slice does it. No, that's whataboutism in the sense that, well, that has nothing to do with whether or not you could do that or you should do that. But if I say, the problem with this country is beer manufacturers, and someone says, but Sparky needs to stop drinking, and that's whataboutism, you talking about the beer manufacturer. Because I say, let me rephrase that. If I say the problem is people that selectively criticize drinkers, that's the problem I have. And someone says, Sparky's a drinker. And I'm like, see, this is what I'm talking about. That's selective application. That's my criticism. And they say, well, that's whataboutism. Well, no, because my very criticism is that double standard. My criticism isn't meant to say Sparky could drink 8 beers and we shouldn't criticize him. My criticism is I'm not engaging on it in that level. I'm engaging on the selective application of how that criticism's done. Yeah, Sparky, you damn Bud Light drinker. I saw it with my... No, I didn't see it. Modern DOP has no idea what they're doing, crying about beer and candy. Culture war issues are important, probably more important than political issues. In some sense. But yeah, you're right. There's many problems with the GOP. Yeah, it's because I work all the time, Keyline. So when I'm talking about the biggest threat is a corrupt FBI, right? And they're just like, well, what about Trump? Isn't what Trump did bad? I don't give a shit. I don't. Maybe. I don't believe it because the people that are indicting him have lied to us over and over again. And so, if I'm able to prove that a corrupt FBI is a bigger threat than a particular presidential candidate mishandling classified information, which I think is a pretty easy case to prove, then it is totally fair game for me to be like, okay, seeing as how that's the bigger threat, let's see if the evidence points to that double standard and corruption occurring. And their answer, what was their answer? I like Vivek probably more on face value than DeSantis, though I'd have to learn more about him, but on what he's been saying the right things, I just don't think he has a chance. Refusing to. Oh, we got a Ukraine supporter here. Good for you. Their answer to any time you show this corruption is to just say, that's whataboutism, that's a conspiracy theory. Good job, air shots. That's it. That's all they have. And then they just make excuses. I can't know everything that you're talking about. I can't know. How would I know? Fair enough. So it'll take me a couple seconds to easily confirm it. For example, double standard. Here's an easy one to start with. Apples to apples comparison. Paul Manafort was charged with FARA violations, which is important given that that's exactly what the Biden family was doing, failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. But he was charged. If you say, well, Manafort got charged, but the Bidens didn't, this is what the left will say, but it's different. They're different situations. It's different. It's different. Okay, then let's look at the indictment of Manafort. It says he committed his crime, same time, with the same people, and one of the groups he was working with was the Podesta group. Podesta group got to sign retroactive paperwork. Manafort went to prison. What was their response? Did anybody watch the debate last night to see what the response was? What was Destiny's response? He just kept laughing, going, oh, Podesta! 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 That's it! That's all they could do is meme their way through it. They didn't even say, can you show me proof of that? And I said, absolutely. Let's go to the Mueller report. Here it is in black and white. They didn't even ask for that. They're just like, this is conspiracy, it's bullshit. some of the people I saw on Destiny's video in the comment section, there was a guy that was saying, Rob seems like a decent guy, but the problem is he gets all these sources from conspiracy theory untrustworthy places, and then it allows him to weave this story. Okay, let's break down. I'm such a conspiracy theorist. Let's start with that story, the Podesta story. What were the sources that I used to show that double standard? The Mueller report. That's it. Is that a conspiracy theory source? Is that it? You could use the Mueller report when you want to talk about, it shows that Trump did bad with corruption and stuff like that. But all of a sudden, it's just conspiracy shit to literally quote from the Mueller report that Manafort committed that crime with the Podesta group. Okay, how about that? So, clear double standard. Clear. Oh, but what about you saying that Hunter Biden lobbied? Yeah, that's from literal emails that Freedom of Information Act requests have come from the Obama administration State Department and the lawyers for Burisma. I can't use those? That's conspiracy theory? To show that they were meeting? I can't use the emails that have been released between the executives at Burisma talking to Devin Archer, who is John Kerry's son, and Hunter Biden, saying we need you to talk to people and see what you could do in the United States to try to clear up our name. I can't point to that. That's conspiracy theory. That's clear FARA violations. That's them lobbying for the behest of a foreign group. Not only that, a group that we consider, that the Obama administration at the time considered corrupt. A pro-Russian adversarial group that they were lobbying for in the United States without registering as a lobbyist. That's it. What was the source I used? The actual emails that prove it from Freedom of Information. But that's a crazy conspiracy theory. How about the Hillary Clinton server stuff? What was the crazy conspiracy theory site that I used for it? The IG report. The FBI's own testimony. The point, Keyline, isn't whether or not they should all be charged or all be let go. It's not like if they were like, okay, we'll charge Hillary now. Because that clearly doesn't... They've already interfered in our system, in our elections, since 2016. So just now saying, okay, we'll let Trump go, that makes it all better. That's bullshit. The point is to point out that the biggest threat is a corrupt FBI, and I feel it should be disbanded. It won't change until the people that did this are held accountable criminally. So they just keep saying, this is just Rob weaving crazy conspiracy theory shits. Now, Connor made a criticism that might be legitimate. Maybe for a general audience, I use too many specifics. Maybe that's true. Maybe when I'm like, well, Paul Combetta, the IT guy that deleted subpoenaed evidence. But the reason that I use those specifics is to point out in each specific situation why it's not a conspiracy theory. Well, technically, anyone that believes the Trump indictment is a conspiracy theorist because they're being charged with conspiracy, and that's their theory that they committed it. But the idea that this is somehow pejorative in the sense of these are provable facts that we could see. They just hand wave and say, conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory. It's different, it's different, it's different. So maybe I need to work on how to sell some of these stories. And I understand that'll be clipped out of context. Oh, Rob's trying to convince people of stories and bullshit. No, I mean how to sell the truth from these stories that we have directly from the mouths of the IG, the FBI, etc. Maybe I need to do a better job. But they literally, they keep saying, how would we know all of this stuff? Well, for example, Destiny and his audience accuses me of always bringing this stuff up. If you're so concerned about the integrity of our elections, wouldn't you have looked into some of this? And you could see they don't want to look into it. They don't want to know because it's the same reason. The reason that you were censored on YouTube and other places for questioning the origin of the lab leak, which by the way, another report has came out saying that it most likely came from a lab, this time from the Sun in the UK, which had access to, they had medical professionals looking at things, scientists, access to classified documents. That's a show maybe tomorrow. Thanks, C. Right, when Destiny said I should just kill myself. Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a bad take for Destiny. He looked bad. But, they weren't afraid that you were saying disinformation. They're afraid that you were saying the truth. That's why they censored you. And that's why Destiny and them and Brianna and Dylan and all the lefties, that's why they don't want to hear about it and they just say conspiracy theory. It's not because they think that you're lying. It's because they're worried that you're right. And so if they had to look into it and try to be objective, they would be like, oh, shit. So it's better to just be like, it must all be bullshit. It must be. And the irony is, it's like, Scott Adams talks about this a lot, the two movies, two different people with different ideologies could watch the same movie and they basically see two different movies. If you go to Destiny's chat, they're just like, Rob kept bringing up bullshit conspiracies with no proof. One side had sources and facts, and the other side just had conspiracy theory bullshit. Name a source that they cited. Where was one? I continually read from the IG report, was quoting directly from the Durham report, quoting from the Mueller report. What were their sources? But Destiny's audience is like, yeah. Other arguments that they made. This is an argument that I love hearing. Destiny's argument is, but if they're corrupt, if the FBI is corrupt, then wouldn't they just enslave every person ever that ever criticized them? Wouldn't they just steal every election everywhere? Just to point out how stupid this line of questioning, I could say, hey, do you think that Trump was corrupt in his handling of classified information? And they would say, yes, I do think that. I'm like, okay, well, if he's corrupt, why didn't he just arrest everyone that disagreed with him? There you go. The fact that he didn't proves he's not corrupt. See how fucking dumb that sounds? Wound licking. Are you watching Destiny stream? Is that what he's doing? No, telling my audience how last night's debate perfectly epitomized how the left cheers for this corruption. That's not wound licking. If you'd like to come on and tell me how terrible I did, feel free. You could come on and call in. Right, Doodler? No problem, right? I'm just licking my wounds. It's clear that I was massively outclassed last night. Right? That's all they did. They meme their way through. They call you names. They say you're a conspiracy theorist. And then every time you bring up specifics, they're like, I'm not engaging with that. Or they make some stupid claim, right? Here's another appeal to authority they have. Well, if this is true, then why didn't Republicans... James Comey's a Republican. Chris Wray was appointed by Trump. When Trump was there, he would have arrested everyone if this corruption occurred. It's so ridiculous. It's not left versus right. It's establishment versus people seen as potential outsiders. They're not going to go after Lindsey Graham because he's establishment. And if they go after Nancy Pelosi, for example, then the Democrats might say, well, now the game's off. Then we're going to go after establishment Republicans. But as long as they got this little club where they have the hegemony over our governmental systems, all they want is to keep potential outsiders. They don't want a Jill Stein. They don't want a Tulsi Gabbard. They don't want a Donald Trump. And that doesn't mean that all those people would be good. That's not what I'm saying. Oh, I'm sorry, Doodler. I misread you, man. I'm so sorry. I was being a dick there. My bad. I would have liked someone to call in and thought that I lost. I would enjoy that thoroughly. The best they have, believe it or not, is Pisco. But Pisco will at least try to engage on each specific thing I say, but it would always come down to him that the double standards and everything, well, prosecutorial discretion. That's what it always comes down. It just always happens to go the same way. And then they're forced to make these absurd arguments like, well, Hillary never saw the classified information. Yes, she did. And she claimed that she didn't know the classification. A career politician and lawyer didn't know the classification markers were classification markers. She thought they were alphabetical. Well, the FBI said that was okay. They didn't charge her, so that proves she didn't do anything. Yeah, peace goes unbearable and he's a hack, but at least he tries to address the specifics. Another great moment in the debate was another point that they bring up all the time, right? Now, think of how absurd this point is. Given what we know about the leadership of the FBI, what we know about Christopher Wray and James Comey and Rod Rosenstein and Andy McCabe and Peter Strzok and Kevin Kleinsmith, the handful of 7 or 8 people that were running both the investigation into Hillary and the investigation into Trump. Given what we know, talking about, hashtag resist, Kevin Kleinsmith did. We need an insurance policy to stop Trump, Peter Strzok. James Comey all but admitting, even out of the get-go, that he didn't like Trump and he supported Hillary and wearing Biden-Harris shirts in 2020. And, McCabe, was it McCabe that allegedly recommended recording Trump to get him ousted with whatever the amendment is? I forget the name of that amendment, or the number of that amendment all the time. To actually have the chutzpah to be like, actually, the FBI was in the bag for Trump. That's why they announced the investigation into Hillary, the second one, 10 days before the election. Are you kidding me? So, of course, that's the one thing that the left saw. Well, didn't the FBI possibly screw over Hillary? Depends on how you look at it, possibly. But they were doing it because they thought they were helping her and helping themselves. And the only reason they had to reopen the investigation was because a whistleblower was announcing to agencies outside the FBI that they were aware that there were these emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop and they were basically refusing to look into it. As soon as I started to bring it up, I was like, Dylan's like, why would they reopen that? And I was like, well, because they were sitting on that evidence and a whistleblower. And Destiny starts going, like belly laughing. It's right in the IG report. Don't believe me? I'm just a conspiracy theorist. I'm getting all my information from Newsmax. Here's the IG report. Discovery in September 2016 of emails on Weiner's laptop. Weiner. Discovery of emails by the FBI's New York field office. In September 2016, FBI's New York office and the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York began investigating former Congressman Weiner for his online relationship with a minor. Federal search warrant was obtained September 26 for his iPad, iPhone, and laptop. The FBI obtained these devices the same day. The search warrant authorized the government to search for evidence relating to the following crimes: transmitting of obscene material to a minor, sexual exploitation of children, and activities related to child pornography. The Weiner case agent told the OIG, the Inspector General, that he began processing Weiner's devices on September 26, and that he noticed within hours there were over 300,000 emails on the laptop. He said that either that evening or the next morning, he saw at least one BlackBerry PIN message between Clinton and Abedin, as well as emails between them. He said that he recalled seeing emails associated with about 7 domains, such as yahoo.com, state.gov, clintonfoundation.org, clintonemail.com, and hillaryclinton.com. The case agent immediately notified his NYO chain of command, and the information was ultimately debriefed to the NYO Assistant Director in Charge, William Sweeney, on September 28th. Reporting of the emails to headquarters. As we describe in Chapter 9 of our report, Sweeney took the following steps to notify FBI headquarters about the discovery of the mid-year related emails on the Weiner laptop. On September 28th, during a secure video teleconference, Sweeney reported that Weiner investigation agents had discovered 141,000 emails on Weiner's laptop that were potentially relevant to the mid-year investigation, the investigation into Hillary. The OIG, again the Inspector General, was determined that the SVTC was led by the Deputy Director Andy McCabe, and that likely approximately 39 senior FBI executives likely would have participated. That means that McCabe, the Deputy Director, basically the second in charge, and 39 other FBI executives saw this video conference. Comey wasn't there. Sweeney said he spoke to McCabe again on the evening of September 28th. Sweeney said that during his call, he informed McCabe that the New York office personnel conducted processing, and now they had identified 347,000 emails on the laptop. Sweeney also said that he called 2 FBI executive assistant directors on September 28th and informed them that the Weiner case had discovered emails related to midyear. One of the assistant directors told the inspector general that he called McCabe, and that McCabe told the assistant director that he was aware of the emails. The assistant director told us that there was no doubt in my mind when we finished that conversation that McCabe understood the gravity of what the find was. So this is top brass at the FBI, all but Comey at this point, directly knowledgeable about the emails on this laptop. Sweeney also said he spoke to the FBI Assistant Director Bill Priestep on September 28th and 29th. Emails indicate during their conversation on the 29th, they discussed the limited scope warrant of the Weiner warrant. God, that guy's name being Weiner is just great. The initial response to the FBI, McCabe told the Inspector General he considered the information provided by Sweeney to be a big deal and said he instructed Priestep to send a team to New York to review the emails on the laptop. McCabe told the Inspector General he recalled talking to Comey about the issue right around the same time that McCabe found out about it, so around September 28th. McCabe described it as a flyby, where the laptop was a list of one of the things that we discussed. Comey said that he recalled first learning about the emails on the laptop at some point in October 2016, early October. Although he said it was possible it could have occurred in late September. That would have got Flynn charged, right? When Flynn said, I don't remember, it could have recalled, that was considered a lie that was worth charging him. But Comey, no problem. Comey told the Inspector General this information didn't index with him, which he attributed to the way that the information was presented to them. I don't know at the time that Weiner was married to Huma Abedin. So it just didn't register with me. Sure. Text message to the FBI Assistant Director Priestep indicate that he, McCabe, and Priestep discussed the Weiner laptop on September 28th. Strzok said that he had initially planned to send a team to New York to review. Strzok, by the way, is the agent that was in charge of this investigation, the same one that had an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump. But a conference call with the New York office was scheduled instead. The conference call took place on September 29th. 5 members of the FBI mid-year team participated. So it's indisputable that everyone from McComey to McCabe to Peter Strzok to 39 FBI agents that were top-level agents to the top brass at the FBI, all of them knew by September 30th that this had relevant emails to the Hillary Clinton investigation. Notes from the conference call indicate participants discussed the presence of a large volume of emails on the laptop and specific domain names. The mid-year said that the New York office also mentioned seeing a BlackBerry. Additional discussions took place October 3rd and 4th. However, after October 1st, we found no evidence that anyone associated with the mid-year investigation, including the entire leadership at the FBI, took any action on the laptop until the week of October 24th, and did so only after the Weiner case agent expressed concerns to the Southern District of New York, prompting the Southern District of New York to contact the Office of the Deputy Attorney General on October 21st to raise concerns about the action. You get that? Did you get what that just said? So they all knew in September, oh boy, this is a big deal. We need to investigate this. And then all of a sudden, all of October, they stopped. And the only reason they started up, according to the Inspector General, is because Sweeney went to the Southern District of New York outside of the FBI and was like, look, you have this investigation into Anthony Weiner that's not related to the emails and stuff, the Hillary Clinton investigation, but there are emails there that are related to that, and I can't get any top brass at the FBI to respond. Let's continue. This is what Destiny laughed at. Ah, that's ridiculous. Rob's a conspiracy theorist. On Friday, October 21st, Southern District of New York Attorney June Kim contacted the Attorney General and was put in touch with the George Toscas, the most senior career department official in the mid-year investigation. Thereafter, at Tosca's request, one of the mid-year prosecutors called Peter Strzok. This was the first conversation the FBI had with prosecutors about the laptop. Tosca said he asked McCabe about the laptop on Monday, October 24th, after a routine meeting by FBI leadership. McCabe told us that this interaction with Toscas caused him to follow up with the mid-year team about what the laptop and the McCord issue. On October 26th, the New York office of the FBI, the Southern District of New York, the mid-year team members participated in a conference call. The FBI told the OIG they learned the important new information in this call, particularly one, that there was a large volume of emails on the laptop. Second, the presence of the BlackBerry data indicated that the emails from Clinton's 3 months as Secretary of State could be present on the laptop. However, as we described above in Section 9, these basic facts were known to the FBI on September 9th, 2016. So this is a month later. Remember, the election's the second Tuesday in November. So now we're right up to a week or so before the election, 10 days before the election. They've known about this for a month. And now, because of this whistleblower, oh shit, now we have to talk about it. The FBI mid-year team briefed McCabe about the information in the conference call on the evening of October 26. McCabe told us he felt the situation was absolutely urgent and proposed that the mid-year team meet with Comey the following day. On the 27th at 5:20 a.m., McCabe emailed Comey stating the mid-year team had crossed additional actions they believe they need to take and recommending that they meet that day to discuss the implication. If you have any space on your calendar, Comey stated he did not know that this email was out when he received it, and he did not initially recall that he had been previously notified by the Weiner laptop. We found that by no later than September 29th, FBI executives and the FBI mid-year team had learned virtually every fact that was cited by the FBI in late October as justification for obtaining the search warrant, including that the laptop contained 340,000 emails with Clinton's domains, numerous emails between Clinton and Aberdeen, unknown number of BlackBerry communications between Clinton's tenure, emails dating beginning in 2017 and covering the entire period of Clinton's tenure as Secretary of State. As we described in Chapter 9, the explanations we were given to the FBI's failure to take immediate action on the Weiner laptop fell into 4 general categories. 1, the mid-year team was waiting for additional information about the contents of the laptop office, which wasn't provided. Second, the mid-year team could not review the emails without a legal authority, such as consent or a search warrant. 3, the FBI mid-year team and senior FBI officials did not believe the information was significant. Or 4, key members of the FBI mid-year team had been reassigned to the investigation of Russia interference, which was deemed a higher priority, which, by the way, this IG report says that they can't say that the prioritizing of Russia, we'll get to that, prioritizing of Russia wasn't for political reasons. We found these explanations to be unpersuasive justifications for not acting sooner. Given the FBI leadership's conclusion about the importance of the information, the FBI mid-year team had sufficient information to take action in early October and knew at the time it would need a new search warrant to review the emails. Moreover, given the FBI's extensive resources, the fact that Strzok and several other FBI members of the mid-year team had been assigned to the Russia investigation, which was extremely active during September-October period, was not an excuse for failure to take action on this laptop. The FBI's failure to act in late September or early October is even less justifiable when contrasted with the attention and resources the FBI management and some other members of the mid-year team dedicated to other activities in connection with the mid-year investigation, as detailed in Chapter 8, than a bunch of other stuff. In assessing the decision to prioritize Russia over the following mid-year related investigation-led discovery to the Weiner laptop, we were particularly concerned about text messages sent by Strzok and Page that potentially indicated or created the appearance that the investigative decisions they made were impacted by bias or improper considerations. Most of the text messages raising such questions pertain to the Russia investigation, and the implication in some of these text messages, particularly Strzok's August 8th text message, "will stop Trump from being elected," was that Strzok might be willing to take official action to impact the candidate's electoral process. Under these circumstances, we did not have confidence that Strzok's decision to prioritize Russia over the mid-year related investigation on the laptop was free from bias. The FBI's inaction had potentially far-reaching consequences. Comey told the OIG that had he known about the laptop in the beginning of October, thought the email review could have been completed before the election, and may have affected his decision to notify Congress. Comey told the IG, "I don't know if we would have put us in a different place, but I would have wanted the opportunity." Here's why Comey said that he reopened the investigation. His belief that failure to disclose the existence of the emails would be an act of concealment. The belief that Comey had an obligation to update Congress because the discovery was potentially significant and made his prior testimony that investigation was closed no longer true. An implicit assumption that Clinton would be elected president. Fear that the information would leak if the FBI failed to disclose it. Concern that failing to disclose would result in accusations the FBI had engineered a cover-up to help get Hillary elected. Concerns about protecting the reputation of the FBI. Concerns about the perceived illegitimacy of the Clinton presidency that would follow from a failure to disclose discovery of emails that proved to be significant. Concerns about the electoral impact of the announcement, and the belief that the email review could not be completed before the election. Everything I said to Destiny and to Dylan completely vindicated in the IG report, and they literally belly laughed at it. You're saying that the only reason they reopened it was because a whistleblower came to them and Comey thought that Hillary was going to win and didn't want this to be an albatross around her. Well, that's what the IG report says. But I'm just a conspiracy theorist. I saw Pisco was in Destiny's chat saying, Rob lies. Remember, Destiny, Rob lies. He lies. Tell him to provide the source. There you go, Pisco. Big belly laugh, right? Every one of these issues. The double standard is blatant. It is blatant. And they don't give a shit. They don't care. Now, Brianna Wu and me had some Twitter and apparently, let me be clear here. And I know my audience isn't going to hear this. Personally, as human beings, I don't particularly hate Dylan or Destiny. I don't know Brianna. I don't know. I'm not here begrudging people lose their channels or bad things happen to them in real life. That's not what I do. I think they're hacks. Nonetheless, I digress. But I didn't think Brianna, I thought she came across as incredibly bad faith, even amongst that crowd. Just saying conspiracy theories, super condescending right from the get-go. It's time to stop being children and abandon Trump. It's time. Stop being children. Fuck you. That's what she said. Time to stop being children. Is Brianna trans? I didn't know that. I don't care anyways. Anywho. It doesn't matter. But Brianna has a big following for whatever reason. She does have a low, but I have a squeaky high pitched voice, so I can say that about a lot of ladies. It's not a derogative statement to them. It always amazes me how many followers a lot of these lefties have. Good for them, But she's got a lot. She's got over 100,000 followers on Twitter. So she puts this tweet up today, and it says, I spent 2 hours on a panel listening to Republicans screaming Hillary Clinton conspiracy theories at me. Y'all better fucking vote in 2024 because these people are nuts. Almost 300,000 views. Almost 12,000 likes on that tweet. So I responded to her. I said, it's sad that you claim to care about the rule of law, yet completely dismiss verifiable wrongdoing and double standards by the FBI as a conspiracy theory. You have nothing to say on the facts, so now you're just coping. And she responds, me trying to navigate the tsunami of conservative victimhood you were spewing. Sorry it triggered you to say this indictment is the chance for you conservatives to stop acting like children. It seemed to get you super emotional. I did bring up that she said that, but not because I was like, oh my God, how dare you. I brought it up because she said, oh, it's a shame. We could have had a civil discussion. That's what she said at the end of the debate in her closing statements. I wish we had a more civil discussion. She literally started the debate off in our opening statement, or maybe it was the statement right after the opening, but she was the first person to speak and was like, children, these Republicans are children. Okay. I'm not going to sit here, and I said it at the end, I said, if you want to get dirty and do that type of shit, I'm fine with that. I'm not going to sit here and be like, how dare you? I'll be like, fuck you, you're bad faith, you're a sack of shit. Call me names, I'll call you names. I'm not getting personal, I'm not. And I think people thought when I said she was if you're getting in the mud with the pigs and she's a pig, I didn't mean that to criticize her looks. I meant pig as in the people that are rolling in the mud, slinging shit, slinging mud. She's certainly that. She's super condescending from the get-go. So she's now like, oh, sorry you were so upset that I called you a child. I wasn't. I was just pointing out that your claim that you wanted a civil conversation, and so you'll see that's what I respond. I said, you were the one crying you wanted a civil conversation? I just pointed out that was belied by the fact you spoke first and started with name-calling. You can't rebut any of the instances of FBI corruption I gave, so you just yell conspiracy theory because you like the corruption as it benefits your side. Now notice, I never brought up, both times that I've addressed her, I wasn't the one bringing up the name calling. I was just saying, you just shout conspiracy theory because you don't have facts. You're just coping. You don't give a shit. And she's like, oh, you're mad because I called you a child. No, I only brought up you called me a child in the debate because you claimed you wanted a civil conversation. Then she proceeds, sorry you were triggered. If you took the statement about someone acting like a child to refer to you personally, seems like some self-awareness kicking in, like a half-dead flashlight you pulled from your drawer flickering on. And I just respond, her quote, I just wanted a civil conversation and sadly didn't get it. Also her quote, LOL, you're triggered. I started off calling all the conservatives children. Not only can't you argue the substance of the issues, you can't even feign civility properly. She says, since all you're doing is repeating because you're a bad faith conspiracy theory hack, I will too. If you take a statement about people acting like children personally, it's because you know something about yourself. Sorry it triggered you. Do I sound triggered now? Did I sound triggered in these posts? Did I sound triggered about it last night? I don't give a shit that she called me a child. I give a shit that she's saying, I just want a civil discussion. And she starts off with name calling. So then I put this little meme up, a little soy jack. I was proud that I created this. It's a shame that it wasn't a civil conversation. And then Chad says, then you should have started off the conversation with name calling. Oh my God, you're so triggered I called you a name. You're such a snowflake. Which she responds, got the conservative debate coach in the house, y'all. Cutting edge memes. I'm going to enjoy my Sunday. Please enjoy your conservative victimhood fantasy multiplex. Maybe in your parts you could act that way, but in the real South, we're made of tougher stuff. So not only is Brianna Wu just totally outclassed and out of her depth when it comes to the specifics of double standards at the FBI, but it's made more egregious by the fact she claims to care about rule of law and then refuses to look at any potential double standards or corruption whatsoever, and instead just hand waves and says, that's conspiracy theory. That's conspiracy theory. But even more ridiculous than that is, she claims to lament that she can't have civil conversations with people like me, and yet she starts the conversation out with name calling. I didn't get triggered. I didn't yell about the name calling. I just said, look, you can't handle the actual truth of what's going on at the FBI. And you said you wanted a civil conversation. That's not true. You were calling names. And she's like, oh, triggered. You're triggered. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm saying you're an idiot. I don't mind that you called names. I don't give a shit. But you can't say, I just want to, it's too bad that my opponents wouldn't be civil. It's nonsense. Now, I'm missing this, but I think Keyline's saying, let's see, I'll go up here. Frankly, I'm happy it's being investigated and hope it's done thoroughly and they come to a fair conclusion. I'm hoping for an outcome because, right, and that's exactly what lefty shills like Keyline will say. Well, yeah, and you saw that, like, they always tried to do this. Hey, let's let bygones be bygones. The past is the past. Maybe they should have indicted Hillary. Maybe they shouldn't have. Maybe the entire Russiagate stuff that we talked about for 4 years being the most important thing in the world, and it turns out that the FBI lied and spied on the President of the United States and hampered his administration for 3 years, and the Democrats went on national TV and leaked to the media and said that they had proof that Trump was a stooge of Vladimir Putin, and it led to 2 impeachments and all this stuff and never-ending investigation. Maybe that was all bullshit and corrupt. But the past is the past. That's the past. I'm just happy today they're looking into Trump. And I'm not saying I hope that he's guilty or innocent. I'm just saying now it's time to have these serious investigations into Trump. That's it. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they should. This is exactly what my criticism of all those people in the panel. And you can see even someone like Keyline trying to say, I'm not cheering for an outcome. I'm just happy it's being investigated. Oh, see? And there he takes the next step. Oh, no, they should go after Hillary and Obama, too. Has no problem. Doesn't say, I wonder why the FBI, I think that they should have gone after Hillary and Obama, and they didn't. But oh well, that's where my analysis stops. He doesn't say, well, geez, that's odd. The FBI didn't go after them, but they did Trump. But still, I'm happy they're going after Trump. Instead of saying, well, geez, the bigger threat is a double standard at the FBI that chooses whose life they could ruin and chooses which political candidate they'll support and ensures that they'll be prosecuted or win or whatever they want to do. That's the real problem. That's the real threat. More of a threat than anything that Trump or Hillary or Biden did with classified documents. But he doesn't give a shit. He just deflects, just like I said they would. Literally happening in real time, as I told you, that's what they do. That's what every one of these lefties do. They sound so reasonable. Hashtag believe all women. Really? What about Juanita Broaddrick? Yeah, you're right. They should have done something about Bill Clinton. They should have. Oh, well, now trying to have Kavanaugh resign. Oh, well. Sorry, we should have done something in the past. It's always like that, isn't it? Once it's no longer politically a threat to them, they're like, yeah, things could have been done different. But now, always how they'll do it. Always. The Navy vegan, was that the guy that took the subway shot? I'm not banning you yet. No, I said you don't care about the corrupt FBI and the fact that they didn't prosecute Hillary. I wonder if Aftershock is Aftershock. I don't know. There are too many people in the debate panels. I like Phil KOE, but he was stepping on my toes. Not because he's a bad person or was making bad arguments. It's just we had 2 different types of arguments that we were making. I don't know how I could make it clearer than that. Another thing that I wanted to make clear, right? Like, again, I don't, and you could say what you want about me. They could say whatever they want. You're a rabid anti-Hillary. I don't like Hillary at all. Probably there's legitimate crimes that Hillary's committed through the Clinton Foundation, through her tenure as Secretary of State. I didn't really find her mishandling of classified information to be something that necessarily should have been charged. Because I think that it's something that almost everyone with a intel clearance does. At least at the high level. I wouldn't mind if they charged them all. I don't give a shit. In fact, that's good for me. Fuck it. That's 80% of the politicians gone. I think most of them suck. Great. Sure, you might get a couple I like, but hey, net good for me. Clean the swamp. There you go. Fine. Same with FARA violations. Good deal. Rack them up. I don't care. I just want an even standard. That's it. The problem with Hillary and the emails, it certainly should have been investigated. And my belief is the reason she had a private server was to conceal information that she didn't want getting out to people that had oversight of it, like those in Congress or Freedom of Information Act requests. That's why I believe she did it. But I can't prove that. And I think that they should have excoriated her. The big problem, though, with the Hillary emails is the destruction of the subpoenaed evidence. That's literally a crime that's cut and dry. You can't have oversight subpoena evidence and say, now fuck you, we're deleting it. You can't do that. And the same is true of Trump. If it's true that Trump, and they didn't have quotes from this, right? It wasn't like they just alleged this. But if it's true that Trump was like, get rid of these documents that they're asking for, blah, 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 blah. That's fucked up. That's more of a serious deal to me. We'll see if they can prove it. Debate a lefty streamer named Casey Lee IRL. Sure. Give him my info. I'll debate him. Or her. I don't know. Yeah, if true. Can you prove it's true? You just taking the FBI's word for it? Or you're agreeing with me, if true, right? I'm not taking their word. So that's the question I have. And the more important question is the double standard. Why did the FBI and the intel agencies decide we're going to go after Trump and all of his people and charge them with conspiracy and all this shit, but with Hillary's people, we're not going to do that? Why did that occur? And so I kept getting interrupted, but let me make this as clear as possible that I was trying to make yesterday. Allegedly what happened, and we pretty much know this to be true, NARA, the Presidential Records Act, requested that Trump send documents back. Later it was the DOJ. Please send the documents back. When it came to the FBI, Congress, the investigations into Hillary, initially, they weren't subpoenaing a lot of stuff. They were like, please send the information. So in both cases, they asked for voluntary consent. In both cases, they weren't getting it. And so they issued subpoenas in both the Hillary email investigation and the Trump documents cases. So now they've issued subpoenas. Now at this point, in the Trump investigation, they have reason to believe that obstruction's going on, that they're not going to get back all the documents that they've subpoenaed. And therefore, they make the step of saying, we are going to raid this house, we are going to get a grand jury impaneled, we're going to violate attorney-client privilege, we're going to get access to communications, text messages, cell phones, etc. Now, in the Hillary side, first voluntary, then subpoena, then they saw that there was obstruction. Did they do that? Did they say, oh, okay, now we're going to get grand jury, we're going to charge low-level people, the guy who committed this obvious crime? No, they did the exact opposite. Oh, it's Navy v. Egan. I thought you typed Navy vegan. What an idiot. I don't know the specifics of that case. It's funny. What an idiot. That to me is the most important thing to look at here. We've been gaslit by liars that cheer on corruption from the left over and over. And they could talk about, oh, it's impossible, that we got to trust law enforcement and blah, 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 blah. And the FBI, they said that the reason they took these actions were blah, 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 and they justified it by saying this, that, and the other, and so that's all good. What's up, Phil? How you doing, man? Yeah, we did drop stunners all night. It was good. It really was. I thought we dominated the debate. Every person with a minimal understanding of how investigations go know that 99% of the time what you do is this. You want to get some top dog of an organization, a criminal syndicate. You want to go after who you think's a corrupt CEO of a company. What do? Let's use that example. You think that company, Knorr Incorporated is corrupt, and I'm the CEO of Knorr Incorporated. I'm corrupt, and you want to bring me down. How would you go about it? There is a VOD. You can go. I'll put the link up to the debate from my Rumble. So you can go to Rumble and watch it. But what would you do? If I'm corrupt, if my company's corrupt, you want to go after the corrupt CEO, what are some steps that you would take? Now, you know, as CEO, I've probably insulated myself. Right? It's going to be hard. So what would you do? Does anyone have any suggestion? I know, right out of the gate, I know what I would say immediately. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it. Here's what I would do. I would say, okay, pay the board of directors to vote me out. I would say, let's see if there's provable crimes we could see that were committed by other people in the organization. If we can't prove anything right now about the CEO, let's see if anyone else committed a provable crime. Oh, there's a low-level guy that did. We're going to charge him with that crime unless he decides that he wants to cooperate with us. Hate for Trump's a big reason, and because it's defending their side. Yeah, you flip the lower employees. That's what you would do. What you wouldn't do is this. See provable crimes from those lower employees and be like, okay, we got them. So now we just have to put the pressure on them to see if higher-ups ordered these crimes. What you wouldn't do is walk in there. I thought if I had any editing skills, I was going to do a video. Imagine this. FBI guy walks in, Yeah. Thank you. Please have a seat. We have you here committing this crime. You deleted subpoenaed evidence. We have you. And we also think that you're lying to the FBI. By the way, this is what they said to Paul Combetta. We think you're lying to the FBI. Deleted subpoenaed evidence. And so here's what we're going to do. You have total immunity. Would you like to say anything about who told you to do this? Whispering with their lawyer. Yeah! Total immunity? Sure. I did it all myself. No one told me. All right. But we noticed that you met with Hillary's top lawyer, Cheryl Mills, 2 days before these deletions. Can you tell us what you discussed in that meeting? Talking to his lawyer. I don't remember what I discussed. All right, that's good enough for us. We believe it. Sorry, no case against Hillary. And unfortunately, we gave this guy immunity for his obvious crime of deleting subpoenaed evidence. So that's it. Open and shut. Nothing to charge here. Everyone with half a brain knows that's bullshit. Well, I debated Peace Corps. Well, the reason they did it, if you read the IG report, they said they were afraid that they just didn't know if they were going to be able to prove that it was this specific guy that deleted the server. They didn't know if they'd be able to prove. Granted, only 2 people had access to the server, but the most powerful investigative agency in the history, they just couldn't figure it out. And they weren't about to issue subpoenas for their communications and things like that and try to get to the bottom of it. They weren't going to do that. And they did think that he was lying, but they didn't know if they could absolutely prove. And they were worried that if they charged him, that he would lawyer up and just plead the fifth, and then they'd never be able to figure anything out. So they decided the best thing to do was just give him immunity and see what he had to say. And then when he said, I did it all myself because I had an oh shit moment that I remembered a conversation from 6 months ago, but I can't recall what the conversation I had with Cheryl Mills was 2 days before the deletion. They were like, okay. Sounds good. Now, by the way, Pisco and those defending that he just forgot what that conversation right before he deleted the emails with Cheryl Mills was about. Those are the same people that told you that when General Flynn said, I don't recall if I had this conversation with Kislyak, but it could have happened. They said, bullshit. He recalled. That's the lie. He lied because he did recall. But when it comes to combat, isn't that convenient? Every time it comes to someone on the left that they like, oh, that's different. Them saying I don't recall is not a crime. That's not evidence of a lie. Why did the FBI, so very similar situation. Thanks so much, one cool boys. Very similar situation. Low-level guy, in the Hillary team committed a known crime. FBI gives immunity. He says, I did it all on my own. Close the case. Low-level guy allegedly committed this crime with Trump and this guy Nada. Why didn't the FBI just say, okay, instead of subpoenaing cell phone records and communications and compelling lawyers to violate attorney-client privilege, instead of all that, we didn't do any of that with the Hillary case. So instead of all that, here's what we'll do instead of that. We'll give you immunity. How about that? We'll give you immunity, Nada. What do you think Nada would have said? Probably a good chance he would have said, oh, yeah, I took all these actions myself. Case closed. Right? Huh. It's almost like the left would know, well, that's not a good way to investigate. That's shit. We're just going to take this dude's word for it? And they'd be right. That is shit. Thank you so much, Bandit. I really appreciate the sub. That is shit. It absolutely is. And when you hear people talking about, I've seen several people talking about this, prominent left-wing people saying, the real threat to Trump's Nada, if they could get Nada to flip, it's going to be an open and shut case. If Nada publicly admits, yes, Trump told me to try to conceal these records, that's open and shut. Huh. It's almost like they know that putting pressure on Nada in hopes that he flips is key to finally trying to be able to charge Trump. In fact, they've known that. That's what they said about Papadopoulos. That's what they said about Michael Cohen. They've known all along. Oh, well, Michael Cohen, Trump's former lawyer, he's going to flip. We'll charge him with these crimes. We'll charge him, and then we'll get him to flip. It's almost like they know. But not in the Hillary investigation. The FBI said that wouldn't be a good strategy here. The FBI said they had to give everyone immunity and then ask them. And oh, what do you know? They just said, we did it all on our own. Mayweather's fighting John Gotti the third time. Wow. Yeah, Casey, you want to discuss it now? I probably have till 11 o'clock. Let me pull my Discord up. I'll put the link. You might have to click like... Oh, okay, you're in the waiting room. Never mind. Let me check my settings on Discord real quick. I'm not going to do video if you don't mind, Casey, but... Can you hear me, Casey?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You hear me?
Yep. Thanks for coming on.
Good. I assume you think that... Are you saying that that there's some sort of a double standard here with the indictment?
Yeah, that's a fair criticism. My take is, more than any specific politician or presidential candidate mishandling classified information or even attempting to obstruct justice, a bigger threat to the country would be a bias or corrupt or double standard investigative agency such as the FBI that is selectively enforcing these rules for one side and not the other.
But do you agree that Trump committed these crimes? I gotta say, looking over the indictment, it seems pretty open and shut.
I don't think it does seem open and shut because we haven't seen what the retort will be. If Trump committed... let me just because you've been reasonable, right? No name calling or anything. I'll say this, right? So far, right? I'll say this. It doesn't look good. There are things... And the problem is, like, technically... just like with Hillary Clinton or anyone, the mere act that you mishandled classified information technically makes you guilty of these crimes, right? And further than that, I think the obstruction charge is more serious. If Trump literally told the people surrounding him, I want you to hide these documents, then yeah, that's pretty bad. But there's no proof of that. That's just the only actual recording that we have that's from Trump's own words is this idea that he showed classified information that he admitted wasn't classified to a writer, which is incredibly fucking stupid. And it sounds bad, it really does. But we don't know exactly what the details of that is. Like when he says this is secret, did he mean it's classified secret or it's just something that no one really talked about? Does it mean that he showed them, like he was like, look at this, and he had them actually look at the document, or he just flapped the document? Was that document actually secret, or was he just bragging? I don't know. But if it really was a classified material, and he really did fucking show it, and they were looking at material they weren't supposed to, I suppose that is a crime, I would think. Now, the question of, does the Presidential Records Act mean that he was allowed to have these documents anyways? That's something that they'll have to hash out, and I understand that that's a legal argument that people are going to make, and that could be true. That could be something that they refer to. But the only thing that I think that is sort of a bigger deal with this would be the obstruction charges. But you could say it sounds bad, but we haven't seen any of the evidence or any defense to the charges yet.
Right. So the first of all, the conversation I believe you're referring to, Trump says explicitly that it is classified and that he could have declassified it when he was president, but now he's not, so he can't. So those are pretty, I don't know what you call it, damning, because I don't think showing this guy
he doesn't say it's classified. He says he could have declassified it when he was president, and it's like secret, I believe. I've also seen reports that actually there were a couple of small edits, like he said it's like secret, and I forget there was something, but it's really nuanced and it doesn't matter. Like, again, let me give you this hypothetical. What if he was just bullshitting and lying to these writers? Okay, what if it wasn't a classified document?
Right, I don't think the charges are hinging on this statement. I think this statement is important.
But real quick, I answered your questions in good faith, right? So I'm asking you, would you acknowledge if he was just being a bullshitter and this wasn't actually a classified document, then as damning as this statement looks, that really doesn't prove anything, right?
That would be fine.
So that's what I'm saying.
So
I'm just saying real quick. So just saying it's open and shut, I don't think so. Now, I'm agreeing with you that it was stupid to say this, and it could be evidence of a crime showing classified, but let's not kid ourselves. We'll get to the double standard in a minute. If we arrested everyone that showed classified evidence to a writer, and we had serious investigations and subpoenas and violated lawyer-client privilege, everyone that leaked against Trump would also be up for the same charges, because most of that material was classified that they were leaking. In fact, the special counsel's office actually, there appears that things leaked from it, which is ironically sort of the same crime, or in the spirit of the same crime as they're accusing Trump. But please, we could finish talking before we get to the double standard. If you'd like to finish talking about the actual indictment, I'm cool with that.
Yeah. I think that I don't think that first of all having the documents or even showing them to other people is the main problem, or even the crux of the indictment. It's the fact that he knowingly and willfully didn't just stonewall the DOJ as it pertains to getting these back, but ignored subpoenas. Ignored the subpoena, lying to his own lawyers when it pertained to what he had and didn't have. He willfully did not return the classified documents like willfully, like not even after request, but even after a subpoena to get these documents back. Like the FBI had to fucking physically go to Mar-a-Lago to get this shit because Trump was stonewalling so bad and lying over and over again.
So that's if the accusations in the indictment are true. If we accept everything at face value, they haven't proved it. There's not audio recording of that, right? They just say he told his lawyers this, but we don't know exactly what he told his lawyer. There hasn't been defense to it or anything like that. Trump may very well claim like, look, I didn't tell them to do shit. I said, yeah, comply, I said, can you move the documents here? I want to look at them. But sure, I told them to give all the classified shit. And if they went out of their way to try to hide shit, I never specifically said. And if they don't have an audio recording and it's a he said, she said, I don't know, right? We don't know what the specifics will be. Maybe someone will say, no, Trump specifically told this to me and I have it in text message or email. That would be different. But just saying that, like, this is a slam dunk, we have no fucking clue. And this is coming from an FBI and Department of Justice that has been as corrupt as could be. Up until and including, we could see that they literally committed the biggest political scandal in the history of the country in that they spied on the President of the United States, based on testimony from a Russian spy that was paid for by the political opposition. That's infinitely worse than Watergate. So why would I trust this same agency that did that? So we'll see. We'll see what comes out. But I'm curious. I'd like to ask you a question. So you think, let me ask you this. Do you think even if Trump personally didn't order the withholding of these documents and the withholding of the documents in the face of the subpoena, do you think it would still be a big deal if people on his team violated that subpoena, even if Trump didn't order it?
It's a weird question. You're saying that if what's this bro's name? Not Nara.
Nada. I believe
Nada.
So. I could be pronouncing it wrong, but Nauta, I believe is his name. Yeah.
If this guy was solely responsible for moving the documents, for hiding the documents, I mean, if you're asking that if Trump didn't know about what was going on, of course I wouldn't hold him to account. But that is a fucking far stretch.
But let me rephrase. I'm not saying would you hold Trump to account if Trump didn't do it. I'm saying is it still a big deal? Would you still think Nada should be charged? If there's someone in Trump's team, even if Trump could say, well, I didn't order it, if there were people knowingly on Trump's team violating a subpoena, do you think that's something that should be charged even if Trump's not involved in it?
I feel like I need to predicate that my answer with this is a fucking far stretch to say that this bro was just doing this all on his own. I don't.
Why is that a far stretch?
Because Trump was very, very into his boxes. There was the phone call to Nada right before he moved more boxes. But I mean, I would say it was obviously because Trump ordered them to move the boxes.
Okay, so you're saying because he was interested enough to keep stuff in his private area, he was interested in the boxes, and because he talked to Nada, we know that there was a call or conversation directly before the boxes were moved. You would say that that's pretty good evidence that Trump was involved?
There's also the text with Trump's family member, which is probably Melania or whatever, saying to Nada, hey, the plane's full, that we don't want the boxes in there or something like that, right? I don't think there is something that says that Trump did exactly. I don't think that is unquote a quote or recorded, but I just can't see if fucking Melania knew what was going on with the boxes.
You'll see when you ask me questions, I'll be able to answer directly. So if you'd say, do you think it's a big deal that someone should be charged, even if it wasn't Trump, if they intentionally violated a subpoena, I would be able to say yes or no.
You were asking me if it's a big deal if just this Nada guy was
charged.
Dodging
if even Trump wasn't involved. If someone knowingly violated the subpoena, should they be charged?
Of course they should.
Okay, now, we've talked about the indictment. Now I have a question for you. Can you explain why Hillary Clinton or no one on her team was charged with the deleting of subpoenaed evidence?
Because we don't have a long history of charging those powerful people with crimes generally.
Oh, that's interesting. Basically. But you're supporting the charging of Donald Trump.
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Is there any evidence that you're aware of in this indictment or elsewhere that any of the documents that the FBI sought, they didn't get back? My understanding is that they had to physically go there and get them. That's what you said. But they got back what they subpoenaed, correct?
Even eventually, I don't know if everything was recovered.
Well, would you admit it would be a step worse if instead of just withholding them until the FBI raided, that they intentionally destroyed the evidence? Would you say that would be worse?
Intentionally destroyed that would probably be worse.
Okay, so when you say that we should prosecute Trump for this now, but the reason we didn't do it when you just admitted that it's worse, when Hillary's Clinton team had emails that were subpoenaed and someone destroyed those emails, knowingly destroying them, knowing they were subpoenaed, and you say, but that's different because we don't prosecute high-power people like that.
Well, I didn't say it was different. I just said that's generally probably why they didn't prosecute. But I admit that the indictment is at least a little bit political. I mean, you consider the amount of criminal activity that past presidents have done. From Nixon got literally a full pardon for quote any and all crimes he may have committed while being president. To Iran Contra, to the Bush administration, to torture. all of this shit. It's not like ex-presidents
Okay,
have
so,
fucking committed
we'll
crimes,
get to
but
we'll get to that in a
so
second.
I admit,
We'll get to that in a second.
that there's at least some political
Okay,
reason here.
We'll get to that in a
behind
second.
the charge.
We'll get to that in a second, but I think this is important. You also said that you highly suspect that Trump was involved for two reasons you gave. One, because he was very concerned about his boxes and he had them in private areas. Well, we know Hillary Clinton was so concerned about her emails that she put the server in her private bathroom. So clearly she was also concerned about them in a similar way. And secondly, you said because Trump was on a call shortly before these boxes were moved, it's most likely that that call had something to do with those boxes being moved. Did you know that Hillary Clinton's top attorney, Cheryl Mills, talked to Paul Combetta, the IT guy that deleted the subpoenaed evidence, 2 days before he did it?
Nope.
Would you think that that would suggest that likely she told him something and encouraged him to delete the emails?
Oh. You said 2 days before?
Correct.
It's not as much as 20 minutes before, but could be related.
Okay. So then would you think if you were the FBI and you took that crime seriously, the deleting of subpoenaed evidence, that instead of giving the guy who did it an immunity deal and allowing him to say, oh, I don't recall what was on that conversation, would that pique your interest? Would you think like, that sounds like bullshit. That sounds like the FBI should be like, no, someone's going down for this serious crime.
You rephrase the question?
Yeah.
I didn't quite get the question.
If you know, you're like, okay, that's suspicious. Cheryl Mills talked to Combetta 2 days before he deleted this, right? But the FBI chose to give this guy immunity, and then when asked, what was that conversation you had with Cheryl Mills right before you deleted, and he said, I don't remember. Would you buy that explanation if you're the FBI? Would you say, okay, there's nothing we could do, we give you immunity, that's that?
But they already gave them. They already gave him immunity. I'm not sure what they could do.
Well, the what's the word I'm looking for? The terms of immunity deals are that you have to be truthful. You have to disclose the information. For example, if the FBI gives a drug dealer immunity and says, we'll give you immunity if you help us take down your boss, and they give him immunity and the dealer says, nah, I'm not going to help you now. They'd say, okay, you don't get immunity. Or if they find out that he's lying, that revokes the immunity. Thanks for the follow,
Okay.
Tom. Now, let's get back to... Oh, go ahead. You can respond if you want.
Just that, that's all a little bit sus for sure. Though, at the same time, I'm not sure what the mistake was giving him immunity,
Okay.
of course, without hearing what he had to say.
So you admit that this is a little bit political. Fine. We'll get to that in a second. We'll get further to that. Let me ask you this. Before we get to that, though, how serious on a scale of 1 to 10, which is kind of a ridiculous way to ask, but I don't know how to ask it more clear, would you say the crime of mishandling classified information and obstructing justice is?
Depends on what the information is and what the obstruction is.
Well, how so? If the information eventually comes back and it didn't fall into the hands of,
you seem to want to measure it on like harms done or whatever.
Correct.
I can't.
That's exactly what I'm doing, right? Because that's the point of the law, basically, right? Is that we're trying to limit harms to other people, right? So, for example, we would say that the crime of jaywalking, if you commit that, well, the harm to other people, that crime's not as big of a deal as, say, the crime of assault, right? Because there's physical harm that's being committed to another person. So lying's bad and obstructing justice is bad. But what I'm asking is, this crime, you could even use the Trump specifically. How significant as far as harm directed towards the people of the United States or the government of the United States do you think would it be if everything Trump's accused of doing in this case he did? He mishandled classified information and then he stonewalled returning that and maybe even suggested that they not return the evidence. How serious would you say that is as a threat to this country or our government?
Well, that you can't measure all like legal things as harms done. If something was because of what the FBI did was done preventatively, we could. The real question is if the FBI hadn't gone and got all those really important documents, like what kind of damage are we talking about? And considering we're talking about America's, the U.S.'s nuclear capabilities as well as of other countries, military planes.
Prove it.
I don't know. We're talking about like really important shit.
We're talking about nuclear capabilities and all this important shit. Can you show me those documents?
Of course not.
Oh. Do you think there's an overclassification problem in this country?
I wouldn't call it a problem if you want to say that
All right, you know what? I'll take a
maybe
different
a little
tack.
one.
I'll take a different
Okay.
tack. So you understand that there's 3 levels of classification, and the top level's top secret, correct? You understand that?
It sounds right.
And by definition, top secret is supposed to be incredibly sensitive material to the protection and the means and personnel of the United States and our military, correct?
I'll have to take your word for it.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't matter, but it's really important shit. It could jeopardize the country. That's why it's top secret. Or it could jeopardize a spy or a military or allies, right? That's kind of the thrust of what top secret is, right?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's any disagreement there. I agree with that. So then your argument is that we need to look at the potential impact. So if the potential impact is, hypothetically, these documents, a handful of which were top secret, well, if they would have got out there, it could have exposed people, and that would be bad. That's why we need to bring the hammer down, right?
Well, we need to bring when people commit crimes, we should go.
Okay, but the way we judge the severity of this crime is because it was top secret. So the question I have for you is, hypothetically, you say that could have fallen into the other hands. Did you know Hillary Clinton's server had top secret evidence on it? Or top secret material?
No, I haven't read too much into that.
Did you know that according to our intel agencies, that server was hacked by North Korea and China?
Yes, I know it was hacked.
So then the hypothetical you just gave about Trump and how serious it would be actually occurred with Hillary Clinton. Top secret material that could jeopardize our country and our troops and things like that, or our allies, that literally was hacked. Why didn't they take that seriously?
Well, first of all, like, what top secret may not all be equal. What I'm reading here is exactly pertaining to our nuclear armament.
So what's it?
Sounds
so then, what's that document
worrisome.
say? Explain to us what that says about our nuclear armaments. Go ahead.
Every document just gives like a short statement
so you're
about
just
what it
taking
generally
the word.
is.
So theoretically, that document could say, this is exactly where our top secret nuclear weapons are, or it could say, remember when we signed the SORT treaty that talked about a reduction in nuclear weapons? We should theoretically consider re-signing that. That would also be a
if it was so useless, why wouldn't Trump just give it back?
Doesn't matter. Why didn't Hillary's team just give him back?
No. You're positing that these documents weren't actually that important at all. But against that, I would say that the effort that the DOJ was making to try to get them back, as well as for some reason Trump's didn't want to give them back. If it was nothing, if it weren't nothing, why wouldn't? Why was the FBI so desperate to get them back?
Did you see
the
pictures?
Giving them back?
Did you see the pictures of how many boxes of papers there were?
Yes.
And was he refusing to give any of those back, even though the presidential records and the NAR people wanted them back?
Yes.
Okay, so those all must have been super important nuclear secret documents, right?
There's a list of about 31 and
okay, so there's
top secret documents.
So all those boxes we saw the pictures of that probably had hundreds, if not thousands, of documents and things like that in it, right? They all had to be super insanely, because otherwise he would have just gave them back, right? If they were just mementos and things like, he would have gave them back. He would have no incentive to keep something unless it was a super important nuclear secret, right? So those all must have been super important.
Not just keep something, but to deny, to go against a subpoena.
You just admitted all of those other documents he did the same with. So based on your argument here, well, the only reason he would have done that is if those documents were super important, right? That's the only reason. So now your argument is all those boxes we see, the only reason Trump would keep them is because they're all super important secret information about our country. Or is it possible that he wasn't thinking they were super important, he thought they were mementos, or he's just a fucking idiot? In other words, your claim that the only explanation for him keeping shit was because it was super top secret stuff is bullshit, seeing as how he kept thousands of things that they wanted back that weren't classified at all.
Hold on, what do you... I don't think it was thousands.
Well,
to be clear to what a document is, it's not a single piece of paper.
Boxes of how many documents do you think was in each box?
Oh wait, hold on. A document isn't a piece of paper. It might be a group of papers. It's a document that How
many? Then you give me your interpretation. How many? So there was 31 that were classified. How many do you think there were outside of that? 31? Or do you think the number was way more documents that weren't classified than those that were?
There was probably more that were not classified.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So who cares? Hundreds, thousands, whatever. The argument still stands. Your argument doesn't seem to carry weight because if it's true he would only keep something if it was massively important to the security of the country, why would he keep a bunch of shit that wasn't? Why wouldn't he have just gave it back? Who the fuck
because
knows?
the subpoena wasn't for fucking non-classified information. It was for fucking classified
But there's
information.
two subpoenas, right? There's the subpoena, but there was also a request for everything that could be considered a presidential record.
Okay,
They took his fucking ball bag. They took a cocktail napkin.
They were chiefly concerned with the top secret fucking information.
That
I don't
may
think we
be, but your
should
argument
assume
is
that they're
bullshit
just
because
nothing.
your argument is he would have just answered the request initially, unless it was super important shit to the security of the United States.
No, because if he didn't return his whatever you mentioned there that they wanted to take or whatever, he wasn't looking at fucking jail time. He's not breaking the law or whatever. It's just a request. But when they made a subpoena for fucking top secret information, now you either going with the subpoena or you're breaking the law. So why is he breaking the law? What is he breaking the law for?
I just want to be clear. So all of those 31 documents and all of that were subpoenaed that they talked about there with classified markings, if even one of them is pretty benign, your entire argument's bullshit. Right? If even one of them... No, yes, because your argument is the only explanation why he would keep this, because it's super important secret information. And so of those 31, if even one of them's not super important information, your entire argument's bullshit. Because that means that he... Explain to me why then. So you're saying there's a chance he did keep some of these documents that weren't super important top secret?
So first of all, this whole argument is based on we started with the possible harms of these types of documents. And I said because the potential harm of these nuclear type documents was so high, right? So even if there were just a few in there, but the idea that Trump didn't want to give he gave some back, he didn't give others. I don't know if there was any logic there, but what was important is that at least within some of them that they were at least highly wanted by the FBI. Who knows how Trump valued them? Maybe he liked some of them because they were nuclear secrets. Whoa.
I'm leaving you filibuster a little more than I normally would on my show, but go ahead. You got 15 seconds. Go for it.
Yeah. So if there were some that were fucking highly sensitive fucking nuclear documents, obviously the DOJ would want those back. As to what was important to Trump and what wasn't,
I'll finish your
point.
Who
could say? Why the fuck wouldn't he give them back?
Why the fuck wouldn't? Why didn't Hillary's team give them back? Why didn't Joe Biden's? Why did it take Joe Biden's team 8 years to look for him get it back?
When they were requested back,
why didn't give?
They gave them back.
Right.
No. The brain rot of the conservatives. Hold on.
I gave you a chance to talk. I give you. You'll have a chance again, right?
I think you've been talking most.
You can see the partisanship that's going through here because you're saying, well, top secret's very important.
I'm partisan.
But when Hillary's team deleted top secret and mishandled top secret stuff that we know was hacked, maybe that was unimportant top secret stuff. That classification, for all we know, that literally was hacked, that we know was hacked, that could have been, that unimportant top secret stuff. And Trump's top secret stuff, though, it's super important. That shit's super important. And it has the word nuclear there. And we know that must be the nuclear secrets. We know that it must be important nuclear secrets because otherwise there's no reason Trump would have kept it. That's the only explanation. Trump wouldn't keep it unless it was important nuclear secrets. So you're showing your partisanship because now you're claiming that, like,
you are. All your episode
I'm not. What I'm
saying
is if you're going to say that top secret information is important because it's classified to such a level because it could be a danger to the United States if that information gets out, then we should keep that across the board. We shouldn't say, well, sometimes top secret stuff's not that important. So I assume the shit that Hillary's team deleted that was top secret or that Hillary's team had that was top secret, I assume that was the non-important top secret shit. But the Trump shit, because this indictment uses the word nuclear, it must be the nuclear secrets that would jeopardize us all. That's bullshit. That's partisanship.
Let me ask you a question. Is it more likely that the really sensitive information, such that might deal with nuclear armaments, are fucking on paper or emailed? What is more likely to be like extremely high sensitive? You think they would just email that shit?
Yes.
No. This is the kind of shit that if there's a copy somewhere, they know exactly where the fuck it is. That's why they had a list of documents.
VM Catfisher, would you like to call in? You seem to be very opinionated. We've gone through the indictment. That's clearly what we're doing now. And I understand what people that want to defend the double standard of corruption want to do. Just keep reading the document. Just read the document. Read the document. See, it says Trump bad. Document says Trump bad. Just read the document. Stop pointing out the obvious double standard. Read the document. Please stop pointing out how we're corrupt and cheer for corruption and just read the document. If you want to call in VF Catfish, you can call in and you can say, just read the document, and I'll go through just like I'm going through with, I forget your name here. You didn't deduct the double standard, Pisco. You get wrecked every time you fucking talk to me, and you're a little fanboy of Destiny that was trying to tell him what to say because he got his ass kicked last night. And you can call in as well too, Pisco. If you'd like to, after this caller, or even tomorrow, you can call in and get fucking wrecked again like you always do. That's fine too. Now, the point I'm trying to make is you have no idea what these fucking documents say. None. And you're making excuses for why top secret documents that we know were hacked for Hillary Clinton were different in scope. By the way, what were those top secret documents in Hillary's case? Did any of them use the term nuclear?
No idea. I was just making the point
so you don't know.
that emails are far less likely.
So you just assume.
We're doing a lot of assuming here.
So let's go through what you said again. You said the problem is of the potential harm. The problem with the potential harm is this, that hypothetically, even though we have no proof that it happened, hypothetically, nefarious actors could have got their hands on this top secret information. Now, with Hillary's team, we know that her server was at least attempted to be hacked by our adversaries, Korea, China, etc. That's been reported by our intel agencies. And we know that there was, including top secret email chains that were on there and stuff. But you're like, well, that's okay. Because I assume that if you're emailing something, it wouldn't be as top secret as if it was a document. This is clearly a bullshit argument. The truth is you have no fucking clue what's in these documents. There are top secret documents all the time that then go through a process where their classification is lowered or that their classification levels are removed. This happens all the time. So it could be that these documents literally spell out exactly how the United States creates nuclear weapons and where they're storing them. That could be. Or it could be something that's incredibly benign that just happens to mention nuclear power or something like that. You don't fucking know. And you also don't know about the documents Hillary Clinton had. And yet, when you talked about the hypothetical damage that this would cause with Trump, in that someone could get their hands on it, when it comes to Hillary Clinton and the fact that we know they attempted to hack our server where this top secret evidence was, you don't seem to have a problem.
Well, I never said I didn't have a problem with the Hillary stuff, but to remember that that harm was your standard, not mine.
Right.
I
so
said
what
that
I was trying to do,
committed a crime, and so you could indict.
Right. So this is what everyone tries to do in their justification for the constant witch hunts against Trump. They want to say what he's doing is the worst thing ever. It's just the worst. It's not. For example, if I was to ask anyone who's remotely objective, said, "Here's one guy that mishandled classified information and then tried to obstruct justice about it, and here's another guy that murdered someone. Which crime's worse?" You would say the murder. That's clearly worse. Right? That's clearly a bigger crime. It should have a higher penalty, etc., etc. We understand that. We know. You say you can't compare severity. Of course you can. So what's a bigger harm? An individual mishandling classified information and obstructing justice, or an entire FBI that is corrupt and engaged in a double standard that's basically allowing people that they like to commit the very crimes that they're going after the people they don't like for? What's a bigger threat?
Hold on. If because Hillary's emails, blah blah blah, does that mean that whatever Trump does ever, whatever, that you can't indict him for that?
No,
because
that's
you
not
didn't
what that
indict
means.
Hillary.
Again, the problem is we're weighing harms here. We're talking about two potential things.
You are.
Partisan, please. Right, I understand you're not. Partisan hacks like you will do this. You'll say, well, it doesn't matter that if there's a double standard, and it doesn't matter that Hillary's team did this. Oh, well, maybe she should have been charged. Who cares? That doesn't matter now. All that matters now is, should Trump be able to do this? Should be he indicted? My argument is, I don't really give a shit about Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Mike Pence. It's a minuscule threat, them mishandling classified information and even obstructing justice, as we know.
What do you mean by minuscule threat? The top secret information? You don't know the threat. Now you're assuming what the fucking information was. It says it's fucking nuclear documents, motherfucker. That doesn't sound endangering to you?
To a corrupt FBI.
The idea that that I'm the fucking partisan one is fucking ridiculous.
Right, it is evident, right? So you're telling me that even if this was nuclear secrets, right? Even if it was as bad as you're saying, that's a bigger threat. Mishandling those nuclear secrets and obstructing justice is a bigger threat than if the FBI literally stole elections and was like, we're going to corruptly spy on a candidate and make sure they could never win, but we'll make sure the candidates we like win. You're saying that, yep, the nuclear secrets thing's a bigger deal. That's your argument?
You know that Comey released information about the emails running up to the 2016 election, right? That he might have influenced the election. Probably
like,
did.
It's funny,
He
the
said
same thing that
no.
This is all they do.
You said
what
the
does
FBI.
Any of this have to do
You
with the
said the
question I
FBI.
just asked you? What does
Yeah, I'll
any
tell
of
you
that have
why.
to do with the question? Now you're
You accused of
no.
the FBI of changing a result of the election, and I'm telling you that they did that in 2016 to the benefit of Trump. So the idea that the FBI is against Trump is a big conspiracy theory.
Okay, so what we're doing is, before we could get into the literal facts of, is what I'm saying true? We're talking about two potential things. For example, let's say we were saying this, that me and you are neighbors, right? And there are two potential problems with our homes. We only have money to solve one of them. The first problem is that our mailboxes fell down and we need to get new mailboxes up. The second problem is that there's flooding that's literally going to erode our carpet and stuff that's going to get in our house. We only have money to fix one. The first thing we would have to do is decide which problem is more important. Then you might say, okay, obviously the flooding of the house would be more important, but I don't think that it'll flood. Then you talk about, but the first thing you have to do is analyze the impact. Analyze how bad which situation would be worse. So so that's all I'm trying to do. So when I get you in the whole where it's evidently true, it's obviously true that a corrupt FBI would be far more important than an individual mishandling classified information. It is beyond debate, and it shows that you're not good faith by even trying to drag your feet, because everyone who's even tacitly reasonable would say, well, yeah, if that was true, that there was a corrupt FBI, that would be worse. And when pinned down on it, what you do is you say, but the FBI is not corrupt, and they helped Trump. That's what you're doing. We're not talking about whether or not it happened. We're talking about which impact would be worse. And so when I'm focused on, is the FBI corrupt or not, and you're like, that's whataboutism. That's whataboutism. But that threat would be a bigger threat, and that's what I'm focused on. I don't really give a shit at the end of the day that a bunch of people that are president or candidates or senators and shit like that mishandle classified information. I think they should all be treated the same. But the bigger focus I have is the double standard from the investigative agencies. Because all the shit we heard about Russia could interfere in the election and this and that and the other, all of it pales in comparison to if the FBI is interfering in elections. That's what my focus is. Now, do you agree that a corrupt FBI would be a bigger deal than an individual person mishandling classified information?
I'm not sure why I have to make the choice, but yeah.
Okay, now we could talk about whether or not. Now you understand my focus, right? So when you say, well, if Hillary did it, so you're saying that means it's okay for Trump to do it? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying my focus is on, did the FBI approach these situations analogously? Did they approach them in good faith? Did they treat these situations similarly? Or did they allow one person to get away with the very crimes that they're charging the other person with? And have they done that over and over again? Now, your evidence that you cite is the fact that they announced 10 days before an election that they're reopening the investigation into Hillary Clinton, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you would have been watching my show, this is the exact argument that Dylan Burns and Destiny made last night. And if you had been watching my show, I literally read from the IG report for about 15 minutes that explained this situation. And I could do that again for you if you like. But let me explain to you. The reason this occurred was because the FBI was investigating a person by the name of Anthony Weiner for basically child porn. Stop me if you think... Do you understand that? You're not disputing that, right?
Okay, I don't know.
Yes,
tell me.
They were investigating Weiner for basically inappropriate conversation, sexual pictures being sent to people that were underage, right? He was married to Hillary's lawyer, Huma Abedin. As they were doing this investigation, they found 300,000 something emails in parts from Hillary's servers and stuff like that. So the Southern District of New York and the FBI contacted the higher-ups at the FBI that were doing the Hillary email investigation, and they said, listen, we found these emails that are important to your investigation. The agent in charge of purveying that information to the top brass at the FBI's name was Sweeney. This was September 28th. So the election occurs in early November, right? So far, so good? You following?
Yes.
Sweeney reaches out to basically everyone gets told. McCabe, Bill Priestap, Peter Strzok, and even Comey. By September 30th, all of them are aware. And they all claim, when interviewed by the Inspector General, that they thought it was a big deal. That these emails were a big deal that needed investigated. Sweeney got upset because the FBI did nothing with these emails. Even as he continued to communicate with top FBI brass, they basically ignored the emails. So, in October 26th, or roundabouts there, in October 20-something, I can't remember the specific, he blew the whistle. He went outside the FBI to the Southern District of New York, and he said, listen, these emails are here. They're important to the Hillary email investigation, and they're just not looking at them. So the Southern District of New York called James Comey and the top brass of the FBI and said, hey, there's all these emails. What are you doing? And then they all scrambled and said, oh, shit. Now it's like 10 days outside the election. Now, the FBI rushed things, as the IG report says, because they said, we need to have this finished before the election. And so James Comey announced this because, I'll go through, this is from page X on the IG report. The issue of notifying about the Weiner laptop was first raised on October 27th, and over the course of the next 24 hours, numerous additional discussions occurred with the FBI. As we described in Chapter 10, the reason Comey announced was, quote, Comey's belief that failure to disclose the existence of the emails would be an act of concealment. The belief that Comey had an obligation to update Congress because the discovery was potentially significant and made his prior testimony that the investigation was closed no longer true. An implicit assumption that Clinton would be elected president. Fear that the information would leak if the FBI failed to disclose it. Concern that failing to disclose would result in accusations that the FBI had engineered a cover-up to help Hillary get elected. Concerns about protecting the reputation of the FBI. Concerns about the perceived illegitimacy of a Clinton presidency that would follow from a failure to disclose the discovery of emails if they proved to be significant. Concerns about the electoral impact of any announcements. And the belief that the email review could not be completed before the election. In other words, you want to know what happened? You want me to explain what all that says? The FBI was aware of these emails, chose to ignore them, and it wasn't until a whistleblower was like, I'm going out and talking to outside agencies about this, that Comey said, fuck! Now we have to announce that we're going to look into them, because if we don't, it'll hurt our reputation and it'll hurt Hillary Clinton, who I assume is going to win the election.
If they wanted to wait, they could have waited 10 days.
I just explained to you what their rationale was.
I understand. They still could have waited, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, rewind a little bit if we can. To the indictment, the difference, the main difference between, I mean, there's lots of difference between Hillary's and Trump's incidents or whatever. And again, I think that they probably should have looked into indicting someone and what's referring to Hillary's shit. But you're the FBI. You subpoenaed for this really important shit, this fucking top classified fucking shit. You're watching on a fucking video camera of Trump's aide moving the fucking boxes out of where the it's all on fucking Mar-a-Lago's video camera shit. Like, do you see that, and then do you think they should not prosecute? Because
why were they looking? Why were they looking at the cameras?
They were looking at one, because they didn't get all the documents back. Two, they had to go get them. Three, they looked at the cameras to see.
So they got a grand jury and a subpoena for the tapes, correct?
I assume that yes was
okay. So then the argument that you're basically making is the FBI sees there's serious shit going on about. They want these documents, right? They subpoenaed them. They want them, and now they're worried they're not going to get them back because of moving boxes and shit like that. That's your argument. And so they had to do something.
Yeah, they did have to do something.
Okay, so what if instead of moving those boxes, what if they'd have seen on camera that they lit the boxes on fire? Do you think that that's a bigger deal?
What's it the bigger deal?
They destroyed the subpoenaed evidence on camera. Do you think that would be a bigger deal? Do you think that the FBI would be like, holy fuck, now we have to raid? They're literally destroying the evidence we subpoenaed? That's a federal crime?
I think they would want to stop the destroying.
Okay, so, but even if they couldn't stop it, even if it happened quickly, right, they would still, at that point, say, that's fucking it. This is a crime, correct?
If they could prove, yes, that those were the documents that they were seeking.
Team did. They destroyed subpoenaed emails, and the FBI knew it.
What do you want the FBI to do here, though? Do you want them? Do you think they should not indict Trump?
You've already conceded the big point. And that point is that if there is a double standard at the FBI and they are corrupt and they're allowing one side to get away with these crimes and prosecuting the other side, that's a bigger deal. Now you're admitting, now you just gave the rationale for why the FBI should have acted in the Hillary case, but they didn't. And you'll hand wave, you'll say, well, yeah, maybe they should have done anything. You don't see the problem.
Yep.
Do you think that there is a problem with election interference if the FBI is intentionally allowing Hillary's team to get away with destroying subpoenaed evidence and mishandling classified information, but is going as hard as possible on Trump going into an election? Do you think that's election interference?
Election interference. It could be construed as that, considering Trump's position.
So then my question is, when you keep going back to, but we already talked, I spent the first 20 minutes you're on here, we talked specifically about the indictments. I gave you what my feelings were specifically on the indictment, even the parts that I thought looked bad for Trump. I did all that. Then I got you to acknowledge that, yes, a corrupt or a double standard FBI would be a bigger deal than even Trump or Hillary or any individual mishandling classified information and obstruction. Now I've got you to admit, yeah, it seems like Hillary's team should have been charged with crimes and they should have done much more, but they didn't. Then I got you to admit that, yes, it would be election interference if they should have but didn't with Hillary, but then they absolutely did with Trump. So why do you keep trying to go back then, given the concessions you've already made to, well, let's look at the indictment. What should they have done with Trump? Who gives a shit? It's a lesser deal. And
so because of Hillary's emails, that means they should never have charged Trump. They never charge him with anything, or just this, or
again. What? So let me ask you this, right? Do you find, from my perspective, a little? Could you see how someone like me would get a little annoyed with people like you that are like, yeah, the FBI had a double standard, it was corrupt all those times, but now it's time to knuckle down, and it just so happens to be to go after the people that they've hated the whole time. Just get Trump, knuckle down now and get Trump. Investigate this for Trump. Now it's time to turn over a new leaf. Forget about all that corrupt shit they did in the past. Now it's time. Don't you think they should go after Trump for this? Let me ask you another question. What percentage of national level politicians or billionaires do you think that if you were clairvoyant, if you could see every document they've ever made, every phone call they've ever made, all their tax returns, have committed crimes? What percentage?
Low.
Low.
Yeah, but some have accountants
I would say
that are pretty
it's like
good
90 to 95% is what I would say.
What kind of crimes do you think that they would
Financial,
have committed?
campaign finance, any sort of crime.
I think very low.
Doing drugs.
Okay, if you go to hookers, I don't know, 20%.
20%. That's your. I would say it's more like 95%.
Not even illegal everywhere.
I would say it's more like 95%. The point is this. If we have a system, like Chuck Schumer said, that says, oh, Trump shouldn't criticize the FBI, they'll find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at him. And we now know through the Durham report, though I knew well before the Durham report, publicly available evidence, that the FBI was corrupt in opening the investigation into Trump for Russia collusion from the very get-go, before he was even president, while he was running for president. They accused him and his team of being spies for Russia. They used the FISA warrant to spy on him. Remember, Watergate was about 2 bumbling fools spying on Nixon's opponent. Here, the FBI, with no predicate whatsoever that was justified, according to the Durham report, decided that they were going to spy on the candidate Trump and then President Trump and his team. Right?
Trump, they had a meeting with the Russians. It wasn't based on nothing.
Who had a meeting with the Russians?
Several Trump campaign people.
So your argument is that if you talk to a Russian, that you should lose your Fourth Amendment protections and the FBI should be allowed to spy on you, even if you're the president.
It was a meeting with connected Russians connected to the government.
Who was it? Was it Trump that met with a connected Russian?
No, I think Jared and a couple other people.
That's not true. None of the indictments had anything to do, or none of the FISA warrants had anything to do with Jared Kushner. In fact, the Mueller report doesn't even mention Jared meeting. They talk about Papadopoulos. They talk about Carter Page. They talk about Manafort meeting a guy named Konstantin Klimenik.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up this information. I could be.
But your argument is then, if they met with a Russian, that justifies the FBI, even though the Durham report said that it wasn't justified. The fact that there was someone on Trump's team met with a Russian.
Well, so it was Kushner. It was Kushner, advisor to the then President candidate Trump, met with Russian officials during the 2016 presidential election. Kushner has acknowledged four such meetings. Anyway, it wasn't based on nothing.
Sure it was. That's what the Durham report says. But I'm just curious, right? So one of the concerns would be that they could be meeting with the spy of Russia.
or just colluding with
Okay.
them in some fashion.
Sure.
It's weird when someone running for president, their team is meeting with a foreign adversary.
Okay, and
It's a little weird.
Do you think it would have been weird if they tried to get dirt on Hillary through this foreign adversary? That's something that people were saying.
I believe one of the meetings that was what it was about, basically, or the emails or something.
Okay, cool. Well, the FBI knew that Hillary Clinton's team met with a Russian spy named Igor Dushenko, and Igor Dushenko was literally the source for their FISA warrant to spy on Trump's team. So if we're investigating people that are talking to Russians and Russian spies to get dirt on their opponents, why no investigation into Hillary? Why the up? In fact, not only wasn't
Is it all whataboutisms? You said that there was no reason for them to spy on the Trump campaign. I'm saying that there was good reason.
There you go.
There was some
there
reason.
you go. Right, and so that's it. So we're talking about the double standards at the FBI, and as I'm pointing those out to you, you're like, but it's whataboutism to mention that Hillary's team had more connections to Russian, actually got dirt, so it was worse. And instead of investigating her, what the FBI did was say, we're going to take that dirt from that Russian spy that we were so worried about Trump getting against Hillary, and we're going to use it to spy on Trump. And you're like, when I bring that up, you're like, well, that's whataboutism.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. Do you think Hillary's team should have been investigated for having shady connections to Russians?
Not based on what anything I've heard.
So them meeting with Russian spy Igor Dushenko to get what we now know was disinformation that they used to spy on Donald Trump. No big deal.
I would have to know more about it.
How about Bill Clinton personally
Possible.
meeting with Vladimir Putin and then 2 weeks later giving a speech at a Russian state-owned bank and giving $500,000? That justify an investigation?
What's the timeline on that? When was that?
I think it was 2014 or 15. Nonetheless, so they indicted Manafort for meetings with alleged Russians in 2013.
Among possibly other things. But it doesn't matter. I just wanted to point out that there was reason for them to
the Durham report
spy on
disagrees
the
the Durham report disagrees, and you saying, well, it's my personal feeling if someone met with a Russian, then it was okay for the FBI to spy on the President of the United States, even when the person tasked with investigating if it was okay said that it wasn't okay, that there wasn't a predicate. And it just shows that people like you that embrace that sort of mindset are a far bigger threat than anything Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton did with classified information, because you're literally cheering for a double standard an FBI that is literally allowed to spy on the President of the United States, who many members of the top brass have shown publicly and privately that they despised Donald Trump, such as Peter Strzok, James Comey, Andrew McCabe, Rod Rosenstein, etc., Kevin Kleinsmith, but it's okay for them to say, oh, they met with a Russian, that's enough for us to spy on them. That's it. It's nonsense.
Okay, let me give you a little bit here, because again, as I said, I do believe the indictment of Trump is somewhat, at least a little bit, political. I don't need to compare this to like the Hillary stuff. I just need to compare this to a long history of ex-presidents, presidents, of very high level people committing crimes that simply aren't. It's gone after by the DOJ. Frankly, I do believe that there was some political. I don't think it was the FBI just like having a grudge against Trump. I think it's a little bit that probably the oligarchy, the establishment considered Trump possibly a threat to democracy, quite frankly. You're not
that wrong. That's kind of exactly what's going on. Although when they say threat to democracy, what they mean is a threat to their power. We can see that. You want the best evidence of seeing how they think. Go back and look at the Ukraine impeachment of Trump and listen to the people at the State Department. And they continue to say Trump was violating our foreign policy. But they're employees of Donald Trump. Trump's their boss. The foreign policy is set by Donald Trump. They didn't see it that way. They said this guy's dangerous because he's upsetting our foreign policy. So when the FBI is saying, well, he's going to upset our government and our democracy, what they mean, just like Chuck Schumer said, was don't criticize the FBI. Don't suggest that you're going to defund them or you're going to criticize them, because they'll find 6 ways of Sunday at getting back at you. So you're actually right. That's exactly what was going on. The top brass of the FBI viewed Trump as a threat to them. And they think they're important. And so they said, we can't have this. And so they'll go after Trump, but they don't go after previous presidents, or they don't go after people connected to Hillary Clinton, or they don't go after Joe Biden. That's exactly right. And that's a bigger threat to our democracy, our republic, than anything that Hillary or Trump did with classified information. And so the point I'm trying to make you when I was talking about how, well, I assume that all these billionaires and politicians have probably committed some crime, or 95% of them, if we allow the FBI to say, well, we'll just give ourselves the authority to investigate anyone we want that we don't like, they'll probably be able to dig up some crime on those people. And so what happens is we've effectively made the FBI kingmakers who get to choose who our elected leaders are. Because they'll say, we like Hillary, we know that her team deleted subpoenaed evidence, we choose not to do anything about it, but we don't like Trump, so we're going to investigate him on this bullshit Russia collusion stuff, we're going to investigate him on bullshit impeachments on Ukraine, we're going to investigate him on all these bullshit things, right? Oh, one stuck! And then what happens is people like you go, oh, but look, who cares that investigation was a lie about Russiagate and then it was corruption from the FBI? Who cares about that? Who cares that the Bragg indictment is total bullshit? Who cares about all the leaks against Trump? Who cares about all the infinite targeting against Trump? Who cares about that? Because here's this one thing that's bad for Trump. And who cares that one thing that's bad for Trump that Hillary did, and that Biden did, and that Pence did, and that Bill Clinton did? Who cares about that? All that matters right now is Trump did this and we need to focus on it. Can you start to see why that pales in comparison to that double standard at the FBI?
What do you think the FBI's bias is? Is it just Trump, or
No.
What do you think the bias is?
The bias is people that they feel are potential outsiders. And it's not just the FBI. It's the bureaucracy and the establishment in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere. It's actually other institutions as well. There is a hegemony on who controls power, or you want to put it in an easy left-wing way to consume. It's a big club, and you ain't in it, in the words of George Carlin. They're happy. The establishment Republicans, the Mitt Romney, the Mitch McConnells, the Lindsey Grahams, are happy to pretend to be adversaries with the Hillary Clintons and the Nancy Pelosi's. That's why we all know that things like massive insider trader occur. No one gives a shit. We see that even when things seemed better, approval rating for Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, is always shit. The average person is like, I don't know, the fucking Washington doesn't represent me, because it doesn't. It doesn't. And they don't want someone upsetting their apple cart. They didn't want Bernie Sanders. They didn't want Jill Stein. They don't want Tulsi Gabbard. They don't want Ron Paul. They don't want Donald Trump. They don't want anyone. That's why they don't want third-party candidates. That's why they do so much to keep them off the ballot and fuck them over. They don't want neither the establishment Republican Party or the establishment Democrat Party. They don't want someone coming in that they feel that they can't trust. They don't want that. And that's why Chuck Schumer announced to the world, he was like, look, before Trump was sworn in, he's like, dude, and he was serious. I think this was a moment where Chuck Schumer was actually being dead serious, where he's like, Trump, you're fucking up, dude. You can't criticize the FBI. They're going to take you down. That's why. One of the things he suggested was verboten was, why are we fighting with Russia and Syria? Shouldn't we be working with them to get rid of ISIS? Holy fuck, you can't say that. You turned on Fox News or MSNBC or the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal. They were all apoplectic. Oh my God, it's so dangerous for Trump to suggest that. It's dangerous for Trump to suggest bringing troops home. You can't say that shit. The permanent Washington class, they don't like it. So it's not just, oh, Trump's the only one that's targeted. Trump's been targeted the most, but that's only because Trump's got further than anyone else that they've seen as a potential outsider, because he was president. And the lesson they're trying to teach is, don't you ever fucking go against us. We will bury you. We will bury all your friends and family. We'll bury your supporters. So don't even try to run against us.
What did Trump do that was beyond the pale for the FBI exactly?
Well, I already gave you one example. He talked about wanting to end the intelligence agency's war.
He talked about defunding the FBI as early as 2017. But
the reason Chuck Schumer announced that was because Trump, he was criticizing the intel agencies and their wars, like in Syria. And I believe he also had criticized their efforts in Afghanistan. And that's why Chuck Schumer announced, regardless of what Trump said, you have to acknowledge, if Chuck Schumer, who is at that point the opposition leader, the leader of the other party, the Senate Democrat leader, so the big dog, the highest ranking Democrat official, should be Trump's biggest adversaries. If he's coming out saying the FBI is going to fuck this guy over, They're going to do it because he's critical. You have to acknowledge that he said something, Trump said something, or was doing something that the FBI didn't like, or that at least the Democrats thought that the FBI wouldn't like. Or why else
not
would
familiar
Schumer
with
say
the quote, but
Schumer said exactly. This was the quote on Maddow. He should be careful with the FBI because they'll find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. That was his quote. That should have outraged every American. I would be outraged if it was Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell stood up and said, oh, Biden criticized, for example, one thing that Biden did, he did it terribly. I'll criticize how it was implemented, but I totally supported Biden withdrawing from Afghanistan, right? If Mitch McConnell would have came out and said, Biden can't suggest withdrawing from Afghanistan because the intel agencies will find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at them, I would have said, what the fuck? What? The guy we elected president has to be fearful of unelected bureaucrats in making his policies? That's fucking insane. That's what I would have said. But because Orange Man bad, the left was perfectly fine. Oh, that's no problem. Yeah, that's right. Trump should fear the FBI. He should. That's what I'm talking about. It's not just about Trump, right? And that's why it's not like the characterization that whether you're doing it intentionally or not, but most people in your position do, is they make it sound like I'm saying this. If Hillary does something, then Trump's allowed to do it. That's not what I'm saying. Had they charged Hillary with the crime, which, by the way, I've been on record saying for years now, I don't think they should have charged Hillary with the crime of mishandling classified information. I think someone should have been charged with obstruction for deleting subpoenaed evidence. But the actual mishandling, the reason that I don't think it should have been charged is because it happens all the time. And so I think if you're just going to charge Hillary, that would be a bad look. Like, would you all, then you would have to charge Mike Pence and Joe Biden and Donald Trump as they came down the list, right? So I was like, no, I think that she deserves to be excoriated, and I think someone should have been arrested, and there should have been subpoenas and a grand jury about the deleting of subpoenaed evidence. Similarly with Trump, I don't think it's a big deal that he mishandled this classified information. I think the potential big deal is if he intentionally obstructed. I do think that's a bigger deal. I honestly do, as I told you, right? But the far bigger problem is the selective application of the law by a clearly biased FBI. I mean, for God's sakes, they had the guy who was the point person for both the Hillary and the Trump investigation acknowledging that they were going to have a plan to stop Trump from winning. Peter Strzok said that. They were going to have an insurance policy to stop Trump. That's fucking insane, given the actions we know they took. How could you defend that? How could you be like, well, it's whataboutism to talk about that?
Yeah, because we're looking at an indictment where Trump definitely broke the law. Now, all I hear is like excuses for why he should get away with it.
But let me ask you this, right? Let's say that we could go back. I don't know your political. Would you say you're a Democrat, a left-winger?
I'm a lefty, vote Democrat, but I think they're corrupt.
Sure.
They just don't hate the gays, so I just vote for the Republicans.
Do you think, are you outraged by past treatments of black Americans? Is that something that you would be passionate about?
Like 50 years past,
yeah,
or
Jim
like
Crow,
recent
shit
history?
Like that, you know, right? I think everyone should be outraged by that, but particularly as a lefty, I would think that's something that you would be outraged about, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Do you think that there were law enforcement agencies back then, like in the 40s or something, that were corrupt and racist in targeting black Americans?
Probably.
Okay, so let's hypothetically say we are looking at one of those law enforcement agencies, a small town sheriff in Alabama and his sheriff's department for a town of 200,000 people, we'll say, right? And let's say that they start arresting people for jaywalking, but only black people. It's a town of 50% black and 50% white. And the only people they arrest for jaywalking is black people, okay? Do you think that's outrageous?
Yes.
Okay. Your position that you're saying to me would be the equivalent of this. You'd say, well, that's outrageous. They're only arresting black people. And I would say, did that black guy jaywalk? Did he?
Replace jaywalk with something more serious.
Okay. Marijuana use. Cocaine use.
Oh. Okay, cocaine.
Okay, cocaine. Right? So the blacks and the white, the cops see white people using cocaine, they choose not to arrest. They see a black person, they arrest them. Right? You say, well, that's something's horribly wrong here. This is a racist police department. That violates the entire idea of the law. That's a huge threat. And my response to you would be like, but didn't that black guy use the cocaine? He should still be arrested, right? Is that what you'd be like, oh, that's fair. Fair point. Is that what you would say? Or would you say, no, the far bigger issue is the racist police department, the corrupt police department. And we shouldn't be arresting that black guy for coke if the police department is racist and is refusing to equally apply the law when a white person does it. I know that's what you would say. You know that's what you would say. I know that's what almost every Democrat would say because they say it now. They say that the cops are systemically racist and we have to focus on it and blah, 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 blah. And they wouldn't accept if you were like, but wasn't that black guy using cocaine? They would say, fuck all that. That's hardly here or there. But that's what you're doing now. We're talking about a corrupt or the potential of a corrupt FBI, right? And how they're allowing one side to get away with shit and specifically targeting the other side. And you're like, yes, but didn't that side do something bad? Didn't they do something bad? You're literally making the argument that would have been, didn't that black guy use the coke? Shouldn't he be arrested? Can you see how ridiculous that is?
I just want to clarify. I don't think that it's one side and not the other. If you want to say that, I will give you that Trump is being probably harsher prosecuted than other people. But I don't think it's like a one side, others like a Republican Democrat type of thing. I don't think it's like the Democrats all get off free and like Republicans all don't or whatever. Right? I think that's
not the issue. You already admitted. I thought you understood this. You didn't say so, it's not Republican versus Democrat. It's establishment versus people that are seen as outside the establishment. That's why they would target Jill Stein. She's a lefty. She's Green Party. That's why they would target Ron Paul or Bernie Sanders, right? That's why those type of people would potentially be targeted. Like, it's like this. Like, it is true that overwhelmingly on social media it was conservatives that were being banned. But there were certainly anti-establishment lefties that were also being banned. It's not left or right. You're not being banned because you're conservative. You're being banned because your opinions go against the establishment. It's the same with Trump. It's the same with Ron Paul. It wasn't, oh, he's Republican, that's why. They're not going to go after Mitch McConnell. They're not going to go after Lindsey Graham. They're not going to go after George Bush. They're not going to go after Donald Rumsfeld or Dick Cheney or John Bolton. But they will go after Ron Paul. They will go after Matt Gaetz. They will go after Donald Trump or the people connected to Trump. They'll go after Jill Stein, who's a bigger lefty than anyone running in the fucking Democrat Party right now. Right? They'll go after Tulsi Gabbard when she was a Democrat. And don't be mistaken, there were smears that she was a Russian asset. And you say that this happens to others. Show me one time that a FISA warrant's been used to spy on a president of the United States, other than Trump. Show me one time that a former president or president had their home raided.
I don't think that there was anything concerning Trump's like his candidacy in 2016. Like he may have not have been a politician, but he was an insider. I don't like the idea that Trump is so much not an insider or whatever. Like he doesn't play ball. Like he didn't really fight. He didn't at all fight against the Pentagon when it came to their foreign wars.
I don't disagree with that, but that's irrelevant to the point. You already admitted the most relevant point that the FBI was fearful of him. Right? And this is the point that like people make this argument all the time, right? Here's the truth. You want to hear the real truth about Trump? Here's where the Democrats fucked up. You ready? Trump likes ass kissers. Trump's not an ideologue. If the Democrats would have been like, Trump, you're the man. You're great. By the way, can you pass this climate change shit? He'd have did it. He would have. He just wanted to be liked. The problem was the left and the Democrats made him out to be Hitler. So, okay, then I'm going to listen to the people that like me. And this is evident. For example, he banned bump stocks. His fucking supporters went mad. What are you doing? That's against the Second Amendment. They were freaked out. He was like, oh shit, my bad. He wasn't an ideologue on that. He was listening to people that kissed his ass. That's why he pointed John Bolton. It's one of his biggest weaknesses. It's also a strength for us because it was a president in our lifetime that actually was willing to change his opinion based on what his supporters wanted. But the Democrats were too stupid to realize that. So it could very well been if instead of the FBI targeting Trump from the get-go, if they would have kissed his ass, he may have went right along with everything they wanted. Could be true, right? But you already gave away the game. The FBI was fearful that he wouldn't. That's what it was. It didn't matter if he actually would have or not, or if he had policies that the FBI liked or not. What mattered was they were like, here's a dude we don't know if we could control that's going to be on our team, and we can't accept that. Jeb Bush, we know we got. Hillary Clinton, we know we got. Barack Obama, totally cool. John Kerry, totally cool. Joe Biden, no problem. But not Trump. Arguably not Bernie. Bernie spent, after 2016 and getting fucked in the Democratic primary, he spent the next 4 years trying to kiss the ass of them and bend the knee, but it still didn't work. He's never going to get serious play. You know? That's what's going on. It's not that Trump's unique, well, actually, Trump's an establishment man. He may very well be irrelevant. He was seen as a potential outsider. He was like a bull in a china shop. We can't have that. We can't have this guy upsetting the apple cart. Allegedly, in the one book, I forget what it was called, Hillary Clinton's team said on election night, if he wins, we hang. Now, I don't think they literally meant they're going to be hung by the neck or executed, but what they meant was like, dude, this guy, we don't know what he's going to do. He might just come in and declassify everything and say, look at all the shady shit the CIA's been up to. Look at the shady shit that the Republicans and Democrats been. You already admitted, you think even the Democrat Party's corrupt. That's what they were worried about, that a dude could get in there that they didn't control and be like, holy shit, look what's going on here. I better tell someone. They didn't want that. That's why he was targeted. That's why third parties are targeted. That's why you're never going to see a libertarian candidate or a Green Party or even a socialist party. They'll have to kiss the ass of the Republicans or the Democrats. That's it.
Okay, so if we both agree that he was at least at some point somewhat being targeted, but I would disagree for the reasons. I would say that we're talking about the only person who basically didn't concede that he lost an election, that there was the whole January 6th things, but most importantly that if Mike Pence actually rejects accepting those fucking votes, the election, like what happens after that? It's a constitutional like fucking shit show. There's no fucking rule written down for that shit.
So I will answer any January 6th type questions you have, right? But I just want to start with this. We're talking about the FBI targeting Trump, Chuck Schumer admitting that they were going to target him in 2015, them starting this bullshit investigation, the Russiagate investigation, totally unprecedented, getting a FISA warrant to spy on a presidential candidate and then president. And I think it was in July, I believe, of 2015. And you're saying, well, the reason they were targeting Trump was because they knew 5 years later he would lose an election and refuse to accept the results. That's your argument.
I already said that I think that looking into the Trump candidacy was justified, or there was decent reason for doing it.
It doesn't matter if that's what you said, right? You also admitted that even if it doesn't matter because there wasn't, as the Durham reporter showed, and we can see evidence of, there was no predicate. Just saying you met with a Russian isn't a predicate. Second, you acknowledge that other candidates have done the same. In fact, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a modern-era presidential campaign that didn't have someone meet with high-ranking Russians at some point during their campaign. My guess would be that'd be 90% of all candidates, Republican or Democrat. We know that Hillary's team did. I'm sure Bush's did. I'm sure Obama's did. So the idea, and you already admitted that you know that Hillary's team did, including her husband meeting personally with Vladimir Putin and then being paid $500,000.
I wasn't sure about the Hillary one. I wasn't sure about that.
Okay, nonetheless, you could look into the fact, assume that they did meet Igor Dushenko, which they did, and that was a suspected Russian spy, and he, right? So the argument isn't just because you feel that it was justified, it's that it was an unprecedented action based on they met with Russians, something that presidential campaigns have done for the past 30, 40 years, or probably since the wall came down. So again, it's selective targeting.
What do you think it was about Trump that just because he wasn't already a politician, that as early as 2015 or 16, they already knew that he was
it was everything
not
about
going to play ball or quotes or whatever. What?
I'll answer your question with a question. I know that's bad form.
Okay.
What do you think the appeal was of Trump supporters? Why did they like Trump so much?
That's a good point, because he was a random. He was don't know what comes next. Might have changed the system conceivably. Right. That's a good point.
Right.
Point. But he really didn't.
What you could. I agree. For me, the only changing of the system that mattered was ending this corruption, and he failed. That's undoubtable. He also did a lot. I don't know what you might get the impression of me that I'm like a super Trump supporter. I did vote for Trump. I voted for him again in 2020. I volunteered for his campaign. I was offered a job through his campaign, albeit a low level one, like $30,000 a year to run the, hand out fucking yard signs and make calls in my little county. So it wasn't like a big deal. Don't get me wrong. But I turned it down because they said I had to end my social media, which I was refusing to do. I've criticized Trump all the time. Trump came out in support of lockdowns. Criticized. Trump massively spent, all these Tea Party people that were like, balance budget, balance budget. They shut their fucking mouth when Trump was blowing out the budget, didn't they? Ridiculous. Trump bombing Syria. Ridiculous. Right? Even some of the stupid shit Trump said, I criticized. Why are you fighting with Rosie O'Donnell on Twitter? You're the president of the fucking United States. What are you doing? Like, it's stupid. It's just dumb. But he did a lot of good, too. He did. But when it came ultimately to the end of the day, he proved the corruption existed. It's undoubtable that this corruption existed in our intel agencies and that the media are just mouthpieces for the intel agencies and the Democratic Party, etc. He proved all that, and he did nothing about it. He claimed that he was going to drain the swamp, and in an effort to do it, he appointed people from the swamp, like John Bolton. That's on him. End of story. Sob story. I know a lot of Trump support, but no, he fucking did that. He did it. That's on him. He could have not appointed John Bolton, but he did. He could have not appointed Bill Barr, but he did. That's that. So I'm not here to say Trump's never done anything wrong and Trump was always a man of the people and was doing everything right. That's not what I'm saying at all. Right? What I'm saying is he was targeted because the establishment feared that he was someone from outside. And he was running on promises of, this government has fucked you, the average person, over, and I'm an outsider and I'm going to go in and I'm going to change shit up. And he was specifically calling out people in the FBI, and he was calling out the border policy that both Republican and Democrats liked. They didn't like that shit. That's why they targeted him.
Can I ask you how you felt about when Mar-a-Lago was raided? What was your response?
My response was to take an unprecedented... So my response is this. It is true that no one's above the law, but when you're talking about unprecedented action such as spying on the President of the United States or raiding the former President of the United States' home, that requires huge burdens of proof, right? Huge. For two reasons. One, because the what's the word I'm looking for? The temptation to weaponize those institutions on political opponents would be so great once you start that ball rolling that it's something that you must pass a really high threshold before you would cross, right? So you would have to exhaust all of your other options. So make sure that there's no possibility for cooperation anymore. Be almost positive that what you were looking for was actually there. Limit your search as tightly as possible to only the material that you were looking for. Make sure it was done in as transparent method as possible, because you know that the American people, particularly because the targeting of Trump's been going on at that point for like 5 years, are going to be very skeptical. And polling shows this, that trust, particularly amongst Trump supporters and Republicans, for these institutions are at all-time lows. By the way, the FBI understands this. James Comey and Christopher Wray and others have all publicly said that they understand this, and even the appearance of a double standard needs to be rejected because they understand that that appearance is important. So when the raid occurred, I thought it was outrageous. Oh, and then the way the raid was carried out has to be tailored specifically to the warrant. When it occurred, I thought it was ridiculous because Trump had been cooperating up until that point to some extent. He had, which this indictment doesn't mention, by the way, he had allowed the FBI to come in several times. He also showed them the material. The FBI said, hey, can you put a lock on this door? He was like, sure. He was. He would do that. So I didn't think that there was proof that all options had been exhausted. I did not. If the FBI or the Department of Justice thought that he still had materials, they should have reached out to him and said, we know that you have these specific materials in this specific location, these 20 or 30 materials. We have reason to believe that they're there, and we need you to return those ASAP. If they didn't do that, then they should have appointed like a special master or something like that. But the last step they should have taken was literally raiding the home of the former President of the United States. The warrant was not narrowly tailored. In fact, it was massively expansive. It was not carried out in a way that was specific to the narrow tailor of a warrant. They took a baseball bat. They took a cocktail napkin. They took Trump's passport. Instead of trying to be transparent and it assuade people of the fear that this was political, there were leaks that came. Pictures were taken of documents strewn that were leaked to people. There were other things, allegations that were leaked that came from this raid. So I was outraged by the raid of Mar-a-Lago. And that's without even covering the FBI lost their credibility in their targeting of Trump with all of the instances that they've had up until that point.
Let me say on that, I think like that the idea that the FBI was targeting Trump, like there are like a few instances where he was investigated. They were like spying on him. I think the whole like the Mueller report shit. For one, it was set off by Trump not just firing that the FBI, but admitting that it was for quote that whole Russia stuff or whatever. But moreover, that whole story, all of it, the idea that Rachel Maddow covered it for fucking 2 years straight. I think that the investigation, at least in the U.S. media, is just so blown out of proportion. I mean, there was that Mueller investigation. It was in depth. They didn't, find anything as when it pertains to Trump himself, or that the collusion or blah 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 blah. But I would say that it was justified, and it would seem a lot less if it wasn't for fucking Rachel Maddow.
Why should we take your word on? I think it's justified because Kushner met with a Russian when the person tasked with looking into it, Durham, says there was no predicate. Why should we take your word over Durham's, who investigated it?
What's the alternative is that they just randomly started surveilling them. What's bro's name? Let me look it up.
Durham?
Durham?
Yeah, the Durham report. Right? He was appointed by Bill Barr. Now, Durham sucked. He was there to just whitewash this, but the evidence was quite clear, right? You can't just... The standard isn't, and I can't believe I have to explain this to you. The standard isn't, someone on your team met with a foreign national, therefore we could spy on you. That's not the standard, sadly.
Yeah, even if I give you that, but what I was pertaining to was the actual special investigation, which kicked off after Trump fired the head of the FBI. I mean, I think that he set it in motion. After that, if it was just the FBI spying on the Trump campaign, maybe you could say that you don't think it was justified, or I don't know what time exactly the Hillary. When did they send that report to the FBI? The dossier.
It was in I believe July and August when it started to come through. But nonetheless, again, so the argument is, well, okay, they spied on Trump, but you admit that then the reason that the special counsel was justified is, okay, you can't defend the initial spying on Trump. You can't defend that. You can't defend the FBI's action in the investigation. But we needed a special counsel because Trump was pissed about it and told Comey, who was repeatedly talking to Comey in private saying, I'm not saying end the investigation. I'm just saying you're privately telling me I'm not a target of this investigation. Could you please tell the public that? Because what's happening is there's leaks coming out that's making me look bad. That's saying Trump's being targeted for Russia collusion. And Comey was telling Trump privately, no, you're not the target. You're not. And so Trump was saying, can you publicly say that? And Comey was like, well... Nah, I can't say that publicly. So the FBI was corrupt in investigating Trump. They didn't have a predicate for the investigation. And then let's go further than that, right? Trump went to basically the second in command of the FBI, Rod Rosenstein, right? And Rosenstein wrote a memo for Trump. Do you know what that memo said? It suggested that he fire James Comey. So Trump said, okay, you're fired, Comey. Rosenstein wrote the memo suggesting it. And then Rosenstein said... geez, that's odd.
By request, if I remember. Trump requested that fucking memo.
It doesn't matter. So you're saying that Rosenstein was coerced or corrupt? Why hasn't he acknowledged that afterwards?
Am I remembering wrong? I'm pretty sure that Trump asked Rosenstein to write that memo.
It doesn't matter.
Include reasons for why he was looking for reasons to fire Comey, and he asked Rosenstein to make a list, make a memo.
It doesn't matter.
It's really needed important context.
Is your claim that Rosenstein lied in this memo?
I don't remember the words and the wording of the memo, but he made it by request. It wasn't randomly.
Let's say that Barack Obama's I think that my Secretary of State sucks. I think they suck. And so he goes to the director of the FBI and says, look, I really want to get rid of this Secretary of State, which, by the way, he has the right to do. Trump could fire whoever he wants, right? Obama could fire whoever he wants in the executive branch. They're his employees, right? And so Obama's like, man, I hate this fucking attorney general. Can you write me a memo to fire him? And the FBI director says, sure. Here's all the reasons I would fire them that I think they're bad. You're like, oh, well, you can't do that. Why not? If Rosenstein's memo was accurate and there were Rosenstein's heartfelt opinions, this is why Comey should be fired, then what's it matter if Trump was requesting it? So, if it was inappropriate, Rosenstein would have said, no, I will not write that memo because it's inappropriate and he shouldn't be fired. Instead, this is what Rosenstein did. He wrote the memo, and then when Trump fired Comey, Rosenstein said, that seems shady that Trump, based on my letter, fired Comey. I'll appoint a special prosecutor. Why didn't Rosenstein instead say, no, Trump, you can't fire Comey because that would be obstruction of justice and I would be forced to hire a special prosecutor? Why didn't Rosenstein say that? Instead, he said, sure, I'll write the memo. And then once Trump did it, he said, okay, now I'm going to have a special counselor. Oh, and it just so happened to pick the mentor of the very guy you fired. Just picked him. Just so happened to pick Bob Mueller, the mentor of James Comey. Because you fired him based on the recommendation that I gave.
But I can tell you that that he was fucking worried about his own charging his own shit, and he was getting basically consideration from basically the FBI I don't know, legal group. I'm forgetting what group it was, but I mean Rosenstein definitely fucked up by even writing the memo. But
you know what you do if you're a member of the cabinet or you're a member of an executive agency and you're given an order or given a request that you find immoral, do you know what you do? Resign.
Right.
That's what you do. You resign. You don't say, okay, I'll do it. And then people like you say, oh, well, he did it under pressure. He didn't really mean it. Then he's corrupt and he should be charged. If he did it to save his job, that is putting his personal career ahead. If he legitimately thought that this was obstruction of justice and this was Donald Trump trying to escape the FBI's legitimate investigation into the fact that he was a puppet of Vladimir Putin, if Rosenstein legitimately thought that's what was going on, he should have resigned. He should have wrote the memo, thereby leading to the firing, which he thought was obstruction of justice.
Yeah, he shouldn't have read the memo. But you posited the memo as if there was such an issue with Comey that Rosenstein just randomly wrote a memo. No, he was
the reason I bring the memo up is because the guy that wrote it was the guy that then said, now we need a special prosecutor. It's not like if the memo would have been written by someone differently than the guy that said the special prosecutor, okay, maybe you'd have a point. But it was written by the same guy. You don't get to say, if someone comes to me and says, Rob, can you, like for example, if you ever had someone say, can you be a reference for me? I'm applying for a job, right? Have you ever had that happen?
No.
You never, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I usually don't say my age, but
okay, that's fine. As you get older, that might happen. You might have a friend that says, hey, I'm applying for a job at such and such. Can I put you down as a reference? Particularly if you advance in a career, like if you get a master's degree or a doctorate or something like that, and you're seen as a more professional type person, oftentimes people might ask, hey, can I put you down as a reference? And you understand what that process is then. Like, you might get a call or be asked to write a letter or an email saying, hey, your friend Tom here said that you're a reference. Can you tell us a little about his work ethic? Right. That's right. So let's say that happens. Someone says, Rob, can you write a memo for? I forget what your name is. What are we
Casey.
doing? Casey. Can you write? Hey, Rob. Casey put you down as a reference, and I say, yeah. Casey's a good worker. I think he'd be great. Blah 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 blah. And then they hire you, and I go, why did you hire him? Oh, now we need to investigate why you hired him. He's terrible. Why would you do that? They'd be like, what? What the fuck? Like, you told us to hire him. But that's odd that you hired him. I think we need an investigation. That's exactly what happened at the Rosenstein, only instead of hiring, it was firing. Yeah, I'll write that you should fire this guy. Oh, you fired him? Well, now we need an investigation. Like, it makes no sense. And it doesn't matter anyways. Like, again, what you're suggesting anyways is that, well, and this is what happened with all of these claims of obstruction. Yeah, okay. corrupt investigation after corrupt investigation into Trump. And yeah, it didn't bear any fruit, and he didn't do what he was accused of, being a, puppet of Vladimir Putin. But he protested it, so therefore we should charge him with that. It's nonsense. It's ridiculous. It's the stereotypical, well, you just have to take it, man. We're going to investigate you. We're going to leak to the press. We'll make you look like shit for 4 years. And if you finally say enough's enough, we're like, that's obstruction. Sorry. Obstruction of justice. Sorry. You just had to leave us smear and cost you elections and shit like that. That's your obligation. Sorry, we're corrupt. That's what we're doing. We didn't have a predicate or a reason for this investigation. We knew early on, if you read the Durham report, early on, all the FBI agents knew that it was bullshit, that there was nothing to it, didn't give a shit, kept it going. But Trump should have not been frustrated about it, even though he legally had the right to fire Comey. Then with the Mueller investigation, it was fucking corrupt as shit. Mueller didn't even know where he was. He was a precursor to John Fetterman and Joe Biden. It was embarrassing watching this guy. He was this elder statesman. He was going to come and bring fire and brimstone. Democrats had votive candles. It's Mueller time, with Mueller's picture on him. Then when he testified in front of Congress, he didn't know where the fuck he was. They're asking him about key people in the investigation. Who? I don't know. It was embarrassing. And I'm going to tell you this, right? And you can believe me or not. You are out of your fucking depth. You have no clue. And I'm not saying that to be a dick. I'm saying you literally don't know. You just don't know. I could talk to you for fucking hours about these double standards. I could talk to you about the fucking Mueller report. I could talk to you about the FISA warrants. I could talk to you about Hillary Clinton's emails. It's not just one thing. It's not like, well, they let Hillary go, but not Trump. We're talking ever since before Trump was fucking nominated. Or, I'm sorry, sworn in. That this shit's been going on. Non-stop. Complete double standard. Every single time it's go after Hillary's team or go after the FBI or go after establishment people with the softest hand possible. We're not going to subpoena records. We'll offer immunity to everyone. We're not going to investigate that. And then with Trump, anyone connected to him, it's fucking nailed down as hard as we possibly can. And not just that, but leaks to the press. When they got Roger Stone for lying to the FBI, something that provably Mills and Abedin did, that the FBI agent said he thought Hillary did by saying that the confidential marking was the confidential marking was alphabetical order, and a litany of other people. McCabe lied, Comey lied. We know all this, right? CNN was waiting outside Roger Stone's house when 17 agents went in and pulled him out at gunpoint in his underwear, broadcasting it. How the fuck would CNN know that this raid was about to occur? Because our FBI leaked to the press to again make Trump and his team look bad. Over and over and over. And then when finally, predictably, I'm shocked that it took this long. I would have guessed Donald Trump seems like a shady enough character that I've been like, this guy committed some fucking crime at some point. And if you were like, we're going to raid his lawyer, we're going to fucking charge his lawyers with everything, we're going to get his emails, we're going to get his phone records, we're going to spy on him. Like, I'd have been like, you're going to find something. And so after all the bullshit, all of the accusations and stuff that were all bullshit, finally it's like, here we go, here's one. Obstruction on these classified documents. Doesn't mean he didn't do it. He may have. Doesn't mean that it's not a crime. It may be. But you can see the exasperation of people like, well, congratulations. And then so many people on the left are like, well, we don't want to talk about that corruption. That's whataboutism. That's whataboutism. And they're so adamant, it's important now to go after people that mishandle classified information. It's important to go after people that lie to the FBI. It's important now. As soon as it's fucking the Biden administration or something like that, it'll be a different story again. Then it'll be, no, there's nothing to see here. It's a conspiracy theory. Then when it goes back to someone that the left doesn't like, they'll be like, oh, now it's super serious again. Now we have to charge. FARA violations, failure to register as a foreign lobbyist. My God, that's super serious. Paul Manafort didn't register as a foreign lobbyist, and he was lobbying for the president of Ukraine, who was considered Russian. That's a serious crime. He needs to be charged. Oh, really? He did it with the Podesta group. That was Hillary's campaign manager. Well, that's not that serious. That happens all the time. It's no big deal. Well, that's what Hunter Biden did. He was lobbying for foreigners in Burisma, owned by a Russian oligarch or a Russian sympathetic oligarch, right? Well, that's, let's let bygones be bygones. That was a long time ago. It's bullshit. The double standard is evident, and it's really going to. I don't want this. I assume that this will be a bad outcome for Trump, right? And I'll do my best because I'm an ethical person. And if you don't believe me, you can talk to anyone who routinely follows me. I deplore acts of political violence. I find them disgusting, immoral.
Well, that's good.
And not only that, not only are they immoral, but they're not strategic, right? Particularly if you're on the right. On the left, you could commit violence and it's the summer of love. On the right, they'll fucking lock you up if one person throws a rock. So it's immoral, but even if you don't believe that and you're on the right, you shouldn't do it because it's not strategic, right? But I'm telling you right now, if they arrest or if they indict Donald Trump, if they convict Donald Trump, there's going to be a lot of people because they've seen this double standard and they're right about it, that are going to want to do something really fucking stupid. And I would like to not see that happen. I would like to not see this country get even fucking worse. That's what I would like. But people, not trying to be a dick, but people like you, maybe you've changed your tune a little, that are like, that's whataboutism. Who cares if Hillary did it? Who cares? Who cares if the FBI's been targeting Trump? Who cares? That's all whataboutism. You're leading to that fucking path. That's what's going to happen. And those people that are fucking furious and might do some stupid shit, they're right to be furious. They absolutely are. They still shouldn't do the stupid shit. But I'm telling you, that's what's coming. And no one seems to care because Orange Man bad. And we don't want Trump to win in 2024. So it's all worth it, they say. I'm just saying.
Okay. But here we have you, and you were going over the indictment, and to question that this wasn't ordered by Trump, like of course it was ordered by Trump. Why does this other guy even care about the boxes? And then you're inferring that Trump doesn't even know what boxes he has or hasn't. Like, there's no fucking way that Trump didn't know that he wasn't giving everything back.
Let me give you an example. There was a lawyer for Hillary's team named Michael Sussman. He was indicted by Durham, right? You could read the indictment of Michael Sussman. If you read that indictment, you'd say, absolutely, this guy's guilty. Who are you to say that he didn't lie to the FBI? It's all right there. It says it right there. Guess what? He was found not guilty. Huh. You are aware that indictments are just one side presenting evidence and the other side then gets to present a counter case. So you're just like, there's an indictment that proves it. That's it. That's it. Game over.
No. It's that the evidence is so. They have evidence of.
Have you seen the evidence?
Video of the box.
Have you seen it?
Of them moving the boxes.
Have you seen it?
Yes.
You have seen that. You've seen the videos of Trump telling people to move boxes. You've seen it.
Oh, that's not what I said. Okay. No, I've seen videos of them moving the boxes.
Okay. What's that have to do with your claim that says it's ridiculous to say that Trump didn't order it? How can I believe that?
Because it's fucking ridiculous to say that Trump didn't order it. Trump gets a fucking subpoena, and what this guy is he trying to get Trump arrested? Trump is fucking 3 employees who are all like in charge of like moving the boxes or whatever, or at least that they covered in the indictment. The idea that they would be somehow colluding together, but somehow know everything that Trump knows as it pertains to when his own lawyers are showing up and what gets moved. What do you think? Do you think this guy is like Trump's body guy? Nada? Is this a conspiracy against Trump that Nada is involved in? Did he purposely move the boxes so that Trump's own lawyers couldn't find the classified documents? Is that what you're saying?
First off, an allegation that Trump ordered moving boxes isn't proof that Trump ordered moving boxes. Second, moving boxes isn't a crime. That's a far cry from Trump specifically telling people to intentionally obstruct justice. Third, you've seen no evidence. You've seen no evidence suggesting that Trump did that whatsoever. Fourth, you have no problem with the fact that if by this same rationale, then if subpoenaed evidence was deleted with Hillary Clinton, then it must mean that Hillary Clinton knew, that Hillary's team knew. Cheryl Mills met with the guy that deleted it 2 days before he deleted it, so it must.
You will never see me like denying like clear facts as it pertains to anyone's fucking actions, or certainly corruption. Or we want to talk about Hunter Biden's corruption, Burisma, but he wasn't lobbying, to be clear. But yeah, it was all corrupt as shit.
What do you mean he wasn't lobbying?
There's no evidence that he was lobbying.
That's not true at all.
Burisma.
I have emails that I could show you right now from Burisma, the leaders of Burisma, talking to Devin Archer, who's John Kerry's son, and Hunter Biden, saying, okay, we need you to go out and talk to people in the U.S. State Department and people in the United States, lawyers and such in the United States, to get our good name back, because we think this is happening. We know that Hunter Biden, we see email exchanges that he was dealing with law firms directly in the United States after that first email saying, I'd like to get you in contact with these people at Burisma so that we can start to wage a defense case. That's lobbying, motherfucker. In writing.
He was on the board, so yes, he was communicating with Burisma.
Define lobbying.
Communication with those currently holding office concerning favors for or doing something specific.
Okay, so then we know from the emails that he was reaching out to people in his family and people at the State Department to set up communications between Burisma and those people, those officials. That's lobbying. Why do you think they hired Hunter Biden if not for that exact purpose, by the way?
Just for general favors from the fucking...
And how would they get those favors?
The idea that that Biden would be kinder to them after hiring Hunter. I mean, I think that's that's sort of inferred.
And especially when they're in email saying, "Can you talk to people over there?" You know, so you're saying like, even though we have those emails, but you don't know about those emails. Fair enough. You're saying that you think it would be ridiculous that.
You know what?
That Hunter Biden talked to his dad or anyone in any political office whatsoever remotely about Burisma. We know.
Okay, I'll give you that it could be made the case that he was lobbying for them.
Okay, I don't know why he said otherwise, but
I'm not well read on a lot of this.
Again, you're talking about like. This is what again. It's so frustrating that I see people on the left always do. Fine, take Hunter. He's corrupt. It has nothing to do with. I don't give a fuck about Hunter Biden. I give a fuck about the fact that he was committing crimes in tandem with his father. So I don't care if Hunter Biden smoked crack. I don't care about that. I don't care if Hunter Biden was buying hookers. I don't care about that. I care with these two things. One, was he getting money from foreign adversaries that was going to him and other members of his family, like his father, to sell access to his father, which almost certainly happened. And secondly, correct, did the FBI cover that up? That's what I care about.
Right, yes, the FBI should look into it, and yeah, it's ridiculous that Hunter was on that board even to begin with. It's fucking rampant corruption. It's fucked to the max. And
right, so then the point is, and yet there wasn't, right? We didn't have subpoenas. We didn't have people charged with crimes. Isn't that odd? That's the point, right? When you say I won't defend corruption, you have to understand if you're saying Trump had to know because of blah, 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 and all the reasons you outlined, then that means Hillary had to know about the deleting subpoenaed evidence based on the same standards.
She may very well have known that the circumstances aren't the same, but sure, maybe she might have known. Okay, I don't know how you would prove it, but...
It's outrageous if the FBI is taking the unprecedented step to go after a former president who, by the way, in all instances between Trump and Hillary, other than allegedly this announcement that Trump made about getting rid of the documents and stuff, but the severity of it is all worse when you compare the two with Hillary Clinton, right? For example, the severity of the potential danger with Trump, we have no evidence that any outsiders attempted to or received access to any of these documents. With Hillary's team, it's the opposite. We know that foreign adversaries attempted or retrieved this evidence, right? With Trump, there's the possible defense as president, he's allowed to declassify shit. With Hillary, we have none of that, right? With Trump,
that's not a defense.
What's that? Well, it potentially is a defense. You're absolutely wrong.
He said that one of the conversation is important because he even admits that they're classified, and he admits that he could have. Wait. Did I finish a fucking sentence? Can I finish a fucking sentence? He admits that not only are they classified, but that he could have declassified them while in office, but didn't. So don't tell me it's a fucking defense when he's admitting that he knows that it's classified and he knows that he can no longer fucking declassify them anymore.
Can you name me like 3 of the most prevalent constitutional law scholars in the country today? Go ahead.
I don't give a fuck. No.
Can you name one?
No. The idea that that I am the fucking partisan one here, where you just you reject every fucking evidence. I don't know what.
It has nothing to do with rejecting evidence.
I don't know.
I'm saying that there is a legal. It has nothing to do with rejecting evidence. You're not listening to me. I'm saying there is a legal argument that as a president or former president, Trump has the ability to declassify shit. Some people say it's anything that he takes with him is automatically declassified. Other people say that he has to announce that declassification in a certain procedure, right? But
yes, you do. That's just fact.
But there is a potential. There is questions to how things get declassified. But presidents can go through a process. You might say, I don't agree that anything he takes is declassified, but at least there's an argument that he's able to declassify. That argument does not exist with Hillary. So when comparing these two things, with Hillary, there is a 0.000000000% chance that she had the authority to declassify this. And with Trump, you might believe there's only a 0.0000001% chance, but it's still higher than the chance that Hillary did.
Okay, back to Hillary. But hold on. But if you can say that if someone kills someone else,
into this conversation,
if you're saying that someone,
I said when comparing the Trump situation to the Hillary situation, in these three ways, the Hillary situation is worse. One, the potential of nefarious actors getting it. With Hillary's team, we know they attempted to hack. With Trump's team, we don't. Second, there is a legal argument that Trump had the authority to declassify these materials or part of these materials. There is no such argument with Hillary Clinton. Third, Trump's accused of potentially trying to obstruct justice. We'll see if it's proven. Hillary's team absolutely definitively obstructed justice by deleting subpoenaed emails. In all three ways, Hillary's case was worse.
Hillary didn't delete them, apparently. But
yes,
my point is here...
Her team did.
Back to Hillary. My point is here that if you kill someone... And you could say that you have a possible defense of self-defense, and that is much better I'm giving a huge stretch that idea of that defense is way more possible than the when I stepped out of the office with all my classified documents, they instantly became classified. But back to my point, you could say that you have possibly the defense to say that you are defending yourself, but if you are quoted, if you are fucking recorded saying that explicitly that you killed them and you weren't fucking defending yourself, that no longer becomes a fucking defense.
Even if that's true, what we're talking about is the FBI's decisions and how to prosecute and how to go about conducting these investigations. So at some point, the FBI decided to issue a subpoena, a grand jury, to compel the testimony of violation of lawyer-client privilege before they knew about Trump's tape, right? Because they found out about Trump's tape because they had subpoenas in a grand jury and they got all this information, right?
The tape of them moving boxes?
The tape that you're saying that Trump admitted that he didn't declassify it.
That
hyperventilate.
It's unclear.
No, you forgot
it's
about
unclear.
that?
It's unclear when they got that.
Okay, but I would say that they probably didn't just stumble into it. They probably got it after they were compelling evidence to be turned over, correct?
I had no idea.
Okay, well, you're being willfully duplicitous, as often is the case with the left.
I have no idea how they came.
I'll continue here. So at some point then, the FBI decided that we're going to issue subpoenas before they knew about this "I didn't declassify it" statement, right? And at that point they knew, well, at least there's a potential that Donald Trump had the ability to declassify shit. And when they decided to not raid Hillary Clinton's team or to not issue subpoenas and things like that, to compel attorney-client privilege to be released, they knew that Hillary had 0% chance. That's what I'm talking about. You saying, oh, okay, but they did the raid and then they found something. See, that's why they were justified in doing the raid. The question is, why did they have disparate situations where they decided to raid Trump and they decided not to raid Hillary when in every aspect, when those decisions were made, Hillary's situation was worse?
I don't think Hillary's situation was worse. She had an email server, a private email server.
Let's start over. One, when talking about the impact of did foreign adversaries potentially get top secret or classified information, Hillary's team, it's a probably. Trump's team, we have zero evidence. So who?
Hold on.
which one's
Well,
worse?
you say zero. Hold on. Well, he showed the documents to at least 2 people who didn't have a clearance.
does that have to do
Beyond
with
that, we're talking about the boxes that were basically
Okay,
left to
so-
where any employee
Okay.
can go and fucking get them
Okay,
or see
so,
them, right?
Okay. So, given that, even if we accept that at face value, who do you think's more likely to be a nefarious actor? Someone who has just shown a document, or someone who's intentionally hacking to get the document?
Probably the hacker, unless someone's working there as like at Mar-a-Lago as like a spy or
Okay,
something.
but we have no evidence that that was the case. In fact, this was just a writer. No one's accused that writer of being a spy.
I was concerning. I was referencing the just random Mar-a-Lago employees, not the people who he explicitly showed the papers to.
Random employees. For example, we know Anthony Weiner also had access. A ton of people had access to these emails that didn't have classification. So in both situations, there were these random people, but there's only one that there is proof that there was hacks or hacking attempts. So in that circumstance, the one with the hacks would be worse. Correct?
Okay. I'll give you that.
Okay, secondly, when it comes to did they potentially have the authority to have these documents? With Trump, there was a potential, because he was a former president, that he could have declassified this. With Hillary, that didn't exist. So in that instance, if they
I don't give you that.
What's that?
Yeah, but we know that he did declassify it because he said...
We're not talking about what we know now. And again, I've already articulated how that doesn't necessarily prove, right? But we're not talking about what we knew now. The FBI didn't know that until their investigation. We're talking about the steps they took to decide that they were going to have a grand jury to subpoena and everything. They didn't know that Trump said, I didn't declassify. They didn't know. There's at least the best you could have, the fucking best you could have. If I grant all of this ridiculous argument, all the FBI just serendipitously knew there's no way that even though he had the authority at one point that he ever could have potentially declassified this shit whatsoever. Even if I give you that, which is ridiculous, okay, then it's a tie. Because Hillary also didn't have the ability to declassify.
Hold on. Well, again, on the Trump thing, I think it's fair to assume that there is they got all the fucking shit back, and then there's an investigation concerning a possible indictment. They get all the data, they see all of this evidence. Clearly, Trump knew he had classified documents that weren't declassified anyway, and then comes the indictment. Just so we're sure, or whatever.
The subpoenas and stuff became before the indictment. That's how they found this stuff, because they raided and they had a subpoena. Correct?
The subpoena was for the classified documents.
Did the raid of Mar-a-Lago occur before the indictment?
Yes.
Holy fuck, you had to think about that? No, they had the indictment first with no evidence and then said we'll raid and get evidence.
Right. What the raid was for to get because there was there was a violation. They had evidence that there was a violating of the subpoena. I don't know if there was indictment.
Really do. So again, what
I don't know what legal document they used for that.
At the point that this is such a red fucking herring, but at the point that they decided they knew that Trump potentially had the ability to declassify, was there even a 0.0000000000001% chance that Hillary had the ability to declassify?
That is not a good argument for... yes, Hillary probably shouldn't use that argument.
Okay, so there's no percent chance that Hillary had the ability to declassify, but at least at some point, there was a chance that Trump had the ability to declassify.
Okay, I don't think that matters, but go on.
Okay, you don't think it matters, but in that case, even if we give you that it's a wash, but it's not, but even if we get it, so far we're looking at this in two potential ways. The hacks or the potential harm, worse for Hillary. This, I'll give you... Ridiculously, I'm going to give you this. That we'll say it was a wash, which is a fucking joke. Okay, Trump's team, they had... Part of the reason that they had to subpoena was because they were afraid he was obstructing justice, right? And he may not return over documents that they asked for, correct? That's why they needed to get the subpoena for the raid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but they weren't positive whether or not they would get those documents back. They still may have at some point. They just were worried that they wouldn't. Hillary's team, they knew they weren't going to get them back because they were deleted.
Okay.
So that's worse for Hillary's team.
Why is it the worst for Hillary's team? I don't know. We're saying get the documents back, but we're talking about the digital, something digital. I don't know if you can get it back or not.
Something digital? Like, I don't. You keep making this distinction. Can you explain?
How do you get it back? I don't understand how you get back a digital document.
You give the server back. You give them copies. You send them digitally what you have.
You don't send them digitally. If you sent them digitally what you have, you're just making another copy of it and you're sending it over to the internet. It's not really returning.
I mean, I don't think you understand.
Taking the server back. Taking the server back would be something.
I don't think you understand exactly what the potential problem with mishandling classified information is. It's not that I physically have it. Here it is. It's okay if it's on my thumb drive or cell phone, as long as it's not in my screen right now. Then it's okay. No, that's not the problem. There's all sorts of problems that can have with you having classified information. They might want to see what you have, right? And so when they say we want to see what you had, right? That's why we're subpoenaing it. It's not, it's no big deal if you don't have a physical paper of it. How could you hand over a digital copy? Are you fucking kidding me? If I asked you right now to send me that email your sister sent, could you send me that email?
The only thing that makes sense is that they actually physically picked up the fucking server, because it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
I don't understand. Okay. So what you're telling me is that you know more than the people that subpoenaed these emails. That's what you're telling me. That they should have known. What are you doing subpoenaing emails? All you could do is physically pick up the server. It's not as if they could send you the records of the emails. That's your argument.
If you're trying to recover a classified document in the email or whatever, yeah, you need to go to the physical drive.
Clue. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You literally have no clue. This is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever made. So when they deleted,
this is a small point.
So when they deleted, which we know they did, it's been admitted. When they deleted subpoenaed emails, it's like what was the problem with that? It's not like they physically had them anymore, so no problem, right?
Right. So yeah, that's true. That you wouldn't have a list of what she had or didn't have. But again, if you were going to recover them, yeah, it does. It's a very small point. It doesn't matter.
It's a dumb point. So we'll just move on from it. So again, when you ask me, well, what do I mean? Again, the point is they were worried that Trump's team may never hand this stuff back. But with Hillary's team, they absolutely knew they weren't because it was destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. So in that case, what Hillary's team did was more severe.
Oh, did they? Was there a subpoena for those emails?
Yes.
And they knowingly read the subpoena and then deleted it?
Yes, that's what Paul Combetta, the IT guy that did it, said. He was aware that these emails were subpoenaed, and he still chose to delete them. Because he remembered that 6 months ago he had a conversation that he was supposed to delete these emails before they were subpoenaed. And then after they were subpoenaed, he had, and I'm quoting now, an oh shit moment where he remembered the conversation that he had forgotten about for 6 months, and then, even though he knew they were subpoenaed, he intentionally deleted them.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad. It seems like he should have been charged for that.
That does, doesn't it? That sounds like not only should he have been charged, but that would have been a time to raid Hillary Clinton's home, if they're going to do it to Trump. Because the entire reason of the raiding Trump's home was we're afraid that they'll destroy documents and we'll never get them back. Or we're afraid they'll hide documents and we'll never get them back. With Hillary's team, you know they're doing that. So at that point, you'd say, we can no longer trust you to voluntarily cooperate. We tried to, and your dude intentionally deleted subpoenaed material. Now we're going to come in and take what we fucking want. But they didn't do that. And not only that, they didn't charge the guy that deleted the subpoenaed material. And then they allowed that guy to say, I talked to the head attorney, Cheryl Mills, 2 days before that deletion. I don't remember what we talked about. They were like, okay, sounds good. So, I go back to my initial statement. In those 3 ways, Hillary's situation was worse than Trump's. And yet the FBI took the exact opposite tact. They decided to give everyone immunity, to not charge anyone with anything. They decided not to compel testimony between attorney-client privilege. They decided not to raid the home of people. They continued... In fact, they only subpoenaed a couple things. Some things, like there was one server that they were unable to get a hold of. They never subpoenaed it. There were devices. They said at least 13 devices, Blackberries and stuff, that would have had this stuff on it. Hillary's team said, we smashed all of those with hammers. And the FBI was like, oh, okay. So they didn't issue a subpoena to see if that was true. They just took their word for it. This was after they knew they deleted subpoenaed evidence. But they just said, okay, no problem. They knew that Hillary Clinton saw classified material, but they allowed her to say, I thought the classification markings were alphabetical order. This career diplomat 20, 30-something years in D.C., didn't know the classification markings. In fact, according to the IG report, the FBI agent that heard her say that said he thought it defied credulity. In other words, she was lying out her ass, is what that agent thought. But the FBI said, oh, there's no evidence she saw classified materials.
Let me read these 4 points that a little bit go against what they're saying. You could correct it if this is wrong.
Okay.
One, the FBI found no evidence that any work-related emails were, quote, intentionally deleted, end quote. Some emails were deleted after the subpoena was issued, but these emails were personal in nature and not work-related. Hillary Clinton has denied that she and her team deleted any emails intentionally. For the controversy surrounding the deletion of emails has damaged Clinton's reputation.
Okay, let's go one by one. Say the first one first, and then I'll respond.
The FBI found no evidence that any work-related emails were, quote, intentionally deleted.
Well, it's irrelevant if they're work-related or not. We know that there were emails intentionally deleted.
But that there were some emails deleted. Because the second point is some emails were deleted after the subpoena was issued, but these emails were personal in nature and not work-related.
One, how would they know they're deleted and they were never able to recover them? Second, why does it matter if they were subpoenaed? You don't get to say, I disagreed with the subpoena. The shit you subpoenaed, I didn't think you deserved it. It wasn't work-related. You don't get to say that. That's not your job to determine whether or not the subpoena is justified. What if Trump said the same thing? Yeah, you subpoenaed stuff, but I didn't think that it was really shit that was relevant to you, so I kept it. Would you be like, oh, okay. Of course not. So it doesn't matter. It was subpoenaed. They destroyed it. Knowingly.
Number 3? Number 3 was that Clinton has denied that she or her team deleted any emails intentionally.
Of course. Do you think they accidentally deleted the emails?
I delete emails a lot.
But they didn't. I already told you what the guy admitted to. That he knew they were subpoenaed, but he still chose to delete them because he had an oh shit moment. That's an intentional deletion. So Hillary's lied to the FBI is what you're saying there. By the way, Hillary also said things, I know it's not in your 4 list here, but Hillary swore up and down that there were no classified material. That was untrue. She even said after the fact, she said, oh, well, they were only classified material that was marked as classified after we had sent the emails. That's not true. James Comey said, I think there were 51 emails that were classified at the time they were sent. So Hillary was wrong when she said that. And we just have to take their word when they say, trust us, all the emails we deleted it was just me yoga. That's what she said. It was just like yoga emails. Trust me. None of it was work related. I know it was subpoena, but trust me, it wasn't important. We just take their word. Imagine if Trump did that. Yeah, we burnt boxes of documents, but trust me, none of them had classification markings. Trust me. Do you think the FBI would say, oh, fair enough. Sounds good. Well, can we see your devices to see? Nah, we smashed them all with hammers. Oh, okay.
And then to be clear, the subpoena required Clinton to produce all of her specifically work-related emails from her private email server. So if they deleted some personal emails after that weren't work-related, she wouldn't have been violating the subpoena.
The emails on the server were subpoenaed. It is not up to her to decide whether or not they are work-related or not. We'll never know because they haven't been recovered. What we do know is when they claim to be voluntarily cooperating before the subpoena, they claimed that they gave all work-related material over. That was wrong because they later found classified information. So that's why deleting subpoena, they still deleted the subpoenaed emails. They don't, again, I just want you to put, this is a perfectly analogous situation. If they would have subpoenaed, you understand the subpoena that Trump received said all materials with classified markings, right? You understand that?
Yes.
If they had, after that subpoena, if they had on video Trump and his team literally lighting these boxes on fire and then going to the FBI and saying, oh, trust us, none of those boxes had classified materials. Would you accept that?
Maybe it would have just been a different crime.
What crime would that be?
Some sort of obstruction,
right,
and
which is
I'm
exactly
sure there's
what we're
something
talking about with Hillary's team. Deleting subpoenaed material. That would be obstruction.
Yeah, but the subpoena says specifically work-related
emails. It does
emails.
not work that way. It does not work that way. You don't get to say, I choose what's work-related and not. Trust me, the shit I deleted was all non-work related. It doesn't work that way. They subpoenaed the emails on the server. They intentionally deleted them. And by the way, the FBI disagrees with you because they said it was a federal crime, but the only reason they couldn't charge Combetta was because they had already given him immunity. So the FBI disagrees with you.
The FBI found that Clinton had mishandled classified information by storing it on a private server and by using her personal email address for official government business. I don't think that I wouldn't say that based on what I'm seeing and what you said. I wouldn't say that she knowingly refused to cooperate with the subpoena.
They deleted subpoenaed evidence. That's knowingly refusing to cooperate. Again, you can't get around this. If Trump's team lit the boxes on fire, would you say, well, I'm not saying they knowingly didn't comply with the subpoena. I would be here saying, yeah, that's knowingly not complying. That clearly is.
Oh, hold on. Was Trump clearly not complying?
We don't know.
As the facts are, they are. You don't know?
No.
But this is it's infinite cope. It's you're denying the very basic. This is so are you contending that it is more likely that that Trump's assistant did all of this on his own? Is that your contention? Is that's literally only the two?
Idea. Just like I can't tell you, I have no idea. And I'll be honest with you, I can't tell you that Hillary Clinton ordered the deletion of those emails. I can't tell you that. It's irrelevant. I'm saying someone deleted subpoenaed shit. That's obstruction of justice, right? In Trump's case, there are some factors that are more extenuating, such as it could be that these things were declassified, right? We don't know.
No.
Yeah, you're going to say, but there was one document that he said. We have no idea what that document was. We already went through this at the beginning. For example,
no, this is your cope. No. You refused me of being partisan, but you yes, and I'll give you some of the double standard stuff. But when it comes to the actual indictment, like you give Trump infinite possibilities where who knows, but there's a clear fucking answer here, and I would probably say that it's beyond a reasonable doubt that when Trump's assistant moved boxes from the room that was going to be searched by the lawyers, and they moved them to Trump's personal fucking room, literally his bedroom. I would say that was one that was almost undoubtedly at the behest of Trump, and two, that Trump would fucking know about it.
You don't have any proof for any. You don't have any proof for any. Why don't you have the same criteria for Hillary?
Well, one, the evidence isn't quite as clear. Do you agree on that?
What's not quite as clear? In what way? They actually destroyed evidence, so that's far more clear that it actually was obstruction of justice. And the idea of Hillary knowing, right? Well, we've seen that Hillary was duplicitous in her actions afterwards. She said, BleachBit, what do you mean, wipe the server with a cloth? We know that that's bullshit. We know that her top lawyer that she was in constant communication met 2 days before, and that the person said, I don't know what the conversation is, right? But I'm still saying, I can't tell you that Hillary personally ordered it, just like I can't tell you that Trump personally ordered that this stuff. Trump may have had no fucking clue if this shit was classified or not. He might have had no fucking clue what was in these boxes. He's just some braggadocious guy who's like, it's just shit from work. I like to show people shit once in a while. Yay! Did you hand over all that classified shit? And they were like, yeah, we think we did. Cool!
What's the odds that Hillary ordered those emails deleted?
Personally,
give me a percentage.
It's an interesting question. I don't think she would have said it, to be honest with you. I think that
even inferred it in some way.
I think there would have been an implicit discussion or implicit understanding with her head attorney Cheryl Mills that it was like, okay, we can get rid of incriminating shit. I would say the chances that a higher up than Paul Combetta ordered him to do that, knowing that it was subpoenaed, is about 95%. But I can't say that it was specifically Hillary that said it. Just like Barack Obama never went to Lois Lerner at the IRS and said, target conservatives. Lois Lerner just knew that that's what the Obama administration was about. They're morally virtuous, so it's okay to target our opponents. Obama didn't personally show up and be like, now listen here, Miss Lerner. It's time to target conservative groups. That's how it works. It doesn't matter, right? And it's deflecting to the point anyways, right? Well, did Trump do it? Did Trump violate? The point that I'm trying to make is that when it comes for reasons to actually raid a home, in all of the 3 reasons I outlined, it was far worse than the Hillary Clinton case. And you can't get around that. You're just like, well, but couldn't stuff have been bad with Trump's case too? Sure. I've already said that. We talked about that. Yeah, okay. But it was worse with the Hillary case. And I don't even understand what your argument is anymore. You admitted that it was political motivations. You already admitted it.
I did. My problem with you is that you deny so much of this facts, and what you say about Hillary, you're not willing to extend that to Trump. What's the odds that Trump ordered his man to move the boxes before the fucking search?
I literally just told you I can't say with any amount of certainty that Hillary Clinton ordered. So what am I?
What about
what
Trump?
am I granting to Trump that not Hillary?
Well, they're different. Yeah, I think you are.
Let me re-say what I just said.
Earlier in this discussion,
I don't have proof that Hillary ordered it. And then I said, I don't have proof that Trump ordered it. And you're like, oh, you're granting stuff to Trump that you aren't Hillary. Would you like me to repeat that?
Okay. What's the percentage? Well, give me a percentage. What's the odds that Hillary at least inferred that some emails should be deleted?
I would say that inferred. I would say high, right? I would, in some way.
Okay.
But the odds that she literally said something, I'd put low. I'd put maybe 10%, and that's probably about what I'd put Trump. I might even put Trump a little higher.
We don't care about said explicitly, but even inferred. What about those? What about those boxes?
I think it was highly likely that the Hillary team and Hillary herself were inferring that they wanted to drag their feet and not send shit over, and that there was going to be incriminating shit. Because you understand the allegation. You understand why conservatives and Republicans were upset about Hillary's private server. Yes, it had to do with the potential for it being hacked and shit like that. But there was also the fact that she could have intentionally been hiding documents that would have been, troubling to Benghazi. That's where this all started, right?
Benghazi, yeah.
Well, you could laugh. That's where this investigation started, right? Because Obama and Hillary were lying about the Benghazi attack, which they were. It's provably true. They said it was over this video. It wasn't. And so our... I'm sorry, what's the word I'm looking for? The people in our embassy died, and so Republicans, you could say it was a legitimate investigation or not, but they were pissed off about it, and they saw that there was a way to make political hay, and they said, we want these documents, and it was like, wait a minute, where's all Hillary's documents? And they're like, oh, well, it's a private server. And they were like, okay, well, we want to see those documents. And Hillary didn't want those documents showed. Why? Because it might make her look bad, and she was running for president. So I would say that it was pretty implicit that it was like, well, if shit got deleted, she probably was pretty implicit. Now, similarly, I would say that it's also probably pretty implicit that Trump probably wanted if there was an obstruction and a deletion of, like, for example, if we find out that files were deleted, I would say that Trump probably at least inferred that. In fact, I'd put the chances higher that Trump's so fucking stupid he didn't just infer, but Trump's the type of dude that would say, why don't you go burn those documents? Because he's an idiot. Hillary's not that stupid. But if you're going to grant inferring, I would say it's probably about equal. The only difference is we don't know that documents were destroyed with Trump. We don't know that. We don't know that there were documents that didn't...
Not destroyed, but moved.
Well, it doesn't matter if they were moved. That's less of a big deal than physically destroying this stuff. Like, for example, I could move shit. Like, is it possible that he ordered boxes to be moved, but it wasn't for the explicit purpose of hiding it from the FBI?
No.
Of course it is. I moved boxes from my basement this weekend. Nothing to do with hiding stuff from the FBI.
Okay, so the lawyers are coming in on June 2nd, and it was a little bit later in the afternoon. That fucking earlier in the afternoon, even on June 2nd, Nada is moving boxes out of the room that's going to get searched. That very day.
I will fully admit, it could be that the intent was to keep those boxes from being looked at, and that there was classified material in there that they knew about. That could absolutely be a possibility. but I'm saying it's still less likely of a possibility.
That's the obvious That's the obvious.
Maybe so. Let's say it's an 80% chance. Do we know that the deletion of subpoenaed emails was obstruction? 99. Was the deletion of subpoenaed emails obstruction? Yes, 100%. Okay.
Right. It took you a while to. I don't know. You gave me 99. You were throwing it out there.
This is the trap. I've been incredibly generous with you because you've already. All of this is a red herring, anyways. You've already admitted that it was political. You've already admitted that a politicalization of the FBI and these sorts of things is a bigger deal than anything that Trump or Hillary was accused of. But you say that, right? And this happens all the time. I constantly debate people when it comes to a corruption of the FBI. For example, there was this conservative. His name was Half Baked Takes. And he talked a big game. He was going to debate me about shit like corruption. Here was his tact, right? But there was a guy, Justin Freakin. Same tact they took. You ready? Here's the tact they took. Yeah, I totally agree with you. The FBI is corrupt. Yep. Totally agree. They were targeting Trump as corrupt. Okay? So then what's the debate? Well, what do you want to do? I was like, well, we need to prosecute these people at the FBI. We need to disband the FBI and all these leadership shouldn't be... Whoa. I disagree with that. And it's like, okay, so you agree with me how corrupt the FBI is, and now we're just going to have a conversation what to do with that. Fine. But then they belie themselves by saying things like this. Well, what do you think about, Trump versus DeSantis in the election? Who do you got? What are you talking about? You just said that the fucking FBI is corrupt and stealing elections. You just said it. And now you're going to, well, who do you think would be the best candidate for Republican? You see, they didn't believe it. They said that because they knew they couldn't dispute the facts that I was saying through the debate. So they pretended to agree with me. Yeah, I agree with you. Now let's change the subject. That's what you're doing. You're like, yeah, I agree that the FBI is political. I agree that that's a far bigger deal than what Trump was accused of doing or what Hillary was accused of doing. But I'd like to go back to talking about what Trump was accused of doing. That's what you're doing. That seems to be time ill spent, right? Again, you do acknowledge you would be the type of dude that's like, well, wasn't that black guy smoking crack? We don't have time to talk about the racist police. All's that matter. Can't you admit that black guy was smoking crack? That's really bad. Yeah. The racist police, that's bad. But that black guy smoking crack, that's bad, right? Yeah, we get it.
But it's annoying because I hear from you so much cope about, well, maybe he wasn't smoking crack. Well, I don't know if we can or can't do that. We know it. Blah, 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 blah.
That's, again, right? Like, this, it's so irrelevant, right? The fact that you would even ask those questions after those sorts of concessions, it just shows that you're not serious about it. And secondly, the, quote, cope that I'm issuing is still heavily criticizing Trump, right? And not saying 100% he didn't break any laws like most of the people defending Trump are doing. I'm saying that there are legitimate things, that you are literally taking an indictment and saying that proves everything. And I'm telling you, that's not how it fucking works. Again, we could see indictment after indictment at the federal level and elsewhere, where if you just read the indicting document, you'd be like, fuck yeah. There are entire documentaries on Netflix about people that were falsely charged, and the indictments were fucking airtight. Yep, absolutely happened. And then it turns out it was wrong, right? It happens. Or it turns out when the defense got to present their case, there were explanations for things. So I'm giving you possible explanations that could have occurred. I'm admitting that it's probably likely that Trump's team knew that there was material that was asked for back that they didn't give back. I think that the reason for that is they thought, we're allowed to have this shit. I was the former president. But they shouldn't be the people making that determination. But you're okay with that with Hillary's team, by the way. You're okay. They were allowed to determine, right? But with Trump's team, you're not, by the way, which seems odd.
But who's determined? The FBI?
When you subpoena evidence, when Congress or the FBI subpoenas evidence, you as the person they're subpoenaing from don't get to decide whether or not this particular thing is what they're asking for. So if they subpoena your work-related emails, you don't get to delete the emails on your server and say, trust me, they weren't work-related. If they say, we want classified markings, and you say, well, we don't think these are classified because we declassified them, you don't really get to do that.
It's fair enough that I just wanted to point it out there earlier that there was for work required documents or whatever. Yes, but I agree with you. Yes, that your subpoena is the subpoena, and you need to you need to respond to the subpoena.
Right. You don't get to say, "Oh, trust me, the shit I destroyed wasn't the shit you were looking for." You don't get to do that. You just don't. So I don't I just don't understand. What to me it seems like what you're doing is it's like, well, you've acknowledged that you've lost the debate or that. and it was easier to concede about the double standard and the politicization of the FBI, and that you've lost, or it was easier to concede about how that's a bigger deal than the classified documents, but you hate Trump. And so you're just like, yeah, that's all bad, but Trump! That's what's going on.
If you were... Trump probably, almost undoubtedly, from reading this fucking indictment, it seems like he broke the fucking Espionage Act. So, for the question is, do I think Trump should be indicted for these crimes from the Espionage Act? I really don't. I honestly don't have a problem with it. We agree that if it was someone else, especially any other ex-president, they probably wouldn't. But I mean, what do you want me? What do you want me to do with that information? What is your? You're saying that you're ignoring the actual indictment and the actual crimes because the FBI is such a bigger story. What is your solve here? What do you want to do about the fucking FBI at this point? And by the way, and I also don't like this focusing on just the FBI or whatever. I think that the powers that be that decided that it was okay to indict Trump. I think it was a little bit higher or more expansive than just the FBI or whatever the fuck it was. But I mean, what is your answer? It's like, okay, it's
Disband
what
the
is your
FBI,
answer?
Criminally charge the people at the top that have engaged in this double standard and coup against Donald Trump. Make sure that everyone at a certain level, top brass at the FBI, is never allowed to serve in any sort of public service. What's more, release unredacted to the American people so they can see the corruption of the FBI, not just in the targeting of Hillary Clinton, but things like drug running, coups, other things like that, child sex trafficking. Like, you are aware that, I don't know if you know the story, this is pretty non-political, Larry Nassar, who was the gymnast coach, the U.S. gymnast coach that was raping female gymnasts that the FBI was aware of and covered up for. All of that shit should be released unredacted. The Epstein files should all be released unredacted. The FBI should be scattered to the four corners of the world. The people that engaged in these crimes at the FBI should be charged with these crimes. That's a start.
But should Trump be? Could they go ahead with his indictment? But by the way, all of that is none of that's going to happen, right? So
of course,
no matter what we do,
of course it won't happen. That's right, it won't. In part because when this obvious corruption is brought up, even to people like you that is acknowledging it, you're like, but Trump.
No, I just don't. I don't see an answer for fixing the powers that be. At least not right now. So yes, I started from the beginning. I said this is obviously politically, at least some politically motivated. But that doesn't mean that it's a witch hunt. That doesn't mean that Trump didn't do it. So it's like, okay,
no,
well,
that's absolutely true. You're absolutely right about that. A witch hunt. It does mean it's a witch hunt. Right, because it was, we're going to get this guy. But that doesn't mean he didn't do what he's accused of. That's absolutely true. Absolutely. Just like the racist cop that specifically targets the black man because he's black doesn't mean that that black man didn't commit the crime that the cop's suggesting. He may have smoked the crack. But the question is, why are we spending all of our time focusing on the crack instead of the racist police? And how big of a threat that is. That's what's going on.
A better analogy is like the black guy. He was smoking crack and he was doing it in front of the cop, and while pissing on the guy's cop car and laughing or whatever. I mean, it wasn't like Trump.
That's not even close to a better analogy because
the FBI subpoenaed Trump.
It would be like this. Let me give an even better analogy. Okay, he pissed in front of the cop and he was smoking crack in front of him, but that's because the cop had been spying on the black guy for the past 6 years. Better analogy. So the cop was there every day, like, I'm going to fucking find something on you. And eventually he pissed in front of him and smoked crack in front of him. Yeah, you're right. Stupid thing to do. And?
Sorry, I let my dog out of the room there. I figured you were about to go on one. So
I thought it was a stinger. That, But, I mean, again, it's like, let me ask you then. You said that Trump shouldn't be prosecuted under the Espionage Act. So do you think Trump should be charged with anything under this?
That he shouldn't?
Didn't you just say, I don't think that any other former president would have been charged, and I don't think Trump should be charged under the Espionage Act?
No, I think you misheard me. I said that any other president probably would not be charged for this. But he definitely did it.
Should he be charged?
I don't... Yes.
So you think, even though you can acknowledge that no other president would be charged, you still support the charging of Trump?
The alternative is, I mean, it's more of the same, but if we want to talk about like a global or more fallout from this than just what we're looking at, like the idea that possibly people that the fucking oligarchy isn't above the law, that their next president can be indicted. I could see some good things like coming from this, and the fact that the FBI, the status quo, the DOJ, they have been extremely lenient, biased for the fucking rich assholes who run this country, and at one point they don't like someone enough to actually charge them for the crimes that they committed. And meanwhile, and it wasn't the fucking witch hunt. Like, Trump is like spitting in their faces. It's
right.
It's
he criticized them. Holy shit! Chuck Schumer told us. Yeah.
No, it's not the criticism. I mean, he criticized them.
That's when they started fucking. It's not that. That's when they started fucking with him, when he criticized them.
It's not that they were fucking with him. They demanded that they get their classified documents back, and it could have been.
They spied on him. That's how it started. They spied on him. Then they leaked information to the press constantly. Then they charged people around him, everyone they could, based on the spying they were doing of totally unrelated crimes of what they were confusing. The same crimes that we know that they themselves, the FBI, was committing, lying to investigators, such as Comey and McCabe, and that Hillary's team was committing. That's how it started. And you're like, well, Trump was thumbing his nose in their face. Like, it's so childish. He was
so
the
dumb. Documentary.
I guess he deserved it. Man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Right,
he did it.
Right. He did. Right. So the precedent set. So let's say DeSantis, fair enough. DeSantis wins in 2024, decides to spy on every Democrat in the country. Constantly leaks to the press, constantly goes after all of them for any crime whatsoever, arrests them, throws them in jail, going after their supporters that were involved in protests but weren't violent, throws them in jail for years, right? Eventually they get tired of it and say, enough's a fucking enough. Fuck you. We're not cooperating anymore. They deserve it now. Now it's deserved, right?
Trump clearly committed crimes, and the FBI right in front of their fucking faces. They knew what documents he had.
I don't know what else to say. I just outlined for you exactly what you suggest, right? And again, like, it's just not. I just want everyone to hear what you just said. So, actually, it will be good that they would never charge anyone else with this, but they will charge Trump. And the reason is this. Because the very corrupt people that you're acknowledging are corrupt and have a double standard, that wouldn't charge anyone else, that have basically announced that they hate Trump, that have been targeting him the whole time, if they're able to bring the guy they don't like down in Donald Trump, then the people that are on their team that are also corrupt will be worried that they too might get taken down by the corrupt FBI in the future. That's your argument. Because I would think the most likely scenario would be those corrupt people would say, ha ha, we can do what we want. And if an outsider calls us out, the FBI will be corrupt and take them down. But you say the opposite. Then all of a sudden they'll say, oh, okay, well, we won't be corrupt anymore. It paid off for us this time, but now we'll just stop because it worked. I'll tell you what's likely to happen. You just outlined a scenario that will fracture this country and possibly lead to civil war.
Because Trump committed a crime and that he was fucking charged for.
You just said no other president would be charged with it. That's what you said, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're saying that the American people, including millions of Trump supporters, in how divided this country is right now, and how bad all of these institutions have gone after Trump and his supporters up to this point, all of it illegitimate, but we're going to say this time it's legitimate. Let's say this time it's legitimate.
But I don't buy that argument.
You're saying, well, as high tension as shit is right now, the American people just need to accept that the FBI would never charge any other president with this, but we have to accept that they will charge Trump with this, and that's for the good of the country.
Well, is the alternative that they never charge anyone with this?
Yeah,
you're powerful, you just get out.
Right. If it is,
no one gets charged.
If on scenario A, it is only Trump gets charged, or scenario B, it's no one gets charged. No one getting charged is superior to than just charging one person. I can say that literally about every single law that has ever existed. If you're only going to apply that law to one person, it would be better to apply it to 0 people.
My inference is that possibly they might open the floodgates to conceivably, well, hell, we could charge anyone.
Why would they say that? Well, then they'd charge Joe Biden. That would really show it, right? I mean, they're corrupt, and if the whole message is just to scare the shit out of everyone, well, then just charge Joe Biden right now, right? That'd scare the shit out of everyone, right? But why is charging Trump, who they've had a witch hunt the whole time, why is that going to scare the shit out of anyone? In fact, if it scares the shit out of people so much, you acknowledge that Hillary probably should have been charged if Trump should have been, correct?
It seems like it would have been harder to indict her because the guy who deleted them, you gave, like you said, gave immunity to, and he said, "Oops, I accident or whatever."
Forget about the immunity.
It seems like it would be harder.
Gave him immunity.
It's a harder case.
Why is it a harder case? It's easier. They deleted subpoenaed evidence. That's obstruction of justice. Someone in Hillary's team should have been charged. Thanks for the subscription, Brad. It's easy.
But
so if this is the case, that now that they're charging Trump, all of these leaders now are going to be like, oh shit. Can you explain to me why Hillary put out a tweet as soon as Trump was charged selling butthurt emails merchandise? Sounds like she's real afraid. If your theory's right, she would be like, oh shit, I could be next. They could still come after me for something. Now they're going after anyone.
Do you think the indictment against Hillary would be as easy as, would be as straightforward as at least I think this?
What does it matter? That's irrelevant to the question we're talking about, right?
You're inferring that Hillary should or shouldn't be afraid, and I'm saying that there isn't good evidence.
It lets me believe, it tends me to believe that you don't believe what you're saying, right? Because you've already conceded. You said they're corrupt. They would never charge anyone else, right? But if they take Trump down, then all the other corrupt people will be worried they're next, which is laughable. It's just absolutely laughable. So I'm like, I don't think that's true. And partly because, arguably, Hillary Clinton is someone that not arguably, she did mishandle classified information, and her team deleted subpoenaed emails. So she could be someone on the chopping block that could be in trouble. And yet she doesn't seem fearful at all. Instead, she's out there bragging and joking. So if your interpretation's correct, why would Hillary be out there? Wouldn't she be saying, oh shit, now the chances of me getting indicted are higher? Because now the FBI, although I know they're corrupt and they had my back and said they wanted an insurance policy to get me elected, and, the leaders of them are all big, wearing Biden-Harris shirts like James Comey. But now they might come after me. Now they might. But she's not saying that. Instead, she's out there making jokes, saying, but her emails, selling merchandise.
But do you think that the case against Hillary would be more or less solid than the case that we've read that for this indictment? Like,
case against Hillary, easiest case in the world. The case against her team. Her team deleted subpoenaed emails. Absolutely easy obstruction of justice. Does not get simpler.
They already gave immunity to the guy who deleted it, right?
Okay,
and so unless he turns on Hillary,
ask you this. If they today decide to give Trump and Nada immunity, what would it be harder to prosecute then, Trump or Hillary?
If they give Nada,
not just Nada and Trump. They give Nada and Trump immunity. Then who would it be easier to prosecute, Trump or Hillary?
Hillary.
Right. Oh, okay. I win the argument.
But they would still. No, you didn't win the argument.
Sure, because we're talking about they shouldn't have given immunity in the first place.
Right, that's probably true, but you asked why Hillary wasn't afraid.
Now it's hard to charge her because they could have gave immunity. True. Okay.
That's just
they
the
gave
reality.
everyone immunity, so that makes it nigh impossible to charge anyone. Totally get it. The question is, should they have charged these people in the first place? Yes. The answer is yes. And someone who knows that and got away with it in Hillary Clinton, if they're really going to be fearful now, oh shit, in the future, people like us will now be targeted because the FBI went after our political opponents, which is one of the dumbest fucking arguments. I can't even believe you're making this argument. It's so stupid. It's hilarious. But it would seem to be belied by the fact that Hillary Clinton was actually out there joking. But
you were inferring that the Hillary would be scared of that to get indicted if people are if indictments are coming for the picture power, she should be afraid. But we already know, because the reality is the guy who deleted the emails, who was given immunity, has no reason to flip.
I could even argue. I could even argue on this level. I could even argue on this level. Right? What? So you're acknowledging the FBI is corrupt, correct? In fact, you went a step further. Went a step further. You said it's not just the FBI. It's actually corrupt leaders even outside the FBI. that are directing this. That's what you said.
And that's strict on corrupt, but basically we'll go with that.
Okay, so then, seeing as how that's the case, and now people like Hillary and Joe Biden and all these other leaders will be worried that those same corrupt people making this decision could come after them. So what's it matter if they have immunity? You don't think that they could drum up charges of something else of Hillary Clinton, like campaign finance or illegal shit that happened with the Clinton Foundation? They drum something up. If I was someone that saw the cops coming down on politicians and I was really scared, I wouldn't be out there flaunting that I broke the law and making jokes about it. Because even if that case is done and they can't charge me, they could investigate me and find me guilty of something else, right?
Yes, I think we disagree on how often these people commit crimes, but
you just said you think it, for example, you said one of the things you said earlier was I vote Democrat, but I think they're corrupt. So what do you mean by
corruption is unfortunately legal in this country when it pertains to taking lobby money and then even retiring from Congress and taking a job with that very fucking lobbying firm that gave your campaign a bunch of money. Like, I wonder if this was pre-fucking arranged. Because of course it fucking was.
But unfortunately, crimes and like that. Like,
unfortunately, but these aren't crimes. What I just explained isn't the crime. Unfortunately,
I mean, you just grossly underestimate the amount of crimes such as mishandling of classified information, FARA violation, campaign finance, crimes involving, money and shit like that, taking deductions on your taxes and shit that didn't really happen. You underestimate, like, for example, we could look at, fraud, for example, and we could see, what was it? Something like $17 billion of the PPP loans were estimated to be lost to fraud. These sorts of crimes are rampant. By the way, it's why they're upping the amount of IRS agents, because they, too, think that there are people that are getting away with not paying their taxes and stuff like that. Right? So this shit's, and even if it's not the level of a criminal offense, even something that would be, an audit on your taxes would be a huge pain in the ass to someone like Hillary Clinton or any other leader. Your argument's just nonsensical, and it's a shame that you can't admit it. There is no way that the people that are on the side of the FBI and want Donald Trump to be taken down are then if you're right, then surely Joe Biden's about to pardon Donald Trump, right? Because Biden will be like, well, shit, if they take down Trump, then that same FBI will take me down, right? So surely behind the scenes, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and all the Democrats are like, oh, fuck, this is bad news that they're going after Trump, right? Surely that's what's happening, correct?
I never stated that there was an imminent waterfall of indictments of powerful people. I just said that there was two worlds, and one in which none of the powerful people are indicted with anything, and then the second world, finally someone is, that they clearly broke the law, and then they're finally being held accountable. And yes, that I'm like, oh, they have the reasons for doing this, but in that second world, the idea of possibly someone else being indicted for also breaking the law who is also powerful is just higher in that second world.
It's nonsense. It's not higher. What in fact will happen will be the people that are corrupt and the people that are against the one guy ever that got indicted, which you admit no one else would be, right, will say, oh boy, now we have a new tool. We could go after anyone who's a potential outsider of us, and we don't have any jeopardy whatsoever. Because we're not worried the people that we know are corruptly targeting Donald Trump will all of a sudden corruptly target us. We're not worried at all, because we're on the same side. It's stupid. I can't believe you're dying on this hill. It's so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable. You're literally cheering for a law that will only ever be enforced against one person, and you're like, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I don't know how to take a bigger loss than that. I don't know. Let me put it
this way. So you're the FBI, you're the DOJ. Trump has some really important documents, some very sensitive documents. You need them back. He stonewalls you. You need them back. You subpoena. He sends some back. It's not the ones you wanted. It's not the you have to go fucking storm the fucking house of the ex-president. It looks awful. Doesn't an indictment that details why exactly you had to do that doesn't that make the case that the FBI aren't they making the case, trying to publicly make the case that it wasn't a witch hunt, and you said you were pissed at that Mar-a-Lago when they went after the documents there, that you thought that it was just another going after Trump thing. But if they don't bring the indictment, then isn't that just harassment?
You're saying if I was the head of the FBI, what would I do in this situation?
I'm saying doesn't
I would
the
declassify
indictment...
everything, immediately disband the FBI, and pursue criminal charges against the people that in charge of it before me that committed these crimes. That's what I would do.
Doesn't the indictment make the storming of Trump of the
So
Mar-a-Lago? Isn't it make it more transparent?
And now they have to go all the way. Right. No, I'm sorry. I don't find this persuaded. They did something that they wouldn't have done to any other president, as you admitted. So now they have to go all the way, or they'll look foolish. At this point, you got to go all the way, or you'll look corrupt.
I think they would have gotten the documents back from anyone,
okay,
even if they were as important as they. Yeah, exactly. And in fact, that was on record. I'm like, they're not going to charge Trump.
Okay, then why didn't they do it to Hillary?
Why didn't they do it to?
They knew that they subpoenaed evidence from her. She deleted it. They wanted all of these devices, like our phones and stuff. They said, "Sorry, we can't find them," and they didn't. They didn't decide to raid their home and look. Why is that? Same thing with Trump. They said, we think you got evidence. He said, no, we don't have it. We don't have it. And they said, are you sure? He said, yeah. And they were like, well, then we better raid and find out for ourselves. But with Hillary, they did the opposite. They just said, oh, you don't have it? Fair enough. That's what they said. After they knew that her team deleted subpoenaed evidence.
Right, but they got the server back, right?
They got one, but they didn't get a second. But it doesn't matter. That wasn't all that was subpoenaed. Getting a server where the shit's been deleted and you can't access it is irrelevant.
But it's no longer at least a problem.
Sure, it's a problem because do you acknowledge there were other things that they were subpoenaed, or there are other things that they wanted, right?
The classified documents in Hillary's email? But besides that?
Yes. For example, they wanted the 13 devices, including Blackberries, that they thought also had this material on it. And Hillary's team said, sorry, we smashed it or we can't find them. And in fact, one FBI agent said they were very frustrated that they just took the word of them. And the reason the FBI leader said was, well, we assumed they were talking in good faith, so we just believed them. We don't know. Actually, we don't know if they smashed the devices when they said we have no clue. We just know that was the excuse they gave, and the FBI said, oh, okay, then we won't subpoena them or we won't raid your house to look for them. We'll just take your word for it.
The
so FBI your argument that they would have raided anyone is bullshit. They wouldn't. They didn't with Trump or with Hillary. They didn't. They didn't raid.
Hold on. I have here, the FBI then obtained a search warrant for Clinton's home and then found 2 BlackBerry phones in a box in Clinton's bathroom. However, the phones had been wiped clean and the FBI was unable to recover any data from them. So they did actually go fucking get the phones despite the fact that you've been saying the opposite for quite a while
now.
So
do you want me to read? So there were 13 phones that they identified. They recovered 2. The rest they said they were unfindable, right?
Did they search her home?
They did search her home, but I believe it was with consent. It wasn't a raid in the form that it was with Donald Trump. And nor did they do things like compel testimony of attorney-client privilege, subpoena records of text messages, things like that. They didn't do any of that. Did they subpoena the surveillance cameras at Hillary's home like they did with Trump's? It's night and day, and you know it. So the idea that they would have done to anyone what they did to Trump is nonsensical because Hillary's team actually would have had more of a reason to raid them in that way and to actually issue subpoenas for the devices that the FBI wanted to look at. They chose not to. So your argument, well, they would have done it to anyone, is bullshit. And even if we accept your argument, because then, so I feel that we've dispensed with that. But let's just, for the sake of argument, say that you're right. That if it was Hillary doing this or Joe Biden doing what Trump did, they would have raided. But you acknowledge they would have raided and then not charged. That's your claim.
I believe, yeah, that's what I thought they were going to do.
And you're saying, okay, anyone else they would have raided like they would Trump, but they wouldn't have charged. With Trump, though, they raided. And now they have to charge or they would look bad. Because they have to charge to justify the raid. So if they raided Hillary's team, they would have raided, and they wouldn't have said, oh, we have to charge to justify the raid. They would have said, okay, that's okay. We raided, we got this shit, we're done. But with Trump, they, for some reason, which you're going to explain to me now, they have to be different with Trump. They have to raid him and then charge him, something they wouldn't do with any other person.
Yes, so as for not raid or raid, at least we could conceive of the possibility that the material that Trump had was just more sensitive, was more they were more worried about. No, no, no.
I mean, theoretically,
I'm asking you
we could do that.
for the possibility.
We could also, I guess, we could say that's a possibility. We could also say there's a possibility that Hillary had a dead body in our home. I guess, hypothetically, sure. I mean, what the fuck kind of argument's that? Well, hypothetically,
no,
it could turn out that Trump's shit was way worse. Do you have any evidence to suggest that the top secret documents Trump had were worse than the top secret documents that Hillary had?
Just reading the indictment, I would say that is in that's probably the
let's say the indictment says on a scale of 1 to 10 that the danger, which the indictment doesn't say shit, it doesn't. It just gives a one-sentence blurb. We have no idea what that means, what these documents say, as we already talked about. But let's say that we can see that it's a 9.9 based on the indictment out of 10 of the severity of these documents. What was the severity of the Hillary Clinton documents?
No idea. But
you have no idea, but you feel totally justified in being like, well, it could be that the Trump top secret documents were worse than the Hillary top secret documents. It's just bullshit. It's a bullshit argument.
After they have the server and they either have all the emails or they've been deleted, and then they found 2 of the BlackBerries. Maybe there's other BlackBerries or question mark, whatever. I think is the worry that some document might be on one missing device, or that worry. And by the way, again, we don't know. Do we know what those classified documents were?
We know they were top secret. I don't know that they ever released what the contents of those top secret documents were. We know there were confidential, secret, and top secret. All 3 classification markers.
Right. So, yeah, the idea that what you wanted them to raid the home in case something might be on one of the hard drives of one of the devices. But again, I didn't say anything for a fact. I'm saying that it's possible.
When they raided Trump's home, did they know what documents he had?
Yes.
They did.
Absolutely.
So they knew exactly. So then why didn't the indictment say, we're looking for these 31 documents? That's all we're going to take.
You mean the subpoena?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely. The subpoena. Yeah.
I don't remember what the subpoena looked like. Mar-a-Lago. But if you're saying if they didn't know exactly what they were looking for, then how would they possibly conceivably have known that he didn't give everything back? I think it's much more likely that they knew exactly what they were missing.
Then that's a more corruption on the FBI's part. If the FBI knew exactly what they were looking for, but instead of tailoring the subpoena to those exact documents, tailored it so broadly that it justified basically taking everything, including baseball bats and cocktail napkins, then that proves an overexertion of the FBI's power. The truth is they didn't know exactly what they were looking for. They might have known that there were a handful of documents that they suspected was there, but they didn't know exactly what was there, and they certainly didn't know the same with Hillary Clinton. What they knew at the time was, with Trump, they suspected that they may not get some documents back, and so they needed to go in there and get them. And with Hillary, they knew that they weren't getting some documents back because they were deleted, and they knew that there were other devices out there with information on it that they wanted to have access to look at, and Hillary's team was saying, sorry, we can't find it.
Are you saying that you don't think the FBI knew what documents they were missing? Is that your inference?
I'm saying that they didn't know exactly what Trump had. Yes, I would say that that's a fair inference. That they may have been a couple documents that they suspected that Trump had, but I would say the majority of those 31 was shit that they didn't exactly know that was there. And I would say that if they did know, then that makes it even more egregious that they didn't tailor the warrant or the subpoena to just those documents. If they knew everything that was in the house, and they knew that only 31 things of it were classified markings, why didn't they just take those 31 things?
I believe that instead of going through everything there, they probably just scooped everything up.
It's just bullshit. you wouldn't be taking
I don't think I don't think you would be. I don't think you would be going through 60
I just want to be
boxes.
clear here. I mean, you're getting more and more ridiculous.
No,
there's
they wouldn't
31
be. They
documents,
wouldn't
I just
take.
want to be clear. I just want to be clear. If tomorrow Trump's team says, "Fuck, we found a 32nd," the FBI knew that too. They knew everything that was in there. They knew it.
These are the kind of documents that you know exactly where
Okay,
you know
so
how
then
many
there
are
is
out there.
zero
Wow, we made 3
possibility-
copies of this fucking
Okay,
shit
okay,
because it
fair
says
enough.
where our nuclear weapons are.
Okay,
we know
you don't know
they're out.
you keep
and
saying
they're
that
fucking
you don't
missing.
know that's true. You have zero. I think it's going to be so funny if this document. And of course, you people that make these broad declarations, you'll never eat crow. You never will. It'll be so funny if this document comes out and it has nothing to do with where our nuclear weapons are stationed. You're going to look like such a fucking asshole. You're not going to say, "Holy fuck, I was wrong." You have no clue what those documents say. None. None at all. You just saw the word nuclear, just like all the fucking left-wing people did, and said, "Trump's trying to sell nuclear secrets. Trump's mishandling nuclear secrets."
I didn't say that.
You have no fucking clue
putting words in my
what
mouth.
this document says. None. You have no clue.
No, the difference between us is that when I see that the FBI raids Mar-a-Lago to get a bunch of fucking classified evidence, that I assume that they were fucking important fucking documents. And for some reason, you are not even willing to extend that little bit of
Hillary's
faith.
top secret documents weren't important. When they
they
subpoenaed Hillary's top secret documents, those weren't important.
I have no idea. They're probably important.
Okay, so I guess the difference between me and you is I assume
You
that
keep
top
bringing
secret,
up Hillary.
I assume,
Jesus Christ.
Here
Can we
we
just
go
have a
again.
conversation
So again-
about the Trump? No. Everything you say is a fucking whataboutism. I'm trying to make the case that the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago because they've never done something like this to a fucking ex-president. That it's possible, if not, fuck that. Fucking probable that these fucking documents were extra fucking sensitive. I think that is most people would just that is not a big leap. That's sort of the most likely fucking outcome.
Just so everyone can see what happened. You've admitted that the FBI is corrupt. You admitted that they wouldn't charge anyone, any former president ever, any person like this except Donald Trump. You've admitted that. Then we were comparing. You said, but they would have raided other people like this. And I was like, well, that's not true. They didn't raid Hillary Clinton. So we're directly comparing this situation to Hillary Clinton because you made the claim. Your claim was if someone else did this, the FBI would raid. They would raid and not charge. They would only raid and charge Trump, but the rest of the people they would raid and then not charge, right? And I said, well, they didn't do anything near this to Hillary Clinton. And you said, oh, well, the documents Trump had were top secret and they're really important. And that's why they didn't do it with Hillary when they did with Trump. And when I said, but Hillary had top secret too, your answer is you keep bringing up Hillary. That's your answer. So you're criticizing me because in your efforts to say anyone else that did this would have got raided but not indicted, I bring up a person who did a very similar thing and didn't get raided like this, and you criticize me for bringing that up. So what am I supposed to do? So when you say anyone else would have been raided, I'm not allowed to bring up situations of other people? That's whataboutism? That's what you're saying?
Every fucking point I tried to make is, Hillary. Fucking A, Jesus Christ.
I mean, here we go.
Let me read from the indictment.
Every time I try to talk about that black guy smoking crack, you bring up the racist police. Can't we just focus on the black guy smoking crack? We get it. We understand what bigots like you and bootlickers like you are trying to make excuses. I can't believe that you would admit the corruption, admit that no other president would be charged, admit that there's corruption in the Democratic Party, admit that this was politically motivated, admit that it even went above and beyond the FBI. And still you're like, but I can't believe you're going to focus on that. I can't believe you're going to focus on the disparate treatment. Can't we just agree that all of that stuff's incredibly corrupt, but still say, yes, we should only focus on Trump, and we should still understand that no one else would be charged, but he should be charged?
The classified documents Trump stored in his boxes included information regarding defense and weapon capabilities, I'm reading from the indictment, of both the United States and foreign countries. United States nuclear programs, potential vulnerabilities of the United States and its allies to military attack, and plans for possible retaliation in response to a foreign attack, aka invading Iran. The unauthorized disclosure of these classified documents could be put at risk the national security of the United States. I believe that shit when it says it. And by the way, they have to fucking
so
there's
for example,
going to
it
be
said nuclear program, so it didn't say nuclear weapons, right? Talking about the capabilities of us and our allies could literally be something like, we built 17 ships last year and England only built 4. That would fall under that criteria. And I just want to ask you, if you could right now talk to the FBI about any mishandling of classified information case that they brought that involved top secret information, do you think it would sound remarkably like what you just read?
This isn't the mishandling of classified documents case.
It would be incredibly dangerous if this stuff got leaked. It's exactly what they would say about any top secret document. That it would be incredible. That's why it's classified top secret. That's the criteria. That it's information by the very definition of how it's classified that has been deemed that it would be a credible threat to the United States if it was released. But for some reason with Hillary Clinton's, you're like, yeah, but that wasn't real top secret. That was just, it could have been anything. But with Trump, you're like, oh, this was the real shit. That's the only reason they raided, because this shit was real. Not like with the top secret shit that Hillary Clinton had or that Joe Biden had. Not with that top secret was the fake top secret stuff. That's how ridiculous you sound. I agree with you that the people that talk about top secret classifications and things like that are all going to say, if this information got out, it would be incredibly damaging to the United States. That's why we classified it top secret. So given that, I don't know how you could read that and then be like, oh, see, this proves why they needed to raid Trump but not Hillary, because Hillary's top secret shit, which you're admitting you have no clue what it was, and you also have no clue what the top secret shit was that Trump had. You just have these little blurbs that could mean anything.
No, I'm surprisingly specific. Not blurbs that mean anything. That nuclear capabilities of the U.S. and its military, its allies, that's pretty specific.
Does it say nuclear capability of the United States and its allies?
Well, that's.
I thought it
probably
said
didn't
nuclear
say. Probably didn't
program.
say capabilities.
Right, a nuclear program, which could literally be power plants, for all we know. We don't know. Or it could be about nuclear weapons, but it could be about, it could say testing, or it could say something like upkeep needs to be done at Yucca Mountain where we're storing our nuclear residue for something. That would theoretically fall into that criteria. You're making it sound like, well, this is guaranteed that it's talking about new bunker buster nuclear weapons we're developing that are, that no one knows about in the entire world, and it'll show what their weaknesses are. He's got the fucking Death Star plans there, and now our enemies will know that if Luke flies into the fucking, chute, he's able to shoot through the air duct and blow it up. We don't know. It could be that. It could be that. We
don't know anything.
That's right. Just like we don't know. The only thing we know for certain is there was shit called top secret with him and shit called top secret with Hillary. And it seems absurd to say, but we know that Trump's top secret shit was worse. We know it. It's absurd. You don't know that. And it like the idea that the FBI's like, well, the top secret shit that Hillary had's really fake top secret, so we're not going to bother to raid. But the top secret shit Trump has is real top secret, so we'll do this raid. It's nonsense. And you know it. You fucking know that that's a stupid argument.
No, it's not. But to rewind a little bit, actually, so my original point was that if we conceive that just like for a moment float the idea that what these documents say that they actually are, that they're not embellishing at all, it would just conceive for a moment that that's true. All right, just stay with me. So they needed to invade the Mar-a-Lago, or not? Yeah, invade that shit to get them back. For which many Republicans are very outraged. It was all about the FBI is corrupt.
You admitted that it's not about Republican and Democrat, that there's a corrupt system, but go ahead.
The Republicans were angry.
Chris Christie are mad. Don't give
Republicans, were GOPers, were MAGA hats, are not fucking pissed that on the fucking Mar-a-Lago got raided. They were pissed, right? They were fucking Civil War was trending on Twitter. It's probably trending right now.
Oh, they're pissed.
I'm not wrong there. I don't know what they're arguing about.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry. Yeah, they were pissed there was a raid, sure.
Right. So if the FBI then, wouldn't the most fucking transparent thing to do is to actually like follow through?
No.
To show that they're not being biased.
So I just want to be clear.
This
This is your argument. So with Hillary, who had top secret stuff, who we know will you acknowledge this, that the FBI would acknowledge that the release of top secret information could jeopardize national security?
The release of any document?
Any top secret document.
You're just asking that they would state that any top secret document, that the FBI would definitely say that it was a national security risk?
Yes. Can you show me one example in history?
I don't.
In the history, please. Fair enough. Show me one.
Okay,
example.
I'll give you a problem. I'll give you a problem.
Let me finish, just to make it so everyone can see how fucking bad faith and ridiculous you are. You're clearly right. All the time, the FBI is like, "Oh, that mishandling of top secret information wasn't a big deal." Can you give me one instance in history where the FBI, talking about the importance of top secret information, said, "But this top secret, if it gets out, it's not a big deal. It wouldn't jeopardize."
Look, I think even Trump, while he was in office, like declassified some stuff. It was top secret. Now it's not. Was it national security risk? That he declassified it? No. So if that type of shit was somewhere that was obviously not the national security risk, because it wouldn't have been declassified.
So your argument is because Trump has declassified stuff that the FBI
things get declassified.
Clearly, the mishandling of top secret information sometimes isn't a big deal because theoretically things could be declassified in the future, and so therefore it's okay.
Yeah, you asked me if all fucking top secret evidence,
yes.
I said what the FBI say. You said all right.
I said would the FBI say
clearly
that the mishandling of all top secret information could endanger the safety of the United States? The answer is yes. That's what they would say. Okay, if it's not, find me one example where they've ever said no. Go ahead.
No, I just gave you an example of a top secret document that didn't.
Where did that example have anything to do with the? Okay, so then hypothetically, then, you're talking about how dangerous this nuclear document is. If Joe Biden says tomorrow, you know what, never mind, that nuclear document Trump had, I declassify. It's declassified now, right? Now it's no longer to release it. It wouldn't be a jeopardy to the United States, right? Now it can be released safely. Same information from today where it would jeopardize the whole country, but tomorrow, once it's declassified, now it doesn't jeopardize the whole country. Same paper, but now it's not a threat, correct?
So the declassified of so you're saying that you're inferring that the FBI is going to call everything that they would lie about any top secret document. You're saying that they would lie that any top secret document, it would be a national security risk. That's what you're inferring. Even if it wasn't, that's what you're fucking inferring. And to my answer I gave you was a fucking probably. Because I don't fucking know. I don't know who makes these fucking decisions. I don't know who makes these statements. I gave you a fucking probably. Please move on.
Top secret is the highest level of classified information that requires the highest degree of protection to prevent unauthorized disclosure in the interest of national defense and foreign relations. It is further compartmented so that specific areas using code word for top secret is a legal way to hide collective important information. Such material would cause exceptionally grave damage to national security if made publicly available. That's the actual legal definition of top secret. And so the FBI would say that the FBI is not going to say, "Oh, it's top secret, but it wouldn't be grave damage to national security." They would never say that. Ever.
Sometimes things are national security risks, but then it's been 50 years and then what they're talking about doesn't matter anymore. So it's no longer a national security risk.
Well, then it shouldn't be classified top secret.
Okay, but it probably still is. So
the point is,
I gave you a fucking probably.
No, you're not.
Jesus Christ.
Just like we said, it's not up to Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump to decide what complies with the subpoena, right? It's not up to them. Similarly, the FBI agents like Peter Strzok or whoever the agent is that's going to issue a subpoena or issue a warrant and raid a home, it's not up to them to say, you know what, actually, I think that this shit that's labeled top secret that this guy has isn't really that important. That's not up to them. Their job is, if someone has classified it as top secret, maybe the president, maybe the CIA, maybe Congress, if they've classified it as top secret, it is not that agent's job to say, I don't think it's important. I think that was a misclassification. And so the FBI is always going to say, by the definition of what a top secret document is, that the mishandling of it would be a grave threat to national security.
You're saying that the FBI would lie about it, even if it wasn't.
Why would it be lying?
I'm not going to give you...
How is that a lie? How is it a lie? So your argument is this, that the FBI knows that this information that is classified as top secret is a lie, that it shouldn't be top secret, and they know it. And so when they're saying this person mishandled classified information, what they would say is, we refuse to do anything about it because we know that this top secret information in our heart of hearts shouldn't be labeled top secret. We know it. And so we're not going to lie and say the mishandling of top secret information is a grave damage to national security because we know that definition is bullshit. We just don't agree with the legal definition of top secret. That's your argument.
No, I'm saying that what might be top secret at one point may later be top
classification.
I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't.
When something is not, if time goes by and something is no longer of a grave national security threat, what you're supposed to do is change the classification level to reflect what that happens all the time, where documents are no longer considered classified because there's not an ongoing investigation or something like that, right? That happens all the time. Now, there's overreach, certainly, but what I'm telling you is that the FBI is never, when discussing an investigation they had of someone mishandling classified information, they are never going to say, but it wasn't a big deal. Ever! They're always going to say, look, top secret clearance means that it has been, the people that have labeled it as such feel that it would be a grave national security threat if that information got released. And so when you're saying, when we're trying to differentiate Trump with other people that have mishandled classified information, and your argument is, but look how serious they're saying this shit is, I'm telling you they would say the same thing about everyone that was mishandling classified information. Every single one. Now, it may be that we'll see these documents and you'll be like, well, in my opinion, I don't think that was that scary. That might be true. That might be true of the Trump documents. That might be true of the Hillary documents. But there's no fucking way that the FBI investigating one of these is going to say, well, this top secret's not real top secret. It wasn't really a national security threat. It will never happen. And you can't show me an example of it ever happening. You fucking can't. I'll guarantee it. You can search for the next 3 fucking months. I'll pay you $100 if you can find an example of the FBI saying this mishandling of top secret information wasn't a big deal. It wasn't really top secret.
If I can prove that the top secret document was declassified and was clearly not a national security risk, then either you're inferring that the FBI would lie about everything, right? Can you not conceive of that idea?
No, because the problem is what you're saying. Imagine this, right? I'm the FBI, corrupt or not. I'm the FBI. I'm sitting here smoking a cigarette and Rob, we just found out that Hillary Clinton has top secret information, mishandling it. She might be selling it. It might have been hacked, right? You're saying that what I would say as FBI guy is like, well, eventually there's a chance that could be declassified, so we're not going to say that that's a grave national security threat. Because eventually it could be declassified. That's what you're saying.
Jesus, I gave you a probably. I don't know what the FBI would say about all fucking instances.
It's always the FBI isn't going to say, well, we think that this top secret shit that she has eventually may be declassified, so it's not a security threat. They will never say that, right? Because what you're speaking of, I don't know how to explain. I can't believe. Oh my God, I can't believe I have to explain this to you, right? They're not going to, just like Hillary Clinton doesn't get to say, trust me, the shit I deleted, I determined weren't work emails. The FBI doesn't unilaterally get to say, we don't think that top secret is really top secret. They don't get to say that. So even if someone eventually in the future, it could happen with, and again, that's what I'm saying. You're speaking with certitude about the severity of this Trump documents when you have no fucking clue. It could be, and what an asshole you will look like, that potentially these documents aren't that important, right? It could be that we see them and you're like, oh, those could be declassified. That's not a big deal. What an asshole you will look like then, right? Because you were certain, based on them saying how grave it was, that this had to be important shit. But the definition of top secret is exactly that it is a grave national security threat if it was mishandled. So the idea that you could then say, the point I'm trying to make, the reason we're on all of this is this. We are being told, because they're pursuing charges, what the topic of these top secret documents are. We were not told that about the ones Joe Biden had. We were not told that about the ones Hillary Clinton had. We were not told that about the ones Mike Pence had. But if we would have, it could very well be that it would have included nuclear shit and stuff like that. Even if not, we know that they would be considered a grave national security threat to mishandle by the very definition of them being top secret. It could be then that later we look at them and say, we think that was an overclassification. But the FBI isn't in the position of unilaterally deciding, we know that top secret's not real top secret. I don't know why I have to fucking, that's not complicated. It's literally the definition of top secret. And so you differentiate
when they declassified like the MK Ultra stuff, which was top secret. When they declassified that,
I'm ending this conversation. It's clearly that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Was it the national risk?
Let me repeat. Yes, there is shit that has been classified as top secret that later we have said that shouldn't have been top secret. In fact, there's overclassification problems all the time.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
that
what
not
I'm
all
telling
top
you is
secret
you're
is
saying this.
necessarily a national security risk.
This is what you're saying. The FBI is looking at this. The FBI is looking at the Trump shit and they're saying, oh, it's top secret. It's a national security risk. But possibly when they were looking at Trump shit or Hillary shit, they were saying, oh, it's top secret. But it's not a national security risk. That's fucking ridiculous. That's ludicrous.
Hillary again.
That is ludicrous.
Right.
Hilarious. Again, you keep and again. So we're comparing. We're back on this. Your claim is that they would have raided anyone that had grave national security information that they knew that they were mishandling. They would have raided anyone. They would have only indicted Trump, but they would have raided anyone. I'm like, Hillary Clinton had top secret. And you're like, yeah, but there's a chance that shit could have been declassified in the future. So that wasn't really, even though it's defined by its very definition legally as a grave national security risk, maybe it's not really. But with Trump shit, I don't give the same benefit of the doubt. With Trump shit, I know that it's a grave national security risk. Absolutely no. Hillary shit, maybe not. Trump shit definitely is. But you have no idea what the Trump documents are. You see these little blurbs. You know what? But you're absolutely positive that it's a grave national security risk. But you don't know about Hillary's top secret. Maybe it was called top secret and a grave national security risk, but it wasn't really a grave national security risk. Therefore, the FBI said, this shit's labeled top secret that Hillary has, but it's not really top secret. It's not really. So we're not going to raid her. But we have to raid Trump because his top secret shit is really top secret shit. That's real. And so we have to raid him and charge him, which we wouldn't charge anyone else ever, but we have to do it with Trump because if we don't, then we'll look foolish for raiding and not charging. But that's exactly what we would have done for any other person. We would have raided and not charged. But with Trump, we'll look foolish if we don't charge after the raid, so we have to do it. This is how, it is clear that you are so bad faith it's fucking ridiculous.
Oh please. I cannot make one fucking point with you saying Hillary something, blah blah blah. And by the way, we were if we reverse backwards a little bit, we were trying to I don't know, infer or pretend just for the notion that this stuff was top secret. The notion that they had to go get the paper, that the FBI was worried. The actual worried. I was like extend just a little bit of the disbelief just for a moment that this is the important stuff they had to go fucking get. And if they went and fucking got that stuff, then and Joe Pierre's being very angry about that fucking raid. That wouldn't the more responsible thing to do. But seeing that you had to raid Mar-a-Lago because Trump was clearly evading your subpoena.
I don't. You said a bunch of words there that I understand, but they didn't make sense in like a sentence.
You remember reverse of all, because this is where we were like 20 minutes ago. We were pretending that maybe the FBI wasn't lying. We were pretending that maybe the documents were actually fucking important. That maybe they felt like they didn't need to go get them from Mar-a-Lago. Maybe because they were that fucking important. Maybe because when it says the nuclear programs, maybe in that they were related to weapons nuclear programs, but that was sort of reported, well, I don't think it's not that big of a leap. But well, let's go ahead and make that little leap here, just for a second. Now, they had to raid Mar-a-Lago, right?
You're asking me to make a leap that is so... Okay,
it's a baby leap, but okay.
We'll do this hypothetical, and then we'll do mine. Go ahead.
The leap is that maybe the FBI isn't lying when they say that it's that it's a national security risk. Maybe they're just not lying. So you do raid Mar-a-Lago because you're worried about the fucking documents because they're being stored in a fucking bathroom. They'll be in a ballroom. It's just anywhere. Any of the fucking employees can get at them. You're worried they're going to fall into some other fucking hands because they are that fucking top secret. Yes, there are fucking documents that you would want to go fucking get. So they go fucking get it. The GOP goes fucking off. They goes insane. Motherfucker, can I talk? Can I fucking talk? Jesus, you've been on so many fucking
And then the hypothetical is everyone's driving electric cars.
Did I trigger?
Now the FBI has electric cars. Now we've been to Mars and we have a station on Mars.
Can you not listen?
We got a station on Mars.
Can you not listen
cinematic
for 2
universe,
fucking minutes?
the Marvel
Jesus
cinematic
Christ.
didn't happen. It didn't happen,
Holy
right?
fuck.
Like Thanos never snapped his fingers. So keep going with this hypothetical. Right, your argument is, let me make your hypothetical for you.
Whoa. Yeah.
Go.
No.
What do you think? Like, as stupid as you are, you should be so.
You listen for 2 goddamn minutes.
You're so bad.
Oh, that I'm
fucking ridiculous, stupid. It's ridiculous. Now I'm allowing you to go on with your hypothetical. You're dragging it on and on. What you're trying to say is, what if it's true that this shit was really important and the FBI was worried that it was being handled so recklessly that they needed to go in? And it's taking you literally 5 fucking minutes to say that, and you keep just fucking and then they did this. And what if it was their birthday? What if it, hypothetically, we're just saying it was their birthday? Get to the fucking point.
The hypothetical was maybe the FBI wasn't lying when they said that the documents were fucking a national security list. Maybe they weren't lying. I don't know. That's my go-to is like.
Okay, so that's
Trump
your hypothetical.
No.
For 4 minutes, and your hypothetical. Then you explained it in maybe they're not lying. It was important. But your hypothetical
you time
needed to take 4 minutes.
It's 10 seconds, and then I'm done. Then you just ramble. You go off. But I didn't. Can I talk now? I have no fucking idea. Can I? Can I talk for like I don't know, 45 seconds?
If you want to finish your hypothetical, do it.
Stop fucking interrupting me, motherfucker. Can I talk for 45 seconds without being interrupted? Holy shit!
You just did like 3 minutes uninterrupted. Go.
Okay, here we go. That the idea that the FBI wasn't lying about the documents. That in fact they had to go fucking get them. GOP is angry because FBI, they think the FBI is after Trump and they did this horrible thing, fucking civil war is trending on Twitter. So they had to go get these documents because Trump was fucking evading a subpoena he was evading. There was no other way to get them back but for this fucking invasion. They were getting stonewalled. Maybe the most responsible thing the FBI can do is actually follow through with the subpoena and show everybody exactly what Trump was doing, show everyone exactly why they had to go and get the fucking documents. Is that not the more responsible thing to do? And that little leap of faith is that the FBI wasn't fucking lying when they said that that Trump had important documents. And by the way, national security important documents. And by the way, there will be, if there hasn't already been, a judge looking at these fucking documents. And if they were lying, we're gonna fucking hear about it. It's gonna come out in the trial. So, the idea that they're lying about these documents. And if we rewind a while, it's because
you're banned. You're banned forever.
Okay.
I know you're trolling now.
What the fuck?
Dude, you're just repeating yourself over and over to see how long you could drag out this fucking ridiculous hypothetical. That's what you're doing.
So the only hypothetical part with that was that the FBI wasn't lying.
Then allow me to respond instead of just going on and on. You want me to respond to your hypothetical?
Yeah.
Okay, so your hypothetical is, we're discussing whether or not the FBI would raid anyone this way, but only charge Trump. And so you said, yes, they would do that. They would raid anyone, right? And here's why, in the hypothetical situation, they would raid anyone. Because hypothetically, it could be that they actually think these documents were national security important. And they thought that they were being recklessly handled. Okay, I can grant that, no problem. My problem with that is, that's what they thought about Hillary Clinton's as well.
Oh, geez, I knew you were going to say something about Hillary. Holy
here's your big brain take.
Hillary's email. You're going to go on for the next fucking 2,000 years. Hillary's email.
I knew
Good
when we were
retort.
comparing.
Good retort, motherfucker.
I knew when we were comparing Hillary's situation and the FBI not raiding her to Trump's that you would bring up Hillary's situation. Can you please compare the two situations without bringing up Hillary's situation? That's your argument? It's so fucking stupid, right? You want me to believe, this is what your hypothetical really is. This is your hypothetical. Hypothetically, Trump's top secret documents were gravely important to national security, and hypothetically, Hillary's documents weren't important to national security. And hypothetically, the FBI knew exactly what the top secret documents were Hillary had, and exactly what the top secret documents that when Trump had. And so that explains why, when I say the FBI would raid anyone in this situation, they didn't do it to Hillary Clinton, but they did do it to Trump. And I guess you could say that absurd type of argument. You could. I could also say the same thing. Let's say that hypothetically, the FBI knew that Hillary's documents were containing nuclear secrets, and hypothetically, they knew that Trump's top secret documents were nothing. Can't you see in that situation how terrible it is that the FBI raided Trump and not Hillary?
My hypothetical is that the FBI is being honest and truthful, and what we read is factual when they say something. It's not that big a fucking hypothetical, is it?
Do you want me to read?
Honestly, the reason why you are so fucking insanely...
Are you just bad faith, or are you literally this stupid?
No, you're insanely partisan.
Yes or no?
No, we're not comparing.
The entire point of this section of this is your claim that anyone would have been raided like this. That was your claim, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We made the small jump.
And so how would we test that? Okay, so when you say anyone, I guarantee this would have happened to anyone. So how would we would test that? Come up with a hypothetical way that we would test that.
No. I'm not saying guarantee. I said
anyone who did this would be raided. How would we potentially test to see if that's true?
If someone had the level of top secret documents that the FBI was very concerned about, which they say it was, and it was being stored in the fucking bathroom, they were worried about, why wouldn't they go and get it? That's exactly what they're getting stonewalled, and their subpoena gets ignored. Why the fuck wouldn't they go and get it?
Once more, why didn't they do it with Hillary Clinton when she had top secret?
Hillary Clinton,
right? We just said. So let me repeat. Right, this is what happens. How would you test a statement that if anyone did this is what happened? So let's say anything. If you said if anyone ate a Big Mac every day for a week, they would die of a heart attack. How would we test that? Well, one thing we could do is say that guy ate a Big Mac every week or every day for a week. And he didn't die. And you would say, why are you comparing some other guy? That's whataboutism. Well, how else are we going to test your claim? Right? Your claim is if anyone else did this, they would be raided. But not indicted. Only Trump would be indicted. But they would be raided. If anyone else had dangerous top secret information, right? And so you're like... so
not being stored well. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we know without a doubt Hillary's... You're not contesting that Hillary stored her shit well, are you? It was in a server in her bathroom. We know. In fact, we know it wasn't stored well because you've already admitted that it was hacked.
Okay, it's not stored well.
Okay, so now the question is, was it dangerous material? That's it. And your argument is, in your hypothetically, Trump's top secret stuff was dangerous, but hypothetically, Hillary's wasn't.
I didn't say anything fucking about Hillary. I was just trying to talk about the Trump thing without fucking invoking a fucking Hillary Clinton argument. Holy shit, man. Holy fucking shit.
We're comparing.
You cannot handle the Trump indictment without thinking about Hillary's fucking indictment.
Let me ask you this.
Or non-indictment.
You
can't get it over your fucking brain.
Prove your statement. I want you to prove your statement. Give me proof that anyone would have been raided in this situation. Prove it. Give me any evidence whatsoever.
So Trump, we're assuming it for the moment that Trump has a very top secret fucking like nuclear shit, like
how does that prove
scary.
What would happen with someone else?
Wait. Why wouldn't the FBI try to go get it? Why wouldn't they go get it?
Prove your statement. Your statement was anyone else would have been. Prove it. Just saying, well, why wouldn't they? That is not anywhere near proof that anyone would have been raided. Go ahead, prove it. How are you going to prove it?
But anyone would be raided. That wasn't my claim. My claim was that that it makes sense that they went and got it.
No. That your claim was that they would have raided anyone in this situation, but they would have only indicted Trump.
Does it make sense that they would have raided it to get the information? Does that make sense to you?
Because I'm asking you.
We're assuming.
I'm not asking you. Does something make sense? I'm asking you for any proof of your claim that anyone else would have been raided.
Hold on. What the? I'm asking you. Does that sound like a likely hypothesis, or probably more probable than not?
I'm asking you for proof.
Holy shit!
I'm asking you for proof that this would have happened. Give me some sort of proof. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't prove a hypothetical.
You have nothing.
We're using logic here, motherfucker. We're using logic.
What do you mean logic?
Here. I know you don't understand it very well.
How would you come up with these logical?
I'll try to help you. I'll help you. So you have very dangerous documents fucking being stored in a fucking bathroom. If anyone gets their hands on it, you're fucked. It's top secret shit, the nuclear shit, whatever it is. Then that's the little leap that we made. Why would you just let that be in a fucking bathroom or in a ballroom where anyone could just fucking walk up and take it?
How does that statement, that's like saying this? Why would I just leave $5 laying on the ground? I wouldn't. Everyone would always pick up the $5 on the ground. Prove it.
I think you proved your own point that that asking me to prove it is fucking insane. That of course everyone would pick up the $5. Thanks for making my point for me.
No, the way you
try to prove it,
shit. This makes my point.
You can't fucking prove it.
The way you would try to prove it is
you would attest.
Here's other situations where it's occurred. Here's other situations, right? The FBI did it here, and the FBI did it here, and the FBI did it here, right? You would compare it. You would say, see, they've done it several times.
I'm asking you if it was my statement was logical.
It would make sense that if I was rebutting that I would say, oh, well, if it's true that this would occur in every situation, which what you said, and I can find a situation where it didn't occur, then your statement is false. Then that
I didn't say every situation. False. I only asked you if it was logical.
What you said. I asked you. You said, and I quote, that they would have raided anyone in this situation, but only indicted Trump. That's the absurd stupidity that we're even arguing about this.
It's practically anyone. Is my statement logical that they would want to go get it? They would need to go get it. Is that logical?
That's what's my fucking question.
So stop with your stupid prove it.
If they saw top secret information that they would, and it was being stored improperly, that they would need to go get it. That's your argument?
Yes, after we're asking for it, subpoenaing for it, they deny the subpoena, they ignore subpoena.
I will say
yes,
no.
You need to go get it. Why not?
I will say no.
How are you going to get it back?
I will say that no. That doesn't mean that they would raid.
What? So the alternative, you let it there. It might be stolen by anyone at any time, or Trump might take it on his fucking plane. You don't know where the fuck it is now. You might lose it. No. We're talking about the national security type shit. Why wouldn't you go get it?
Well,
your subpoena has been ignored.
So your argument, right? That's what happened with Hillary, and they didn't go get it.
I don't know.
Literally, just that scenario.
I don't.
Literally,
hold on.
Literally, the scenario you just outlined. They would always go get it. They would always go get it. You said they always would. If there was information being hazardously handled and it was top secret, then they would always go get it. Why wouldn't they? That's what Hillary, you just said.
First of all, they went and got to the server.
No,
did they not?
They didn't get. There was other devices that they thought had
possibly,
these emails
so there was
that they didn't get. Other devices that they had these emails that they didn't get. There was other devices that they had. There were other devices that they didn't get. They never went in and raided. They didn't have a warrant. They didn't go in their house and rifle through their drawers and underwear drawers.
They got a warrant for the house, but they didn't go in.
They didn't subpoena the surveillance and all that shit. They didn't.
They subpoenaed the fucking emails.
They didn't comply attorney-client privilege. They didn't do any of that.
They subpoenaed the emails. They did get a search warrant, but they didn't execute it because they got
the emails were
deleted.
So there wasn't one server that they wanted that they were unable to get. So they didn't get the one server. Right. So they wanted two servers. They never got one of them. They wanted devices. They never got. I don't give a fuck.
That there was conceivably.
So you can see the stupidity of this guy. So they wanted all of these devices. They wanted the 13 devices. Didn't get them. They ended up getting 2 that were wiped clean. They wanted the subpoenaed emails. Never got them. Never taken. They wanted the second server. The Combetta had never got it. But they never raided. They didn't raid Combetta's house. They didn't raid the storage. They didn't get all the shit that he did with Trump. But he said that they would have always raided like this if there was top secret information that was being mishandled. That's what he said. Then when we outlined that, literally that exact situation happened and there wasn't a raid like this. They didn't remotely do what they did with Donald Trump. At all. And he's just like,
Oh, you muted me.
Yeah, I did mute you. Anyways.
Do we know that's what Hillary had?
Do we know
Do
what?
we know that's what Hillary...
Yes,
that Hillary had super
top secret
secret
information.
shit?
Yes.
Like what? What was on there?
It didn't tell us, but it was top secret. And
it didn't tell you it was top secret.
What was on Trump's documents? Can you tell me what was on Trump's documents?
You cannot get through this.
Trump's documents? Please,
in our little leap of faith, motherfucker, our little leap of faith.
No, please.
It was fucking super sensitive national security.
The nuclear program document. The nuclear program. Can you tell me what nuclear program is it talking about? Can you tell me?
The reason why you are a partisan hack is that I gave you in our hypothetical where you need to imagine where possibly the FBI isn't lying here. Where possibly you can't even fucking do that, motherfucker, without harking back to fucking Hillary shit. No, we cannot get through the fucking hypothetical.
Yes, I absolutely can.
No, we
but that
fucking
doesn't
can't.
work. That hypothetical, because let's say, so that's the conditions you're putting on the hypothetical. The conditions you're putting is that the FBI thinks that Trump's top secret document was seriously endanger national security. And you want me to accept that as a hypothetical. Okay, I can accept that as a hypothetical and say, by definition, that's how they view all top secret. And so
no. Forget about that,
they would
not in a normal top secret manner.
Right. Now your
top secret
hypothetical changes.
Now your hypothetical
changes. Now the hypothetical is exactly what I said. I'll just
no. You just reversed.
Now the hypothetical changes. Now the hypothetical is you have to accept that the top secret shit of Trump is exactly as top secret's classified. That's the hypothetical. But you also have to accept that top secret definition doesn't apply to Hillary's situation. That now the hypothetical is two parts. The first part, which I was willing to accept, I can totally accept that hypothetical. That the FBI legitimately believed that the top secret evidence or top secret documents that Donald Trump had were of serious national security threat. I can believe that because that's literally the definition of top secret. Makes sense. I could buy that hypothetical all day. What I can't buy is, that proves that they would have done, anyone would have got the same treatment that Trump got. It would have been the same type of raid. That's what he said. Well, no, it wouldn't, because also over here. And he says, but you can't compare to Hillary Clinton, because we're going to say it's not fair to say that her top secret stuff was actually a grave national security threat. So now he's adding to the hypothetical, which makes the entire hypothetical absurd. Go ahead, Casey. Any more parts you want to add to this hypothetical? All right, he's out. Maybe the dumbest bad faith. Dutch Jason says, dude, you suck at this. You're not interested in a debate. You just want to own the left. Do you see how bad faith people like Dutch are? Do you see how bad faith these fuckheads are? Personal attacks. You're right. What was it when you... You're way above my depth. Go ahead, call in then. Here's the Discord. Call in. This will be fun. He's way above my depth. Way above it. I mean, what's amazing is, and it's one of the things that I'm constantly amazed by, is someone that could say, yeah, it was politically motivated, yeah, it was corrupt, yeah, they would have never charged any other president other than Donald Trump in the same situation. Never charged any other one. But I'm okay with it. Still there, Hutch? Or Dutch? Still there? I put an invite, didn't I? I'm sure he's very impressed in his chat. Yes, I believe that this would have only happened to Trump, but it's whataboutism to talk about anything else. Okay, you have to go to the waiting room. All right, Dutch, you're above my pay grade. You're way above me. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
I hear you fine. You got to what you got to do though is shut down the volume of the video because I could hear me in the background.
Yeah, I just did. I didn't think you were going to get me on that quick. Hello. So, what's your premise? What's your premise?
What's my premise? That's what you're above my pay grade. I'm just arguing to own the lefts, and
you're arguing with Casey. You're arguing with Casey, who, with all due respect, is not particularly, a great debater. But I like Casey, But what's your
you're
premise?
a Casey fan. This will be fun then. Okay, what's my premise? That's your question. That's what you wanted to own. That's how you're going to own it. My premise is that more than any individual, even a president or candidate for president, mishandling classified information and theoretically obstructing it, a corrupt and double-tiered system of justice from our intel agencies and other institutions is far more damaging to our country.
Okay, so you're saying that let me try to restate that so that I make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. So you're saying that our country is damaged, because that was the end of your statement, by a two-tiered system. That is, but it's two-tiered against Trump specifically. Is that what or is it two-tiered in this particular situation? Like I need you to be a little bit more clear.
It is two-tiered against people that are perceived as outside the establishment. In this case, the person that it's been most egregious to was Trump, because he is seen as outside the establishment by them that has attained the highest station of president. But it has lesser double standard on people that are of lower level. For example, we could see that if you're a nonviolent protester on January 6th, you could be locked up in perpetuity. If you're a violent protester in the George Floyd protests, you could be let out. There's not a huge investigation, and in fact, you could be given money by cities.
That's a different conversation.
Well, but it's a different conversation. But what I'm telling you is that this two-tier goes through our justice system, particularly through the intel agencies like the FBI. But when it comes to these political investigations, yes, the FBI, since the time that Trump decided that he had won the nomination, has been attacking him in egregious ways, and they've been doing so under the auspices of getting him for things that they know that other people are doing, like Hillary Clinton or Democrats or FBI people, and they've let them go.
All right, so I think that we need to simplify what your statement is then, so we can have a civil conversation about this. So basically, you're saying, because the last statement that you made, the original statement when I asked you for your premise, and thank you for giving it to me, was that you added at the end of it that this was damaging to our country. So correct. I'm going to leave that part out of it and sort of see if I can abridge that a little bit. You feel that in the case of Donald Trump and the documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago, and then he sent some back, and then he didn't send some back, and then the FBI raided it, that incident was unprecedented, and that would not have happened to anyone else except for Trump because they want to get Trump. Is that a fair characterization, or am I missing something?
That's pretty fair. There's more to it than that, but sure, for the sake of this, that's fine.
Okay, so what you said to Casey, and the thing that kind of triggered me, was you asked him, I don't want to try to restate your entire statement because I, don't have the greatest short-term memory in the world, but basically you said, give me another example of this happening to another president or something like that. Was that about what you were trying to say, like that show me another time that this happened so that we can prove that this is something that happened uniquely against Trump?
Casey made the argument that he understands that this was politically motivated. He understands that this that no other president ever would have been charged or will be charged, but that other people that did what Trump did would have received the same treatment as far as the raid, the subpoenas, things like that. And I said, give me another. I said, I could give you an example of why that's not true. Because the reasons that you're giving to justify that raid, we could see that there were other people like Hillary Clinton that didn't justify that sort of treatment from the FBI.
All right, I'm going to break this down for you. So first of all, what Casey was basically assuming that if in a hypothetical situation, if something else would happen, that it would be treated the same way. And this is the part where you're missing it. That he cannot prove that statement. Casey, I don't know if he goes by he or she or I forget. So Casey, I'll just say Casey. Casey was talking about a hypothetical situation and giving you that. You then said, prove your statement, prove that like there would have to be another Republican or another Democratic president where we also had pressed charges against them for keeping classified documents. The difference is that this particular situation for which Trump is being charged has not happened before. Joe Biden has documents they found at the Penn Biden Center. Mike Pence had documents. Obama, I believe, had documents. I'm sure that there are numerous examples of former presidents and former vice presidents who have had documents in the past where they either we never found out about them or they turned them in or whatever the case may be. In Trump's case, it was unique because he had documents that were at Mar-a-Lago. They have video that apparently
How'd
were
they get the
seen during
video?
the trial. What's that?
How'd they get the video?
So now you're going to say that that was illegal? So did it happen or not is the main thing.
So let's go. Let's go with this. I'm surprised I need to do this because what was the term you used?
Yeah.
You're above my grade. That's the term you used.
So
I'm surprised you have to do this. So let's start with
waiting.
this. So when dealing with hypotheticals, it is always possible to say that no two situations that ever occurred on Earth have been completely analogous. So to just say, well, this situation is totally unique from anything that's ever happened in the history of the world. So even obvious disparate treatments are justified because you can never find an exact one-to-one replica of this. Therefore, it's justified is nonsensical. So what we attempt to do is say so that's your argument. If there's never been a situation exactly to the T like this, then there's no comparisons that we could ever make to another situation. That's your argument?
It depends on what that difference would be.
That's exactly the point. So the point is, then when you're saying, that this was a unique situation that justified it, it matters what you're saying about this situation made that sort of thing justified. And then one of the ways we would test this is to say, has there ever been another situation where the criteria you have given to justify this sort of behavior has happened? So you said Mike Pence, you said Joe Biden, right? But you said that was different because I assume what you were going to say is they gave the records back when was asked and things like that. So I want you to tell me, I want you to tell me, right, what is it about this specific situation that justified this raid and this indictment? What was it? Give me the things
that he didn't return them.
And so it was just that they subpoenaed stuff and they didn't get them back. And so so the way we would test this is we would look at other times when prominent political figures had records subpoenaed and refused to give them back. And we would say, were they raided? Were they arrested? Were they indicted? Correct? And you're saying they always would be, as Casey did.
No, I never said that.
But you're defending Casey's
that word in my
position.
mouth.
No, you're defending Casey's position.
Not particularly. I'm saying that Casey was arguing with you on a hypothetical.
So then your argument is this situation's unique.
You gave that to Casey.
So
you said those were your words.
So what is the point you're making here? So your point is this situation's unique, which you said, and it didn't happen with Joe Biden and Mike Pence. Okay. But it could happen. It could have been different with other people. That's your argument? Or are you saying that this situation was unique, which is why it justified this, because any situation where these things happened would justify this sort of behavior?
My argument is that in this particular situation, that Trump had documents, that the DOJ asked for those documents to be returned. They did not comply with sending those documents back. That the DOJ made the determination that those particular documents needed to be returned because of the potential sensitivity of those documents, and including a battle plan for us in case we were to invade Iran, which last I checked, right-wingers not a big fan of Iran.
Okay, so your argument is so let me try to get your premise. Let me try to get your premise. Your premise is that any time that this would happen, and the criteria you're giving is that there was dangerous information that was subpoenaed, that was refused to turn back, that they didn't get back, and that they were subpoenaing it because they thought it was dangerous, right? And it was refused to comply with the subpoena. You would want the FBI to raid and then indict. That's your argument?
If I don't care if Hunter Biden's laptop has it, if Hillary's email has it, if someone, a citizen, whether they were in office or not, is in possession of material that they are not supposed to be in possession of, regardless of whom they are, and they do not comply with the law, when the law tells them, hey, we need you to send this back, then that person should face charges for that.
Why didn't Hillary Clinton face charges for that, or her team?
That's a completely different situation. And I personally, I'm a progressive.
What's completely different? That literally meets the criteria. Please, let me finish. That literally meets the criteria you just set forth. Anytime that someone that dangerous information, it was top secret information, others at this point Congress thought it was important enough to subpoena, which they're lawfully allowed to do. And they subpoenaed, and they knowingly deleted subpoenaed evidence. So why wouldn't that just trigger the justification of the raid and the indictment, which you said would be justified in those criteria?
First of all, when it comes to Hillary had emails. She did not have documents. Okay, so those are completely different things. Now, you and I can both be equally outraged about the fact that Hillary potentially deleted those. I'm not a Hillary fan in the slightest. I'm a progressive. I was a Bernie guy. I know precisely who Hillary Clinton is. She is absolute establishment.
Let me stop you there. Can you explain to me why top secret? Can you explain to me why top secret emails aren't that big of a deal, but top secret physical papers are? Can you explain to me what's the difference?
I certainly think they are. I mean, Colin Powell had them as well.
No. You seem to differentiate. You set forth a criteria.
Yeah, because
you set forth a premise. Your premise was, you tell me if I'm...
You're talking about...
Now listen, I know you're above my grade. Grade. So let me restate your premise. Let me restate your premise, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Your premise was this.
I haven't given you a premise yet.
Yes, you have. You said as follows. You said, what I'm saying is, if someone has documents, or if someone has material that the DOJ or somebody says it's important to get back, and they subpoena it, and it's not given back, that it justifies a raid and an indictment. That's what you said, correct?
You can call that a premise if you want to.
Okay, am I correct? That's what you said? That's your premise?
That's a fair characterization.
Okay, and so then the way we test that is say, are there other situations where that criteria is met? Yes, there is the situation where Hillary Clinton's team had evidence that was subpoenaed, right? They did not hand it back. In fact, they destroyed it. They deleted it. So why are you not calling for a raid and indictment of Hillary Clinton?
First of all, I'm going to say two things to that. I would be more than happy to see Hillary Clinton get prosecuted for something. The difference is we don't have evidence that Hillary Clinton should be prosecuted, unfortunately. And
they destroyed subpoenaed evidence. That's clear cut.
Deleting an email does not meet the barrier for destroyed.
The FBI disagrees with you.
Now, you and I.
No, not you and I. The FBI disagrees with you. The FBI said that was a federal crime. It's just that they were unable to prosecute it because they gave immunity. So you're factually wrong. Deleting something with BleachBit is destroying subpoenaed evidence. You seem to make some sort of claim. You've made two claims now. I just want to get this clear. So you're telling everyone out there, I just want to be clear. This guy who's above my pay grade just wants to let you know, if the police ever subpoena digital records of you and you delete them, that's okay. That's not destroying subpoenaed evidence. That's what this guy's wanting you to know.
I'm saying that it's different than not turning in a paper document. Yes, that is tangibly different.
In what way?
And I don't know why you're so thick-headed and not be able to get your head around.
If I burn a paper document, so let me outline the scenario. So let me outline the scenario. So
it wasn't like they said, we want you to turn this in and give us those emails before you delete them. They were already deleted.
You're not going to filibuster over me? You're not going to do it?
Before the request was made. You can't go back and say, as much as we might want.
Okay. So explain this scenario. It's subpoenaed to get this physical document back and I burn it so that they can never get it. Or it's subpoenaed to get this email back and I use BleachBit so they can never get it back. What's the difference? Care to answer? That's what I thought. This guy's above my pay grade, see? Above my grade. You still there, Dutch? Or are we just going to end this? Okay, there you have it. There's the guy that's above the pay grade. Does Rob ever let them talk? Yes, I let him talk quite fluently there. He's making a nonsensical position, right? He calls in and says he's going to have all these premises and stuff like that. No, I didn't cut the stream on you at all. I muted you because you were, and you're still there. You're not muted now. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. No, you're not muted. You're choosing not to talk. That's fine. He continued, he talked like, what are you mad, dude? No, I feel great. It's awesome when people are braggadocious and claim that they know better than me and they're above my pay grade and they're totally fucking out of their depth, as I knew that this guy would be. So this guy's trying to make the argument that, Monocap, you want to call in? So Monocap's going to call and talk to me about how if you delete subpoenaed evidence, that's not destroying it. If you destroy a physical document, that's destroying it. But if you use BleachBit and delete it so they can't recover it, that's not destroying it. Monocap's going to call in and tell you why I'm lying. That's not two analogous situations. Jansen, last chance to talk or something. Unless I'm screwing up. Let me try something here. What's going on here? Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it, sister. Oh, this guy's gonna, Monocap's gonna, I'm getting all of this Carrie guy's audience, huh? There's the Discord. There was a guy that was out of my league. There's a powerful argument. I'm saying if you don't hand over subpoenaed evidence, then yes, they're justified to raid. Okay, that's what they did with Hillary. Well, that was different because deleting something is different than destroying it. I'm not so sure this is going to work, though. Yeah, we'll give her a whirl. What is this? Here we go. Thanks so much, Cistern. I appreciate it. I don't think it was just that guy couldn't see the truth. He was a braggart, and it's clear that he was arguing a indefensible position. Right. Cold sliced bread gets it. Mono, I can't stay up all night, so I got like 15 more minutes. I got to be in bed by like 2, so if you're coming on, you have to do so shortly. I understand it. Mono's ready. He's going to defend it. Okay, Mr. Manham, go ahead. You're going to explain to us why it's not a crime to delete subpoenaed emails. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm on my laptop.
Okay.
I want to preface this. I don't listen to whoever you're debating earlier. Don't really know who they are, to be completely honest with you.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure the difference is the items that they asked for from the Clinton camp were destroyed before the subpoena even happened.
That's not true. First off, that's not what you agreed that you were going to defend. The claim was that physically destroying a piece of paper is substantially different than permanently deleting a digital record. You can't defend that, correct? And then I'll address your point.
No, you can't. I don't think that's. I don't think that's
so
the correct
that's a
position.
stupid
But,
point.
but
Great. Okay. Now, no, you're factually incorrect. So there was multiple devices that were destroyed. Some of those devices were alleged to have been destroyed before a subpoena. However, there's no proof of that. These devices were requested by the FBI, though no subpoena was given. But the FBI wanted to get their hands on these devices. The Hillary team said, you can't get them because we destroyed them. And one FBI agent in particular said they were frustrated because they felt that they should have compelled a subpoena in order to make sure that that was the case. Because anyone could say that. We want this stuff. And you're like, no, I don't have it anymore. Well, they could still subpoena. And then if you don't provide it and they find out you're lying, then that's a crime. But secondly, there was a second batch that was deleted. And that was Paul Combetta, an IT guy, deleted subpoenaed emails, around 30,000 of them from Hillary Clinton's server. This was after the subpoena. He acknowledged to the FBI after he received an immunity deal that he was aware that this was subpoenaed material, but deleted it anyways because he had an oh shit moment and remembered that 6 months ago he was supposed to delete this shit. So even though he knew it was subpoenaed, he went ahead and did it because he forgot to delete it 6 months ago. So no, you're wrong. The deleted material was after a subpoena.
well, actually, you kind of gave the game away saying there's no evidence. So if there's no evidence to prove either of us correct. And in court setting, that doesn't really matter. To charge someone with a crime, you got to, especially in criminal court, you got to charge them beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's why it's so important just for the justice system to, as a justice system, we recognize that, yes, there could be a possibility that they destroyed it because they were aware of an upcoming subpoena, but that's not enough criminal intent to actually charge a Clinton camp.
Okay, that's non-responsive to the fact that they deleted 30,000 emails that they knew were subpoenaed. How does what you just said responsive to that?
Why did they get no charge?
That's a great question, right? We'll get to that. Secondly, what your defense is of the devices that they destroyed beforehand, right? Humor me this. Let's say that the FBI says, Rob, we would like your laptop. We would like to see it. Right? Because we think that there's evidence on there that we need to see. And I say, nah, I got rid of it. Now, if it's important...
That's the criminal charge. You can go to jail just for that.
But you can. Why? I got rid of it before.
Because you got subpoenaed.
No, it's just before a subpoena. They asked me to voluntarily send over this stuff because they need to look at it. I say, nah, I got rid of it.
What entity is asking you to do that?
FBI.
That's kind of the FBI?
Yeah.
Well, they have to have a subpoena because you
Right.
have the right to
So
that
the
property
question
unless they
is, so I'm
subpoena
not
you.
disagreeing with you that you can't charge someone for destroying a device before a subpoena. What I'm saying is, and my entire focus is the disparate treatment of the way the investigations were carried out between the FBI's treatment of Hillary versus the FBI's treatment of Trump. So with Trump's team, do we think even for a second if they said, hey, we want these records back, if Trump would have just said, nah, we burned all of them, do you think for a second they would have said, oh, okay, fair enough, investigation closed then, no subpoena needed?
That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
That's right, that's not what
They
happened.
say
I'm saying
plus hearings
if it did-
about the same facts in the matter you're regurgitating here. It's not similar in that capacity even because if you look at the two charges, they're different. Trump knowingly, with intent, kept these classified documents after months.
Hillary's team knowingly deleted them.
Hold on, what did you say? The last
I said
part?
Hillary's team knowingly deleted them.
Why wouldn't they charge, Rob? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, okay, so what I'm getting
I don't know
to
that
is-
much about.
Right, you don't. Isn't that interesting?
When I was like 17, so I don't know much about.
Opinionated about it, but don't know much about it. Well,
Well, I know I'm very opinionated about what just happened on the tree camp, right? But you can't. You're trying to compare two non-analogous situations.
Well, they are analogous, right? That's the entire point. And in fact, this is just looking at these two things in a vacuum. We could look at the treatment of the FBI to Trump in other ways, such as the Durham report that shows that the entire Russiagate investigation was bullshit. We could look at it in all sorts of other things, such as they charged people like Paul Manafort with failing to register as FARA violations when he worked with the Podesta group, Hillary Clinton's campaign managers group, who committed the exact same crime with Manafort, but they chose not to charge him. Like, we could see a litany of, it's just been over and over and over, as Chuck Schumer admitted, that because Donald Trump criticized the FBI, that they would find 6 ways from Sunday getting back at him, and they have. But if we just limit it to the vacuum of the treatment of Trump's treatment of the mishandling of classified documents versus Hillary's, let me explain this to you.
The first part, the Russiagate part, you can't just say it was complete and utter
Yes, I
bullshit.
can. That's what the Durham
Every advanced nation on the earth has an incentive to somehow swing elections so that who would be the president in whatever administration would be in their favor. That's just plain a day. And acting like after indictments already happened after Russiagate, which I'm pretty sure what happened, and saying that's just complete bullshit. Maybe it wasn't as chalked up as the mainstream media had it up to be, but to say nothing actually came from that, I think that's laughable.
This is going to be a lot of fun. So your argument is, every time a president wins an election, we should spy on them because clearly some country wanted them to win.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay, so then what you said was a non sequitur.
No.
With spying on the Trump
You're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me.
No, I'm not.
Strawmanning me.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. My claim,
Okay.
No. You made the claim that Russiagate was complete and utter bullshit. When you say that, right,
the
you're acting as if
Russiagate, yes.
no advanced nation
That's not what
on
I'm
this
acting
earth
like. That's not what I'm acting
has an
like.
incentive
That's not what I'm
to
acting
put people in office in other advanced nations.
Now you're strawmanning me. That's not what I'm saying. Clearly, every country in the world has an incentive to want the leader of the United States to be someone. What I'm saying is there was no evidence to spy on the Trump campaign. You're like, when I say the Russiagate investigation was bullshit, the Durham report proves it. You're like, yeah, but Russia wanted one candidate to win. Right. What the fuck? That is a non sequitur to anything I'm saying. Sure.
There's little proof of Russian bots on Facebook. There's no doubt. There's no doubt that Russia had some influence in that election. And Russiagate just further improved that point. You're saying that Russiagate did nothing?
Again, do you
emphasize that point? I think that's wrong.
Real quick, do you think the UK had some influence on the election in 2016?
Not as much. Influence.
Forget not as
Relatively
much.
speaking.
Did they have some influence or not?
Yes, of course they did. They're a big
so then
country.
what point are you trying to make that Russia had some influence, therefore spy on Trump? Now, when you're talking about, let's talk about specifically what you're talking about. So we're talking about an election where over $1 billion was spent on ads and things like that. In that election, you're saying that Russia interfered and that somehow it was serious, so much so that it justified spying on the Trump campaign because they spent $50,000 of ads.
No, I never made these claims.
But this is the truth of what happened. You didn't give the numbers, but you talked about this situation. So let's say what the details of this situation. You're right. They did put ads on Facebook. $50,000 worth of ads on Facebook and $50,000 on Pokemon Go. They did put ads. Half of those ads weren't seen until after the election. Half of those ads were pro-Democrat ads, such as supporting BLM, supporting the LGBT. But your argument is somehow that justifies the investigation into Donald Trump.
2016.
Yes.
Right?
2016. Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
And?
Again, you're just kind of putting words in my mouth at this point.
I'm not putting
words in
your
my main contention was you said Russiagate was total and absolute bullshit.
It was.
I said the general consensus when you talk to at least a layman about Russiagate is that, the Democrats, they were crazy to think Russia had any influence in our election whatsoever. When you say Russiagate is bullshit, you understand that's what it comes off as, right?
Me saying what layman would do. I was talking specifically about the FBI investigating Trump and how the Russiagate investigation was bullshit.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with the FBI spying on presidential candidates.
So you think that was bad?
Yes, of course.
And do you think that some of the people that did it, are you aware of the fact, such as the person leading that investigation, Peter Strzok, was writing that he would have an insurance policy to prevent Donald Trump from being elected?
An insurance policy?
Yes.
Could you expand on that?
Yes, he text messaged his lover, Lisa Page, all sorts of things about how they hated Trump. They could smell Trump supporters at Walmart. Hillary would win 1,000,000-1. And she at one point said to him, "We're not going to leave this happen, are we?" And he said, "Not if I could prevent it." And they talked about an insurance policy that he said that they would have to prevent Trump from winning. Okay, so now that you know...
If we can just agree that spying on presidential candidates is bad, I think we can get off of the Russiagate point and kind of move on to the more contemporary.
Right, your point was ridiculous, but the reason I bring up Russiagate in the first place was there is a rich history of the obvious bias at the FBI doing fraudulent, terrible, damaging things to the Trump administration, which were actual attacks on our democracy, such as you've admitted, they shouldn't have spied on Trump. They shouldn't have. There's all sorts of things that they did, and there were leaks to the press about these spies on Trump. They charged people with all sorts of shit. So what my argument is, it's not just in a vacuum that it's the Hillary email investigation versus the Trump documents investigation. I'm saying that there is a rich history showing the FBI bias against Trump and for Hillary. However, for the sake of this argument, if I just limit it to the Hillary email investigation and the Trump document investigation, we could see the disparate treatment, right? And so the argument I was having with the previous guy, who was a total fool and was saying that he was out of my league or whatever, something like that, where he was saying there's a difference between deleting a subpoenaed email and destroying a subpoenaed physical document. There's not in the letter of the law. Both...
There's not.
Right. So that was the point that we were making there. Now, when it came to what was going on, you said with Trump, right? You were like, well, we know that he was refusing to get over these things. My problem has always been, I'm more concerned about a corrupt or double standard from the FBI than I am about individuals such as Biden or Hillary or Trump mishandling classified information. Would you agree that that would be a bigger threat to our country? A biased and corrupt intel agency that is interfering in elections by selectively prosecuting people for the same crimes they're leaving others get away with?
Of course, but I don't think you really have the full-on evidence to put to make that claim, to be honest, especially in this instance.
Okay.
I think what you're trying to do, you're working off a conclusion, and anything that happens, especially negative to Trump, you're just going to say, well, that's just the corrupt FBI, that's a corrupt Central Intelligence Agency.
You've already admitted that they spied on Trump and they shouldn't have.
Well, I said they shouldn't, if that was the case.
Well, they certainly did, and if you don't know that, maybe this isn't the right conversation for you to be having. But nonetheless, so that clearly shows an exhibit. And do you think that's a big deal, spying on a president? I do. I think you do, too, if you would have...
Well, presidential candidate.
No, president. They renewed the FISA warrant 3 times after he was president. So as a candidate and as a president, they spied on him.
Okay. Well, you don't think there should be, this is just kind of like my view on this. You don't think there should be like some type of oversight on people who held office after the fact?
Huh?
You don't think there should be some type of oversight on people?
So,
yeah.
In reference to they spied on the president, you're like, shouldn't there be oversight after someone held office? I don't see the sequitur. Yes, we should have oversight of people. What does that have to do with spying on the president of the United States?
Well, Trump's in this instance say, how are they were going to get any information that he actually stole documents from the White House to begin with? If there wasn't a point
now
of,
you're
like,
back to so we're back to the document. So you have nothing. You acknowledge you were wrong when you said they spied on a presidential candidate. They actually also spied on him as president.
No, I never said they didn't. I said they shouldn't.
Okay, right. But when I said they spied on a president, you corrected me. You said presidential candidate. And I said, no, they spied on him as president too. And then you said, don't you think there should be... So I thought you were addressing that point. Most of the time, that's the way a conversation works. When someone's talking about something and someone rebuts it, they're referencing that thing. I didn't know that you were like, oh, okay, we've left that part and now we're moving on to something else. But that's fine. That's fine. So they spied on a president. We agree with that. Okay, that was bad. They should have done that. So that exhibits a bias at the FBI. Now, when you say, right, my problem is, how did they get to the point where they know, right, that Trump did all this terrible bad shit that we're supposed to? It's because they took investigative steps to be able to prove it. Let me give you one example, right? There was this low-level guy, and his name's Nada. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Nada?
Nada, N-A-U-T-A.
No idea.
He's the guy in the... Have you read the Trump indictment?
I've only read bits and pieces from articles, but they're pretty damaging from the pieces I read.
Okay.
So.
Whew, this is getting tough. All right. Nada was the guy that Trump allegedly conspired with. He was a former naval officer or something like that, that was supposedly the guy that is also indicted with Trump, that was engaged in a conspiracy to conceal these documents from the DOJ. Okay?
Okay.
So he's this low-level guy, right, that's around Trump, right? And they think they got him on lies, right? Follow me so far? They think that he's lied to them. That's one of the things he's being charged with. And so what they've decided to do is charge him with a crime in the hopes that he'll turn on Trump and tell them what Trump told him to do. Do you think that's legitimate? Why does that make sense to do that?
So you're making the claim that they only got information that he had these documents on Mar-a-Lago from this low-level guy after they charged him.
This is just one part of it. They got, because they did subpoenas and they did a raid and stuff like that. But I'm talking about this one particular guy. Like, do you think it is... I think that they should have just gave him immunity, right? Like, if this guy is alleged to have conspired with Donald Trump, they should have said, hey, you're not in any trouble whatsoever. Would you like to say if Trump told you anything? That would have been the way to go about it, right? Or do you think it would have been better to charge him with the crime and say, if you don't cooperate, you're going to go to jail?
I mean, that's kind of what happens most of the time.
Okay,
in these type
so
of
would
settings,
it surprise you to know that during the Hillary investigation, a completely analogous situation happened? Low-level guy named Paul Combetta knowingly deleted subpoenaed evidence, lied to the FBI, and the FBI...
Wait, so Hillary didn't delete the emails?
No.
Sorry, that was...
Did Trump physically move the boxes? Oh, so then I guess he's
probably not. No, I don't. He'd probably throw it back out. I don't think he'd be able to do that in his his state.
So back to reality. So this guy was a low-level guy who knowingly deleted subpoenaed evidence, who the FBI claimed lied to them. Same analogous situation with Nada. And with Nada, you said makes sense to charge him with the crime and then threaten him if he doesn't turn on his superior. But for some reason, they did the opposite. When it came to Combetta, they said, tell you what, we'll give you immunity. And he said, thanks. And they said, by the way, did anyone tell you to do that? He said, nope, I did it myself. And they said, but you met with Hillary's top attorney 2 days before you deleted it. What was that conversation about? He said, can't remember. And the FBI said, okay, sounds good.
That's attorney-client privilege.
No, it's not attorney-client privilege. He's not an attorney.
You said he just met with his attorney.
I said he met with Hillary's top attorney.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, attorney-client privilege was revoked under Trump with his attorneys. That's how they got a lot of this evidence that they have.
Because he was lying to his attorneys. That's why he got revoked. You learned that.
No.
You learned that in criminal procedure your first year of law school.
Jury compelled it. It doesn't matter.
You learned it in your first year in law school. If a client is knowing, if you have evidence that a client is knowingly lying to his own attorney, an attorney must, or if the judge has reason to know that the client is lying, you can revoke attorney-client privilege pretty easily.
Okay, well, they knew that Paul Combetta was lying. Did they revoke attorney-client privilege?
Wait, he knew he was lying? You never said you knew he was lying.
Yes, I did. That is exactly what I said. I said, just like with Nada, they knew he deleted subpoenaed evidence, and they knew he was lying.
They knew he was lying.
Yes. The FBI agent said that they heavily suspected that Paul Combetta was lying to them. They interviewed him twice. They also heavily suspected that he was the one that deleted subpoenaed evidence. What they chose to do instead of charging him with those crimes was to offer him immunity. Then he said, I did it all myself because I had an oh shit moment. I remembered 6 months ago that I was asked to delete this stuff before the subpoena. So even though I knew it was subpoenaed, I made the choice unilaterally to delete it myself. They said, you met with Hillary's top lawyer 2 days before you deleted it. What did you talk about? He said, I don't know. Now, it seemed that you intuitively understood when it came to the Trump investigation. Makes sense. Go after the low-level guy. Charge him with a crime. Compel him to tell you what was said in these conversations. See if he'll flip on the higher-up guy. But for some reason, the FBI did the exact opposite with the Hillary investigation.
The FBI did.
Yes.
But this isn't... Okay. So the FBI, just so I can follow the facts here, the FBI went to this low-level guy of Trump. It was the FBI themselves.
Yes. The Department of Justice, the FBI. Sure.
Okay. See, here's the problem. I feel like I'm not too familiar with the Clinton email scandal to have this conversation. I'm more familiar with the facts of, the stolen documents from the Trump camp.
Mm-hmm.
And you're making this analogous to a situation I don't know a lot about.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it would be valuable to have a discussion in which somebody, that's debating you on a topic doesn't know about one of the two parts that you're discussing.
That's fair enough. I'll let you go, but I'll say this. Then you've admitted that it would be worse to have a biased or double standard FBI, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But
so we've.
It'd be also far worse, right? If the FBI, if the FBI didn't charge Trump, and I think that's the takeaway you should.
Wait. Your argument is that it would be worse than handling classified information would be a corrupt two-tiered FBI, but worse even than that would be not charging Trump.
Oh yeah, totally.
So when you said that the corrupt FBI would be worse than any individual, Trump, Biden, Hillary, mishandling classified information, right? That's what you said, right?
I'm trying to say the Republican Party, man. What are you trying to do?
What are you talking about? I'm asking the comments you said that were literally the first comments in this conversation other than the ridiculous that you didn't agree with.
Wait. What do you think is more important at the moment, saving the Republican Party or watching it burn under Trump?
So it has nothing to do with that. Again, I'll go back to what your initial point
was. What do you mean it has nothing to do with that?
What is that? So hypothetically then, if it means framing Trump for, let's say for whatever reason, Trump gets off on a technicality in this, but it would save the Republican Party if he went to jail. So we should frame him for a crime, right? That's all that matters. If it would help the Republican Party, right?
Framing him. Don't frame this as.
Oh, so you're saying that the rule of law
he didn't do anything wrong.
So you're saying the rule of law and things like that are more important than the candidate you want to see get elected?
Do you know what state of the country?
Yes, I do know the state of the country right now, Rob? Do you? Because it seems like the important things that I've talked about of corruption of the highest levels of our intel agencies.
This dude with the sycophants literally rushed into the Capitol. He thinks he's above the law. He thinks he can hold on to these documents. He's not going to win in the general, even though Biden's going to look.
Just so you know, this is
so you're saying that the fate of America
is about the man. So I don't really care. I don't really care about the double standard of the corruption. I just don't like Trump. That's it.
No, that's not what I'm
that's
saying.
exactly what you're saying. Like again,
You're straw manning me again.
Faith in this
You
conversation.
keep straw manning me, Rob.
You have been bad faith in this conversation because the
I have not
initial
been bad
premise
faith,
of
Rob.
the
You have
conversation.
been bad faith straw manning me.
Listen to me. The initial premise was I said, and I'm quoting, would you acknowledge that a corrupt FBI in a two-tiered system that is going after certain people they don't like for crimes, but allowing the people they like to get away with them, is more of a worry and more of a danger to our country than any one person, be it Trump, Hillary, etc., mishandling classified information? You said yes. That's what you said.
Wait. So let's go back on the Clint email thing just for 1 second. So there's a whole fact pattern, right? And there are analogous things in that fact pattern to what's happening now. And you're using the fact that the FBI went after a low-level guy and gave him immunity compared to not giving a low-level guy to Trump immunity, saying that, making this macro statement, this bold statement that, yep, right there, that is complete proof that the FBI is corrupt. Like, come on, Rob, that's pretty bold.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the question I just asked you? The way that this works is this. First, we have to agree on what we think the potential harms are. And what
because you're implicitly trying to make it seem like I'm agreeing that it's a corrupt two-tier system. This is the way I always
do this, because this is what happens, right? That anytime I have this debate, this is exactly what happens. Someone says this. They go, what Trump did was bad. We only need to focus on that, and anything else is whataboutism. I say, the reason that I'm not focused on just what Trump did is because I think that it is more dangerous to have a corrupt FBI than it would be of Trump potentially mishandling classified information. So the very first step in us having a discussion is, can we come to an agreement on what the bigger threat to the country would be? Trump mishandling classified information, or a corrupt double standard FBI? You said the corrupt double standard FBI. Great. The next step is, can I prove that the FBI is corrupt and have a double standard? So under that premise, that's what we went with. Then you backtracked and you said, actually charging Trump's more important. And I said, wait a minute, we started the whole conversation with you saying the opposite, that the two-tier justice system would be more important. And then when pressed on it, you go, yeah, but the justice system isn't corrupt. That's a different argument. So the initial,
I never said the justice system wasn't corrupt.
You said that my evidence of the FBI being
no, that's not what I said, Robin. You know that for a fact.
That is exactly what you said. I'm paraphrasing, but that is it. Okay, so I just want to be clear. You never said that I said that the mistreatment of, going after a low-level guy with Trump and charging him with the crime and going after a low-level person with Hillary doesn't prove corruption of the FBI. You didn't say that.
It shouldn't prove corruption because
no. You said you didn't say that. No.
What you're doing?
No. I just want to be clear. Now you're going to change your story again. This is how you debate. I see it. When pinned down on something, even if it's innocuous, instead of just saying, "Oh, you're right, I said that," you then change and you move on to something else. So
Rob, you strawman me.
Yes, sir. I'm not strawmanning. I'm asking you specifically. Did you say that I said that a low-level person going after a low-level person on Trump and charging him with the crime to go after Trump, and then going after a low-level person with Hillary and giving them immunity, you said that doesn't prove that there's a corrupt FBI, and I know. Did you or did you not say that?
Yes, I said that because what you're doing, you're hyperfixating on some elements of these two situations that might be analogous in some way, but are not fully analogous because you're operating on conclusions, right? So you use those little facts that are analogous in these similar situations to somehow prove that the FBI is corrupt because you're operating on a conclusion, Rob. That's the problem.
No, it's not just operating on a conclusion. It's operating on the evidence. So the problem is, would you admit this? There are no two situations that are completely analogous?
Come on, really?
Yes or no?
Really?
You've been so bad faith. Okay, so courts, you admit that. So what we do is we try to find situations where the criteria we're saying justifies something, or that the FBI did something for in this case, these were the criteria that was their rationale, right? And then we try to find as close as possible of a situation. Now, all three people I've debated, the previous two, and I'm not sure about you, but it seems to be this is what you're alluding to, is saying that you'll admit that it's unprecedented, that we've never raided the home of a former president.
Also, a president has never withheld documents for a extended period of time after being told many times by the DOJ to hand them over.
I noticed that you avoided the question. You'll admit that that's unprecedented, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't you,
Okay.
can I ask a follow-up question, Rob?
You can ask a follow-up
Hold on,
question in a minute.
let me ask you a follow-up
question in a minute. So given that, you would say, okay, so then we need to look at why was this unprecedented step taken, right? Makes sense, right? And that's what you're going to say. We never had a president do this, right? So the question is, why was this step taken, right? If it's unprecedented, that doesn't mean it should never happen. We just have to have a rationale for why it was taken, correct?
And apparently we do have a rationale.
Okay,
because
so what is that rationale? So right now, so let's say the FBI decided to raid Mar-a-Lago. Okay, at that point, you support that, right? You support that. At that point, what was their justification for doing so?
That he didn't follow through with the request to give back the documents.
So you're saying because this high-level politician, in this case, former president, had a request to hand over documents, and
not a request, multiple requests.
Multiple requests, right? In fact, there was a subpoena, right, that he refused to comply with.
Yes.
Okay, and the
that should
argument,
happen
you tell me
in
if
any
I'm wrong.
situation.
I'm trying to steelman you. They had to raid because at that point, they needed to get these documents and were afraid that Trump would never hand them over or would mishandle them and lose them or something like that. So they had to physically...
Where were they, Rob?
What's that?
Where were they?
In his home? What?
Mar-a-Lago?
Okay. Yep. Nonetheless,
List for Mar-a-Lago since the time he was president, and the time the documents were there, Rob.
I noticed that you continue to respond with questions I'm asking with other questions that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. So I'll ask
because
again.
You're just trying to lead your audience in a certain direction. You're clever, man. You're really
trying
clever.
to lead my audience to a different direction. So that's sort of the point of argumentation. You try to convince people of your point. So I'll ask the question again, and then I'm sure you'll deflect once more. So you're saying the reason they needed to raid after the subpoena is because they were worried that they would not get these documents back, that they could be intentionally lost, they could be sold, they could be mishandled, whatever. So they needed to go physically retrieve these documents, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what justified the fact that there was these classified documents that they had requested and sent a subpoena to get back, and they were worried they weren't going to get them back because of Trump's stalling and because they were worried what he would do with them. That's what justified the raid and the indictment?
Yes, and also Mar-a-Lago. He doesn't have to publicly, give out all the guests that enter Mar-a-Lago. We don't know his dealings or the people that were in Mar-a-Lago, what he might have used or given information from those documents to. So there's a lot more qualifier here.
And then another qualifier. So that is that he didn't comply with the subpoena. They had to physically retrieve it because they were worried they wouldn't get it back. And there were people that could have got access to it, all sorts of different people. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you've already agreed that what we do is, that's your criteria for why the raid was justified. You've agreed that the way we see if this is equally applied is find another situation where those criteria, even if it's not completely analogous, seem to be met. I have that criteria. The Hillary Clinton investigation. In the Hillary Clinton investigation, they asked for the documents back. They didn't get them all. They subpoenaed the documents. They were worried that they wouldn't get them back because they knew that there was destruction of the documents after they were subpoenaed. And when you say there were strange people in Mar-a-Lago, we have no evidence that any of those strange people received documents.
You have no evidence of what you're saying either, Rob.
Yes, we do.
A lot of those evidence were destroyed before the subpoena happened.
That's a lie, right? And lastly, we know...
Okay, you know that. Not all the evidence, granted, not all of it, but a good portion was destroyed before the subpoena even happened.
No, it wasn't.
I'm pretty sure
that is not true. That is not true. Devices that weren't subpoenaed were allegedly destroyed before the subpoena on the email records, right? The subpoena on the 30,000 email records came in, and then those 30,000 emails were destroyed. You seem to be saying, well, that's not a big deal, because they also destroyed shit before the subpoena.
That's not what I'm saying, Rob.
Okay, well then what are you trying to say here? It's okay.
I'm saying you're trying to make these two situations analogous when, in reality, the only thing that's really analogous is the fact pattern of the fact there was a low guy. They basically...
That's not. I just outlined what was analogous. I used your 3 criteria. I was very clear. I said, these are the 3 criteria that justify the raid. Yep, that's what it is. I said, okay, here's the Hillary situation. Same 3 criteria. Didn't voluntarily turn stuff over and ignored a subpoena. They had to physically go and retrieve the evidence because they were worried they weren't going to get it back. In this case,
How do you
because
physically
they literally
retrieve? How do you
deleted-
physically retrieve private emails? I'm
You
worried
physically
about that.
retrieve the server and check for other things that are there?
Oh, okay. What happened to the server?
It was wiped.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what, is that some point?
Where's the evidence of that?
They admitted it?
They admitted it
Yes.
in anticipation of the subpoena, right?
They got a subpoena and then they deleted the emails with BleachBit.
In anticipation of the subpoena.
No, after the subpoena.
Oh, okay. And why's she not in jail?
Right. That great question. You tell me.
Well, no, I'm asking you to tell me, Rob, because once again, I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to Hillary Clinton's emails.
Here you go.
So I'm trying to figure it out.
So you asked for an analogous
Especially
situation.
with 30 plus
Right,
congressional hearings about this.
Right. So you asked for an analogous situation. My contention is that there's a double standard at the FBI, right? You said, no, what justified this unprecedented raid of Trump was, one, that he refused to voluntarily comply, including ignoring his subpoena.
Wait.
Second, that they needed to go physically retrieve evidence because they were worried they weren't going to get it back. And third, that strange people could have been around the evidence. In Hillary's team, one, she didn't voluntarily comply, and in fact, they destroyed subpoenaed evidence. Second, they were worried that they weren't going to get the stuff back because they already saw they destroyed some of the evidence. Third, they were literally hacked by Korea and China. So strange people, in this case, strange digital people, not just strange people walking around, but literally people intentionally hacking her server from adversarial countries. All three criteria meets what you said was justified in this unprecedented raid and indictment of Donald Trump. And then once we get to this point, you seem to go, well, then why wasn't she charged? If she wasn't charged, so that proves that it's not as you say. No, what it proves is exactly what my original contention was, is that there's a double standard.
I think you actually gave the whole game away, Rob. You keep calling it unprecedented, but yet you're trying to make these two situations analogous. And if they are analogous, because the Clinton email scandal happened first, the raid on Donald Trump was precedent, Rob. So that's kind of a Freudian slip on your part.
You know what the word precedent means?
Something happens in the past and it kind of used.
Right, so the raid on a former president, when I say it's unprecedented, means that no former president's home has ever been raided, right? You said, but Hillary Clinton met the criteria that I said would justify a raid, and she wasn't raided. Therefore, that proves there's
precedent, or was it not precedented, Rob? That's really
it
what
is
I'm asking.
Unprecedented that they raided a former
It's unprecedented, but it's analogous to an event that's happened in the past?
Yes. Why are those
Rob,
two things mutually exclusive?
That's not how the English language works.
Right,
man.
that is how the English, oh my God, right? Will you admit that it was unprecedented? For example, what if I said this? It is unprecedented that a cop has ever shot someone in custody. Right? Let's say I hypothetically said that. And you're like, okay, but this time it was justified because that person was in custody, but they reached for the cop's gun. Right? You follow me?
Yes.
And then I say, yeah, but look, I'm saying there's a double standard because there was this incident where this other guy was in custody and he reached for the cop's gun, but the cop didn't shoot him. So it's an analogous situation. You go, that proves that it's precedented. Well, no, because he didn't shoot him. I'm saying the shooting is the unprecedented part. I'm saying the raiding and indictment of Trump is unprecedented. I'm saying that it's a double standard because there have been analogous situations in the past that meet your criteria, but the raid didn't happen. The indictment didn't happen. Therefore, the raid and the indictment is unprecedented. You saying, you've given the game away because you proved that there's an analogous situation where there wasn't a raid and wasn't an indictment. Therefore, it is precedented. It's so dumb. Are you acknowledging now that you're wrong?
I know you're gulping for your Freudian slip, but that's fine. We can.
What are you talking
we can move on.
I mean, you literally don't see this. You don't see this. That's what you're saying. You literally don't see it.
No. I see what you're saying. It's just kind of crazy that.
How is that crazy? Saying
you're
that
doing
it's
this to your audience, man. They don't deserve it.
What I'm doing what to my audience? That I'm saying that it's unprecedented
that a former president's home being raided. You don't really believe what you're saying, man.
So here's what happened, just in case the audience is half asleep here. I said it's unprecedented that a former president's house has been raided. And so therefore,
Yes.
with an unprecedented action, we have to have reasons why it would occur this time. You said, I agree. So far, so good? You with me?
Yes.
Okay. Then I said, let's go through the reasoning why you think that this raid and indictment was justified. You gave 3 reasons, or we talked about 3 reasons.
Wait, who had access to the Hillary Clinton private emails? Like, who has access to Mar-a-Lago? I'm confused. So it can't be analogous.
What are you talking? Now, we'll get to the analogous situation in a minute. So I give those 3, I say, here's an analogous situation. You're like, oh, if there's an analogous situation, then it's been precedented. The raid of Trump and the indictment of a former president's been precedented. Now, that has nothing to do with anything. The analogousness shows these situations have happened in the past, and this action didn't follow. That's why it's unprecedented.
So it's only unprecedented because Trump got indicted and Clinton didn't.
Yes, that's right. What's unprecedented. The indictment and raiding of a former president. That's what we were talking about was unprecedented. The situation of high-level politicians mishandling classified information, of course there's precedent for that. It happens all the time. But the only time that the FBI has raided and indicted a high-level politician like that is Donald Trump. Even though there are analogous situations. Now, you said now that we've cleared that fucking nonsense.
Wait, Rob, I need you to answer this. Do you agree with the raid?
No. Now, continuing.
What?
Now continuing.
Rob, you don't agree with the raid?
That's exactly what I said. Right.
Yeah,
that's
you think Hillary Clinton should have been indicted for analogous situation?
Now continuing.
Hypocrisy. You are the two-tier justice system
situation, guy. Right? You said what strange people had access to Hillary Clinton's email servers. Well, we know that people that were being investigated for child pornography like Anthony Weiner had access to it because we found 300,000 emails on his phone and iPad. But we also know that strange individuals such as the hackers from adversarial countries also had access. So instead of just rando strange people that might stumble into a room and see something, we literally had adversarial countries seeking to hack Hillary Clinton, who probably wanted to do nefarious things with the top secret documents she had. So that was the strange people. Now, to get to the why don't I justify the raid? Why am I against the raid? Well, I'm against the raid for the very reason that I told you at the outset that you agreed upon. That more importantly than Donald Trump mishandling classified information or Hillary Clinton would be a 2-tier justice system of our FBI and the investigators. The FBI.
So if Hillary got indicted.
The FBI chose not to raid Hillary Clinton in an analogous situation. They chose to have a witch hunt against Trump the entire time of his presidency.
Oh, you know for a fact they were witch hunting Clinton. The Republicans in the investigation committee were witch hunting her. Come on.
Was the FBI witch hunting? Did they use the FISA application to spy on Hillary?
No.
Did they raid her home?
No.
Did they?
Did
they charge low-level people and try to get them to flip on her?
No.
Did they compel the release of attorney-client privilege? Did they investigate her for colluding with a Russian spy named Igor Dushenko to make up the Trump-Russia collusion?
Well, for one, Trump lost his attorney-client privilege.
No, Trump lost his
I don't know how you can make that analogous.
It was compelled by a grand jury.
He lost it because he was knowingly lying to his lawyer about what he was doing.
No, that's not how it works.
You learned that in your first year of law school.
So your argument is this. If an attorney says, I don't want to talk to you because that's business with my client, and a grand jury says, no, you have to because your client lied, then that's not the grand jury compelling attorney-client privilege revocation? You're just saying it was deserved. That's it.
They would do that in any other situation, Rob.
No,
that's very common.
Cool.
Clients lose attorney-client privilege all the time because lawyers are held to a certain standard.
If either the attorney or the client lies, then that would revoke the privilege?
No, it's on the client.
Okay, so if the client lies to who? To the attorney?
To the attorney. And the grand jury or a judge
or
has
investigator?
Reasons to believe that the client was lying. And the reason they do this is to promote lawyers behaving ethically. Because if we just allow attorney-client privilege, even though an attorney may even know his client is lying to his face, that would promote a system in which attorneys are incentivized then to lie on their client's behalf more
A grand jury
often.
compelled the revocation of attorney-client privilege with Trump. They didn't do anything remotely analogous in the Hillary Clinton situation. Did they teach you this in first-year law school?
Clinton?
Hey, real quick, did they teach you this in first-year law school? If there's allegedly a crime that's occurred with multiple suspects, like a gang or something, right? Let's say there's 3 people in a gang, and police pull them all in for questioning. How do you interview them? Do you interview them together?
No, one by one.
Oh, okay. Did you know that Hillary Clinton's lawyers, Mills and Abedin, were both targets of the investigation, and yet they interviewed them together with Hillary? They teach you that in first year of law school?
Investigation wants to do. It doesn't necessarily mean that like that's a bad thing or they did things unethically. That's just usually how they go about it.
I thought like first year law school, we know that you interview them all separately. Why would you do it separately? Why do you think you would do that?
Because you don't want them to conclude together.
Oh!
You don't want them to speak on others' behalf because they're in the same room.
Right.
You can.
That's what I thought.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Huh. Weird. Can you think of any other examples, high-profile cases where the FBI interviewed suspects together? Just curious. I can't think of any. I mean, it makes sense because
I'm sure you can go on LexisNexis and find it pretty easily.
there's one or two, but it would have to be.
I'm sure there's more than one or two, Rob.
I'm sure. So we learned that in first year law school, but they didn't do that, right? The point is, we can see the clear double standard in how they approach these two things. Now, you don't give a shit about that or even know about it. And you continue to make
We went from attorney-client privilege to talking about Clinton getting interviewed with her attorneys, even though the attorneys were somehow suspect. You understand how much we just like moved the goalposts?
No, we didn't move the goalposts. What we were talking about was the disparate treatment between the Hillary investigation and the Trump investigation. I was talking about all the things that happened to Trump. Turned on low-level people, charged them with crimes, raided their homes, subpoenaed like records of cell phones, emails, things like that, got access to their private security cameras and things like that, revoked attorney-client privilege. With the Hillary situation, they did the exact opposite. Not only did they not revoke attorney-client privilege, but they actually allowed the suspects
What was Clinton lying about?
What's that?
Wait. What was Clinton lying about?
Lying to who? The attorneys?
Yeah, what was she lying to the attorneys
They interviewed them together,
that the
so
investigators had reason to believe?
Right. Why would they have reason to
lying.
believe when they interviewed them all together? Now, maybe if they'd have interviewed them separate, they would have been able to see.
So maybe if something else happened, you can make this analogous to
maybe
the
if they would have followed first-year law school advice and did what they were supposed to, they would have found out if there was something.
I'm sure. They did it for a reason that's less nefarious.
This is why we set the criteria of asking the question first. Do you think it is a bigger deal to have a two-tier justice system and a corrupt and double-standard FBI? Because what happens is, as we proceed through the debate, which will end up happening is, you'll say, but there's not evidence of Hillary Clinton doing X. Well, the reason there's not evidence...
because there's not.
No, the reason there's not evidence is because of the disparate ways that the FBI investigated. For example, they, against first-year law school advice, decided to interview the witnesses together. With Trump, they decided, here's a low-level guy that lied and we think is obstructing justice. We'll charge him and try to get him to flip on Trump. With Hillary's team, they said, we'll give everyone immunity and then ask. So, for example, Hillary's team, this guy deleted the subpoenaed evidence 2 days after he met with Cheryl Mills, Hillary's top lawyer, and they asked him, oh, okay, well, what'd you talk about Mills right before you deleted the evidence? He said, I don't remember. Okay, good enough for us, they said. They said, can we see these devices, other devices? They said, nah, we smashed them all, we destroyed them. Okay, they said, no subpoena needed. And then you're like, well, they didn't find any evidence. Well, no evidence. No shit, because they didn't subpoena it. Because they just believed them at face value when they said things like, oh, I have immunity, I did everything myself. And I don't recall my conversations with the lawyer.
Wait. Did the Clinton camp have a history of nefarious acts that the investigators might have had, a tougher, threshold for how they would investigate them as they did with Trump?
Evidence. Can you show me Trump ever doing that?
That's not the question I asked.
Yeah, you just asked, did they have a nefarious history? Yes, they had an immediate nefarious history. They deleted subpoenaed evidence.
This happened after the subpoena?
Yes, after the subpoena is when they gave immunity and, yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense then.
So, yeah, I would say, also, what does that have anything to do? So, when I'm talking about the nefarious instance of the FBI in their past, which you admitted they shouldn't have spied on the president and things like that, that doesn't come into effect of whether or not they're targeting Trump or anything like that.
Candidates.
But, what's that?
Presidential candidates.
Are you really this bad faith? Did I not go through this with you before? We had this exact conversation. I said not just presidential candidate. They also spied on him and renewed the warrant 2 or 3 times when he was president. And you said, oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so but you acknowledge that you're a fucking fool for saying presidential candidate there? That you're implying that I was wrong, but actually I'm right?
No, I wasn't implying you were wrong.
Oh, so then why did you say that? What was the point of saying presidential candidate there? Can you explain to me what that point was?
That I don't agree with any type of like illegal oversight on presidential candidates.
So when I said they spied on the president and you said presidential candidate, why did that mean that you explained to me how we were supposed to reasonably interpret that your intent by saying that was, oh, what you're really saying is I don't agree with any spying on presidential candidate and therefore also president? Because it sounded to me like you were correcting me when I said they spied on the president, that you were correcting me and saying, no, it wasn't a president, it was a candidate. That's what it sounded like. But you're saying that wasn't the case.
I thought we were backtracking in time because you strawman me at the very beginning of this conversation with the same line.
In what way did I strawman you? Go ahead.
When I said, no, I don't agree that they should, have a spy on presidential candidates. And you said, you don't think they should spy on presidents. And I was like, well, I think they need to have more oversight on presidents, for sure.
The mistake is you strawmanned me.
Interpret that as
That's
spying,
the mistake. The mistake is you strawmanned me, and then when I called out your strawman, you claimed that was a strawman. So I said there's been a history of the FBI unfairly targeting Trump in corrupt ways, such as the Russiagate investigation into him being bullshit. You said it's not bullshit. Now, everyone knows that I was talking in the context about the Russiagate investigation into Trump. You said it's not bullshit. I said, okay, go ahead and explain why. Durham said it was, that they didn't have a predicate for the investigation. You said, well, because Russia, every country, including Russia, tries to interfere. I said, what the fuck does that have to do with spying on a presidential campaign? Well, I'm saying the Russia investigation was legitimate. I said, no, this doesn't mean just because they were spying that you should, or just because Russia was interfering that they should spy on Trump. You're like, you're putting words into my mouth. You're the one who said the Russiagate.
When I'm talking about Russiagate, there's a lot more evidence than just we're just gonna spy on Trump after the fact because of the Russiagate finding. That's not my point of view, and I doubt that's your point of view. Like I don't understand why you're even arguing with me about this right now. We already went over this.
They knew that there was no evidence that they had that was ever substantiated that proved that Russia or people on his team were illegally colluding with Russians. They knew that.
Didn't people end up getting indicted at the Durham report? No, I'm pretty sure one person did.
Paul Manafort got indicted because in 2013 he was working with Hillary Clinton's campaign manager to fail to register as a foreign lobbyist. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager wasn't indicted. George Papadopoulos got indicted for misremembering a date that had nothing to do with Russia collusion. 12 Russian trolls were indicted because they were putting ads on Pokemon Go and Facebook. A judge forced those charges to be dropped because the FBI was unable to prove that those people who happened to be Russian were state actors for the Russian government. So the charges had to be dropped.
So there was nothing that came from Russiagate. Is your final contention?
No,
it was a waste of time.
My argument was, as it was from the beginning and has been consistently throughout, that the investigation into Trump for Russiagate was never predicated on a real reason, and the FBI disliked Trump, and they knew that there was no verified reason to do that investigation, but they did so anyways because they're corrupt and wanted to take down Trump. And what happens is, it allows people like you to say, but there was some nebulous indictment, because what happens is, they say, we don't like this guy, so we'll investigate him in a million ways, and eventually we'll find something on someone. When we raid enough of his lawyers' offices, and when we go through enough of his records, we'll find something, right? Even if
when he openly brags about how he has documents pertaining to a potential invasion of Iran.
What does that have to do with Russiagate?
People at Mar-a-Lago. That's just a big witch
What does that have to do with you defending the Russiagate investigation by saying that there's indictments?
Because you're making this like, the only reason they did that was so the general public would be like against Trump and think he's this big criminal. So after the fact, when they make valid investigations on him, we can believe, right, a part of your group or posse or whatever, hive mind, I would like to call myself in this situation as someone who's just a general public, watches CNN, watches MSNBC. By the way, I don't watch either of those networks. I only believe that Trump is a criminal because of things like Russiagate. Come on, Ronald. That is ridiculous.
That is not what I'm saying. Again, you're strawmanning me. What I'm saying is this is a clear pattern that the FBI said, give me the man and I'll show you the crime. And that I would get... Let me ask you this. Billionaires, national level politicians, what percent of them do you think if you could turn over every one of their documents from all time, raid all of their lawyers' offices, what percent of them do you think you would be able to find some sort of crime?
What percent?
Yeah.
I would say probably an amount higher than the general public would be comfortable with.
I'd say 90%.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So
but
then, and so
you're
then
using this to kind of what you're trying to do here.
If we have a system where we allow the FBI to say, well, the people we don't like, we'll just investigate, even for bullshit reasons, and we'll just keep investigating for 7 years, and finally we'll find something, and then someone like you will go, aha, there's something. So forget about the corrupt investigation 7 years prior. Forget about all that. Forget about the fact that the same thing we're accusing Trump of doing that other people have done and the FBI covered up for them. Forget about all that. All that matters is Trump's a criminal, and it would be best for the Republican Party to get rid of him. Because you're cheering for this
basically
corruption.
saying right now, all you're basically saying, you're kind of like implying that, like, you know what he did at Mar-a-Lago with the classified documents and openly bragging about the information in those said classified documents after multiple requests of those documents heading back to a State Department and him denying those requests or just not answering them all. He's justified in that because the general public is just stupid in believing that he might do any criminal act because that's what, the establishment wants. Come on, Rob. That's not a reasonable take, and you know that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you acknowledge that during Jim Crow in the period of this country, there was a time where there were police forces that were racist?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that there's a town in 1940s Alabama, and in this town, 50% of the people are black and 50% are white, okay?
Okay.
Let's say that 100% of the people that are arrested for jaywalking are black, even though you've personally witnessed white people jaywalk and the cops see them but refuse to arrest them. Okay, following me?
Uh-huh.
I would say this is outrageous. The police are racist. They're specifically targeting black people. Your argument would be, but didn't that black man jaywalk?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
That is
that's
exactly what you're... You're saying that black man's allowed to jaywalk. That's what you're saying. You're telling your audience the black man's allowed to jaywalk. That's what you're saying. That's exactly analogous to what you're saying right now.
No, it's not.
Explain in which way it's not. Explain in which way it's not. Both times we're talking about corrupt, selective enforcement of the law targeting against one group of people. And both times I'm saying that selective targeting is wrong. The other end of the spectrum, and in both times you're saying, but wait a minute, we need to focus on the person who broke the law.
From the practical standpoint in which we're sitting right now, you have two options. One, indict him. One, not indict him, and just get over it because Hillary Clinton wasn't indicted. And in your shoes, you're saying we shouldn't indict him because the a previous presidential candidate did some wackadoodle things. Rob, that's ridiculous.
You have two choices. Arrest the black man for jaywalking or not arrest because the police are racist.
You're making this, that is not analogous.
Why is it not analogous? Explain to me why it's not analogous. Go ahead. Both systems we're saying are corrupt people that were targeting specific groups because they didn't like them. Both we've acknowledged that is a more severe crime than the crimes that they're alleging of the people that are targeted. So you explain to me how it's not analogous.
Did the black man jaywalk?
Yes.
Okay. So would you rather take race out of the picture? Because you probably do this with people you presume that are on the left a lot. You probably use a lot of race baiting tactics because you can get some type of emotional response, whatever. That's fine. I understand that leftists do the same thing to conservatives on certain issues. That's fine. That's understandable, right? But would you rather live in a society where no laws are enforced or laws are enforced? Right.
How is that analogous to the situation that we're talking about?
Do you want laws to be enforced or not?
That's not analogous to the situation we're talking about. The more analogous...
It totally is, because if we just say...
Let me... This is the proper analogy. Do you want a society where laws are only enforced against people that the law enforcement officers don't like, or they're not enforced on anyone? That's more analogous.
Society will never exist, Rob, and you know that.
No, like, I don't know what you're saying. Your analogy doesn't make sense. You're saying either we enforce all laws or neither laws. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, whether in my hypothetical situation with the jaywalking or in the situation with Donald Trump, right? What we're talking about is they are selectively applying those laws. So the better question isn't should all laws be enforced or no laws. The better question is should laws be selectively enforced or never enforced? That's the better analogy.
So should some laws be enforced or no laws, Rob?
That's, again, not the analogy. The analogy is should laws be selectively enforced or not enforced?
Should some laws be selectively enforced or should no laws be enforced?
The laws that are being selectively enforced should not be enforced. That would be preferable.
Rob, what do you get? I didn't know you were an anarchist. That's pretty
It
crazy.
has nothing to do with anarchy.
I wouldn't take that
Anarchy
from you.
doesn't believe, for example, anarchy believes there should be no law. I don't believe that. I would prefer to have a system where the laws are evenly applied. But if I'm stuck in two choices where we have corrupt law enforcement officers that will only go after the people that gives them personal gain, or they don't go after anyone, I would rather them not go after anyone. That's like saying, the analogy would be the same as this. Do you support law enforcement officers shooting whoever they want or never arresting anyone? Which one would you prefer?
That is not similar to the case between.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't be an anarchist by saying, well, fuck, I don't want them just shooting people, even though I don't want a system where no laws are enforced. I guess in that hypothetical, it would be preferable.
Rob, are you that scared that I called you an anarchist? Come on, it was tongue in cheek right there. Come on, come on.
I can't tell.
Your audience isn't going to believe you're. I know you probably don't think well of them, but they're not going to believe you're an anarchist just because I jokingly said you were. Come on,
okay.
We can move past that.
Nonetheless, then, so you would rather have a system where laws are selectively enforced than not enforced?
I would rather have a system where some laws are enforced compared to no laws.
No, that's not the question. You're changing the question. I'll ask again. You would rather have a system where laws are selectively enforced based on the law enforcement targeting people they don't like versus not enforced?
Yeah. I mean,
that's what you would rather have.
What's going to breed a safer society, Rob? A society where no laws are enforced, or at least some laws are enforced?
Well, it's not just some laws are enforced, right? So it's not like, well, they stop enforcing jaywalk, but they're still enforcing DUIs. That's not what we're talking about. We're saying that they selectively enforce based on what their preference is. They target people that they don't like. That's abjectly worse than not enforcing. Theoretically, a society could still exist without law enforcement, though I think it would be dangerous and it would be bad. But a society will break down into civil war, chaos, racism, etc. if we allow law enforcement to be judge, jury, and executioner and only apply to the law the people that they dislike. That is abjectly a worse system. And the fact that you would cheer for that system is, quite frankly, despicable.
Rob, do you not remember me saying that you're never going to have a system in which all laws are equally enforced?
The question is, what differentiates is that's obviously true, but what differentiates is a system where the law enforcement officers only target the people that they choose, that they dislike. That's different than saying, well, a wealthy man will always have a better lawyer, so it'll be impossible to completely enforce the laws equally. We're talking about a system where the law enforcement, in this case, the most powerful law enforcement agency in the history of the world, the FBI, right, where it is selectively going after people they don't like for crimes and allowing people they do like to get away with the exact same crimes. And you're like, yeah, that's preferable. Trump should still go down. And the reason you think that is because you think Orange Man bad. That's why.
Do you think Orange Man bad?
No, I think Orange
Man. Can you
Man
say it to your audience? Can you tell your audience right now that you think Trump committed a crime? Can you say it?
I could say that Trump committed probably many crimes in his life.
Okay. Would you say that he committed a crime by not giving over those documents?
It depends.
Come on, Rob. You don't call me a partisan hack, and you can't even have the balls to say that Trump committed a criminal act by withholding those documents. Come on.
What, the documents classified?
He had the chance to declassify them, and he openly boasted that he didn't declassify them when he was president.
We don't know. Like, for example, so that's your proof. So he could have declassified, but we know he didn't because he admitted that he didn't. That's your proof?
If someone, you think Trump is just, like, boasting about, like, come on, man. Seriously?
Let's say hypothetically, that document that he held up there and said, I could have declassified this, but I didn't. Let's say that it wasn't classified. Then what?
It wasn't classified, then he didn't commit a crime.
Okay, so you don't know. We don't know what that document was, that it was specifically classified that he held up.
Rob, he omitted. If Hillary Clinton did this, if she said, yeah, I knew a lot of those emails were classified, blah, 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 right? As you claim, right? That's what happened. You would say, indict her immediately. That's her word of mouth, right? But when it comes to Trump, you can't...
I would not say indict her immediately, but again, you're assuming things about me. If you would have listened earlier, I said, yeah, that doesn't look good for Trump. And if he obstructed justice, that is an important deal. Yet still, I don't want him prosecuted. Because it's more damaging to selectively prosecute after this witch hunt that they've gone after him than it would be to allow someone to mishandle classified information. The mishandling of classified information, I was consistent that I didn't even think Hillary Clinton should have been indicted. I thought the charge should have been the intentional destruction of subpoenaed evidence. That was worth a charge, right? That's how I feel about the Trump situation. If Trump mishandled classified information, even if he showed it to some writer, I don't necessarily think that's a big deal. If he intentionally said, look, I want you to hide evidence, I want you to conceal things that they were coming to look for, I think that's a bigger deal. I do. Now, if you would have listened to me prior, you would have heard that. So the idea, not only that, I was offered a job with the Trump campaign. I turned it down. It was a low-level job. I then lost half my audience because I spent so much time under COVID criticizing Trump. I criticized Trump almost completely when it came to what I thought was his unconstitutional bombing of Syria. I criticized Trump totally when I thought it came to his massive spending bills. As someone who's a fiscal conservative, I thought his spending bills were through the roof. I criticized Trump all the time for appointing people around him that he claimed were going to drain the swamp that were obvious members of the swamp. I criticized Trump for not declassifying evidence of the obvious crimes that were occurring against him. So if you think that I'm some Trump sycophant that will never criticize Trump, you're just abjectly wrong. You're absolutely wrong. All right, good? So I guess that dude left. So we had quite the crew tonight, didn't we? It's supposed to be a 1-hour stream. Now it's 3 in the morning. So there you have it. That's the intellectual capacity of the people we're dealing with. I particularly like the second guy. He was my favorite. I'm not even in his league or something he said like that. He's so above me. And then his big take was, oh, deleting subpoenaed evidence isn't destroying them. That's not a crime. Destroying a piece of paper, that would be a crime, but deleting a subpoenaed evidence isn't a crime. It's different. And he was bragging. I'm just so far above you. First guy wasn't much better either. Thanks a lot, Budget Alex Jones. I'm nowhere near as good as Alex Jones. I wish. Thanks a lot, budget anonymous person who can't keep up with anyone and will try to cheer for people that are getting blown out to try to criticize me. But you know, if you called in, you'd get fucking destroyed. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Sure. I'm Mr. Anonymous Guy. Trust me, just like these other people that came on tonight, I would do so good if I called in. I'm so smart. I'm great. I'm awesome. Can't point to what I said that was wrong. None of them can. Well, at least you're honest. Better to be honest than smart, so I'll give you that. I don't think I'm that smart either. I'm not wrong. What am I wrong about? You tell me what I'm wrong about. What did I say in any of that today that I was wrong about? It's just a gut feeling. Right. Gut feeling. I can't tell you what you're wrong about, but it's a gut feeling. Look, anyone who can't see the obvious double standard is just willfully ignorant. And again, I understand the power. I explained this at the beginning of my video tonight. I understand the power of this, right? If the institutions are on my side, if they're targeting the guy I don't like, if they target him 100 times and 99 times are corrupt, fuck all that, I'll ignore all that. All that matters is the one time that I think that there's smoke. That's it. And I'll just focus on that. I'll say, see that one time. Forget those other 99 times. Oh, and what's that? That one time was also done by a bunch of other people? Whatever, that doesn't matter. That's whataboutism. Just that one time. Just focus on that. Focus on that. Yeah, thanks, Poppy. But they have no argument. You see the weird contortions they put themselves into. Cohen says, I said the Russians spent $50K on pro-democratic messages. They were pro-Republican. No, that's not necessarily true. Many of the ads were just things like ads to an LGBTQ rally, ads to a BLM rally. Those are Democrat causes. I read that, Michael, as bro, you still live. I was like, yeah, why would I? It was to rile Democrats up so they wouldn't vote. How would that make them not vote, attending a BLM rally? And we have no evidence that their goal was to help Trump win. In fact, whistleblowers from the CIA said that Brennan intentionally concealed evidence that actually the Russians preferred Hillary Clinton. Which would make sense, seeing as how we know a Russian spy conspired with the Hillary Clinton campaign to spread the Russia collusion hoax. What those CIA agents said was that their analysis showed that more than they wanted Donald Trump, they wanted the consistency of Hillary Clinton. Makes sense, seeing as how they were paying her husband $500,000. But that's a small point anyways. Alright, I gotta go. I should have been in bed a while ago, so... Alright, I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow night. Hopefully I will. It just depends on... I love They Live. It's one of my favorite movies. Research Dumbs. Okay. I believe there's actual audio tape of saying he was supposed to speak without the document. I don't. AI comes into play. Dex, thank you so much for the follow. I'm not even going to entertain the idea... put some of my debate items on here? I don't know what you mean. I'm not even going to entertain the idea of AI unless the Trump camp makes that claim. Then it's something I will take seriously. But it's just like, the Hunter Biden laptop stuff, right? Where they were like saying, well, maybe some of this stuff was added. Maybe these pictures weren't, like, even Hunter Biden's team wasn't saying. It's like, yeah, hypothetically that could be. But when even the person whose laptops it supposedly was isn't coming out there saying, these were digital, like, I just don't, No, I'm good. I don't need to. Are you kidding me? Interesting site though. All right. Thank you so much. I'm not going to bother with rating anyone. I really appreciate you all. Hopefully you all have a good one, and hopefully I'll see you too. Yeah, I agree, Alley Cat. I could raid, but who do you want me to raid? U.S. a-hole. Sounds great. Ooh, not him, says Clove. No one's on that I know. Alright, if you spelled the name right, we'll raid him. We'll try once. Does it have an asterisk or not? That dude's a douche. Alright, I'll take EOD's word for it. All right, no raid. I'm out. All right, we'll see you. Have a good one.